and he says, we've got a deal. This is all public record, right? Someone made $60 million in 20 minutes. And it's happened 3 times. And Marshall, I think we talked about this in one of Gary's rooms, right? So it's like, yes, someone is making money. I think I wouldn't put it past him that he's a part of whatever this scheme is. You know, if you look at what just happened, right? So China is backfilling oil, making future payments to Iran, right? So I think it was the Ferguson Institute. Someone made it, you know, they were like, how long? The idea was that we're going to starve Iran. How long can Iran do this, right? But China has been making payments against future deliveries of oil. So right now, the idea is that Iran is probably sitting on $30 billion in their, I forgot what in their capital fund. So they were saying that before, where they thought Iran would like maybe have a month of money before they really started suffering. They now think Iran can hold out for another 18 months financially, because China is playing like they always do. The Chinese play the long game, and they have been making future payments. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Chinese ambassador, I think it was Friday, said, hey, you know, like, we can't have, you know, China is the world's manufacturer, and China needs that oil to manufacture shit. And the Chinese are starting to say to America, hey, like, you're causing a bigger problem than you think you are. They actually say that if this goes on for another 3 weeks, like the fertilizer supply in this country, it's going to hurt us for 3 years. I don't think that Donald Trump is the guy who is taking in all of this information and making decisions based on it. Someone else is making these decisions, and he's either wrong or they're just putting him in the chair and making these decisions. What do you think, Marshall?
I mean, I think he makes the decisions, but I think there are people like Stephen Miller behind the scenes who definitely exercise far more control than they probably should. Right, dude? Like, you've heard me rail against, like, the use of executive authority. I don't like it if it's Republican. I don't like it if it's Democrat. It takes power away. But I do want to pass that to Jarl. And Jarl, I do have a question for you. What genocide is he funding? I saw that. I'm curious.
I'm sure you're going to argue over the definition of genocide, but I argue to Iran is on its way to be a genocide soon, just give it a few more months, and Gaza. So 3 genocide.
Yeah, but other than direct military aid, we didn't really have much to do with Gaza. That was kind of the Israelis on their own, wasn't it?
Sure. Yeah, sure. At least you don't deny it. Yeah. You guys, though, that's all 12. Trump and the last however many presidents.
I don't know, I broke this down the other day. U.S. like individual spending on something like funding Israel on a high year is between $20 and $25 a year. On a high year, it's between $90 and $120. Like, really, like, per year. So you're really paying nothing for this. We then pay for Ukraine, Egypt, Syria, and a couple of other places. And that amounts to, like, 1% of overall federal spending. Right? It's just not, like, it does not make up a significant amount of money we devote to things.
Most of the money that we actually give to Ukraine is Russian money. And that's why, I don't know if you saw last week, they actually lifted, you know, the administration lifted some of the Russian sanctions, because before this, most of the aid, we had we had kind of seized, I think it was $270 million, 270 billion. Was it billion? We seized a lot of fucking money from the Russians. And this is the money that we were kind of giving to Ukraine to fight the war. And so when people would say we're giving Ukraine all this money, it wasn't actually true. We were giving the Ukrainians the Russian money. And that's why Putin was trying so hard to get the sanctions lifted. Yes. And I think just last week, we actually lifted some of the sanctions, which is weird because they're going to use this money to go kill Ukrainians. Something is not making sense unless it does, is a phrase I use.
Something's rotten in Denmark.
Yeah, something's not making sense unless behind the scenes it's making perfect sense. Like all of these suspicious large oil shorts right before he comes out and says we have a deal, and then the Iranians say we don't have a deal, but the damage is kind of already done. Someone's made a lot of money. Something doesn't make sense unless it does.
Well, we broke the Uncle Steve rule. 5 seconds of dead air.
5 seconds of silence, right? Yeah.
Bradford, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hi. Good conversation. Did not even join the stage, but I'll provide color commentary where necessary.
Hey, David. How you doing?
This is a good little room we got going.
Yeah, no one's talked about anybody's
I'm going to jump in and give my reasons why I think Trump is nuts. I'm going to stick to one thing, and it's Truth Social. A post he made today talks about how proud he is of being 15th cousin to King Charles. If you go ask an AI how likely you are to be 15th cousin with anybody on Earth, that likelihood is about 100%. In fact, it's about 100% at 8th cousin. So, congratulations, Trump.
Yeah, did he say he should go live in Buckingham or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace, he says. So anyways, but I'm probably 15th cousin with him as well. The post, I have another post in my PTR, the one that he posted like 2 days ago, is him comparing, I don't know, some statue, I guess that's important to Americans, under Obama and under him. If you look very closely in his own post that he shared, the clouds are identical in both pictures, right? Perfectly identical, which means it's a lie. It's AI generated. So enough, just 2 days on 2 stupid posts. And then if you go back 3 days ago, well, no, that's not true. If you go back about a week and a half ago, Donald Trump posted an ad on his own social media for stake.com crypto gambling. So if you're not gambling your money on stake.com, are you even a man? And on that note, Trump is not.
It's funny though, right? Because they said when Biden left the White House, his net worth increased by, they said, $2 million, right? In Trump's first term, they said when he left the White House, he and his family's net worth increased by $2 billion. It's absolutely fucking insane. Like that you can increase your net worth.
He violates the emoluments clause at will.
And nobody does anything about it. You know, one of the things, if you listen to King Charles's speech today, he's like, hey man, you got 8, and this is just like, you know, summarizing. He said, you guys have 3 branches, and it's supposed to be about checks and balances. But it's like, everyone has just like, you know, given up their authority. And
They've abdicated to the executive because it's easier to farm out those decisions on executive agencies where you can then blame in your elections for doing dumb shit. Right? It's like, it's an electoral thing. Right? That's why Congress has given up so much of its prerogatives. Because it's like easier to get reelected when you don't have to control much of what you do, when you get like to pass the hard questions onto the court and onto the executive. Like Congress is fundamentally lazy.
But then, Marshall, what about the courts, right? So the courts were always kind of, we are independent, right? So, and historically, yeah, maybe, you'd have conservative justices and liberal justices, but it tended to be about the law and the Constitution, right? And so we have this now where they basically told him that under executive power, you can do whatever you want, even and up to, killing people. And you can't even question the motive of some of these decisions.
Are you lamenting the state of executive power, or are you lamenting the fact that the court has gotten to that place, or both?
I'm lamenting the adversarial nature of what the three branches should actually be to in service of what's in the best interest of the country, right? So I can understand, like, okay, you have left-leaning, right-leaning in the executive and in the congressional, right? But the courts, for most people, this is kind of like the last bastion of what's supposed to be balance in this country. And if the courts are no longer balanced, then are we basically like living in the Matrix? It's when you have, it's when you have, okay, we have a court order for this. The administration just says no. And then there's no, laws are only...
Out of the thousands of orders that the courts have given it, have disobeyed something like 400. So there is like a non-compliance aspect of this.
Yeah.
The executive is fundamentally rewriting rules. But that then goes back to this argument of the executive is like far too powerful and the Congress has abdicated its responsibility to the executive and court. We're asking the court to make hard social. You'll never be asking that, right? Like the abortion matter, that should be a political matter we decide, right? If there's a legal aspect of it, surely adjudicate it. But if we're adjudicating the largest issues of contention in America at the court level with 9 unelected justices, of course those justices are going to look illegitimate over time. Not because they may be, but because they're having to deal with these really, really, like, wicked kind of socialist, well, not wicked's not the right word, these really kind of thorny and contentious social issues where you're not ever going to make everybody happy. I mean, you never make everybody happy, but you know what I mean. Like, you're going to upset both sides of the aisle if you do it right.
Let me ask you this, right? Do you think, I've heard arguments that the court should have expanded like long ago. The arguments that I've heard literally from law professors was that a larger court, meaning Supreme Court, a larger court could actually hear more cases. Like we have a very large
judiciary is a really big thing. I had this conversation with Duncan's judiciary. Her answer to me was, well, it's because we have to consider the partisan makeup. And that's the political answer from Congress. Like the partisan makeup of the courts, like it needs to be the way we do it, is you don't want to give the Democrats too much of an opportunity to like appoint justices, nor do you want to give the Republicans too much of an opportunity to appoint justices. And so that apparently that's been like a sticking point in Congress for like going on 30 years or something like that.
But isn't that a problem though, right? Because the courts can actually affect individual lives, right? So,
yeah, I think it would be identified as it's
one for each state.
Go ahead, Austin.
Maybe there'd be 50, one for each state. But I was just going to say, like, yeah, the court should kind of like stick to things like medical malpractice. Like that would be.
I think it would be good morning. 1997, Tony Blair introduced the entire justice system to become politically biased, I repeat. Deliberately, he done that. Yeah, wait a second. 1997, he done that in order to comply, more or less, make the justice system as a weapon, comply with any political system.
Did you say something was wrong?
Yeah, exactly. And the same time,
No, let him talk. This is interesting because our system really does.
Was a foundation of your Democratic Party. He was a foundation of the Mr. Obama. You check it out. These are reality. You don't want to talk about it because you're ashamed of it. I repeat, you're ashamed of it. Either you don't know anything about it, either you never had a chance to search it, either you do know and you're ashamed of it. I don't care. But the reality is, all this concept, this principle, I'm a conservative. Always in my life have been conservative. We call it Republican. As an idea, I'm 70 years old. I've been fighting over 50 years against the left, and most importantly against Islamic socialism, Islamic communism, all those shit. Which I know about it. Believe me, I know about it. Don't wind me up about this because I can go on and on. The reality is, somebody got to fight. As much I really hated to admit, you don't fight. Either you're not aware of it, what is the enemy, the true enemy is. It is on your doorstep. It is right on your doorstep, on your next county. This is reality in the Western world, and it is not by accident, it is by design. That is a reality. I'm sorry, I really am sorry. But this is reality.
Yeah, that was like really quick.
That's what I was gonna say. That took a dramatic turn.
Marshall, let me ask you, do you think a better system, even if people wouldn't agree, like if we had 12 Supreme Court justices and it was actually, remember back at the founding, if the president was one party, the vice president was the other, and they quickly did away with that, right?
That's the beauty of the United States. Because you give a chance to certain states, make it different. And Europe, they are trying to copy that. They can't. They cannot. That's the beauty of the United States, because there is that chance, that reality exists. Make it up different. You make that up different, like a Las Vegas. You make that look, and you glorify it, which is important, very important. And if that wasn't exist, we will be living in dictatorship. We will be living in the God forbid. And that is reality. And somebody like Mr. Trump, he put it right on the microscope. He made it mega reality. And people can't handle it. It's too much. The light, the reality, the montage, the left, right, center, the information and fact, reality, past. He been brought up by this, and he fucked us up. But I admire him for it. I do admire him for it. Because he's clever.
Marshall, what I was going to say is, do you think, it should be mandatory that the court, as, if someone's going to go get all the way to the court.
I mentioned that because
David, you just know what
I mean, if the idea is that, the Supreme Court is the court and lawyers have to come and make an argument, right? Do you think like it would be better if the court were balanced so that these arguments are the best arguments? It's like a kid, you have like a bunch of D1 basketball schools, but Rutgers is never going to beat Miami,
Yeah, no, I run into this problem where I get to a place where I'm like, yes, that's the intent of people like us who are looking to solve the problems. The intent of the other people is to view the court really partisanly. And it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. I mean, the Warren Court was judged as left-wing by some Republicans. The Rehnquist Court was judged as a little left-leaning. The Roberts Court is judged as right-leaning. So there are a whole lot of people who make that decision based on their partisan interest. So it's not like, well, I support this because it's a good idea for the country. It's like, I support this because it screws over the other side. So I wonder how many of the high-end practical people you could really get plugged into solving that problem. Because that seems like the race to me between getting the people that don't do anything to solve the problem and the people that actually want to solve the problem. You kind of got to be there first. So that seems like a possible solution, but I don't.
It's like Vegas. It's like Vegas or Atlantic City, right? Like you go and you play. You know that the house always wins, but you think you think you've got a shot, like you've got a strategy, or you've got this or you've got that to increase your odds. But if you find out that the house is cheating, you turn the table over and no one wants to play. And in Gary's room, I think it was yesterday, we were talking about this idea about the correspondence dinner. People believing that the correspondence dinner and the incident was a setup. And so I don't believe it was a setup, but I think that's a symptom of a real illness in this country. And the truth we need, because if they don't play, they want to turn the tables over. There are people who want to just burn it all down. That scares me.
Hey, that's the other same thing that scares me. They want to open the cart, they won't bother to pay attention to the rules, and then when we get nothing but grief from it, they're going to complain.
Because they believe, again, I was on Wall Street for 16 years, man, and it's like, I can tell you that the system is rigged. I can absolutely tell you the system is rigged.
No kidding.
But I do.
One million car you have.
Yeah. But there's doors, right? There's doors.
Yeah. I think there's a large issue about the economy, but I don't know the right way to diagnose that, so I kind of leave that to other people.
Well, then, Marshall, how do you explain America saying they don't negotiate with terrorists, but now you have terrorists negotiating with you? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
Hi, stupid. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. I'm a model. Any answer to that, Marshall? You don't negotiate with terrorists, but somehow terrorists have you up against the wall. So you're negotiating. And that's where you're begging to negotiate. Wait. You're begging to negotiate. You have no answer now. You plead the fifth? Okay.
No, I don't have an answer to that for me. That's not all.
Yeah, but isn't that weird? Don't you think that's weird, Marshall?
No,
Well, America has a new stance that they do negotiate with terrorists. Is that what we need to say?
Who are the terrorists, though? Who's she talking about, Marshall? Who's the
terrorist? 47 years they convinced you that Iran was a terrorist nation. They still say it. terrorists.
Why
Why are you negotiating?
largest
Why are you
It's
negotiating?
the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Why are you negotiating with terrorists?
We attacked them. We attacked them. I said, and because we attacked them, so you have to negotiate.
Oh, you have. Oh my God, you have to negotiate. Thank you so much. That wasn't so hard, was it? Did you know that BP? Did you know that British Petroleum used to be Anglo?
Sorry, I just couldn't do it anymore.
No, but did you know that person? Because you said hi.
Was that Kitover?
Did you know that person?
I don't know whether that's Kitover or this account called Point Taken that likes to come in and harass me. Either way, they're annoying.
God, Kitover's back.
Oh no, with a falsetto voice. Gosh, wannabe Richard Nixon putting people into a corner with strange falsetto questions. The world's a sketchy place these days. Is my mic working?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I wasn't getting the echo thing around my PTR. That was it. What was that guy trying to say about Tony Blair? I don't think Tony Blair influences the Democratic Party very much. No.
No, what he was trying to say was that the Blair administration monopolized their justice system in a way that was unequal, and like he's a kind of a precursor to the United States, and lots of different stuff which were not really kind of joined together. They were like a little bit disparate, but
which was strange because I think the British Supreme Court was founded after Blair's term as PM. Maybe Whitfield knows the specifics about that. The British Supreme Court is like a recent invention as far as I remember. Like very recent.
You know, Blair kind of went into hiding after Iraq. You know, Blair was one of the guys that
he did.
And it's, you know, they recently brought him back out. I think he's going to be a consultant on the Gaza thing.
Yeah, he's one of the main architects, I guess. Like, I don't think Trump's good at delegating and appointing, but that was a pretty good pick for the Board of Peace. Is he like in charge of the Board of Peace?
I think he's significantly high up.
Yeah, that was one of Trump's best appointments.
Reverend Scott, I saw your PTR earlier. I'm very happy for you, bro.
Is the jazz coming around my headphones?
We hear you.
The jazz?
No.
The jazz a little bit.
Oh, cool. I wish I could play piano like that.
Austin, where are you located? Are you in Austin, Texas?
No. I'm a Californian. I identify as being from the greater Los Angeles area.
Sure.
I'm at a jazzy place at the moment.
What kind of weather you guys get?
That's beautiful. You see.
It's chilly.
It's kind of like mid-sunset.
I gotta get up in the morning, so appreciate it. See you guys on the road.
Yeah, it's always good to chat. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Wait, are you going to Detroit?
No, I was actually in Detroit 2 weeks ago.
Never been there. It seems like a cool place.
It's cool, man. But I had this. Did I tell you about the tornado warning?
Wow, the Midwest.
Fucking, I'm a city boy, dude.
Yeah. Like I don't know much about the Midwest. I was going to ask though, do you know anyone that's moved to NYC from like a tropical or Mediterranean climate? Like,
How do people adjust?
That's interesting. I know people who've moved. So do me a favor. When you say tropical Mediterranean, I know people who've moved here from Greece.
Yeah, that's like a Mediterranean climate. Like
Yeah,
a tropical climate, it's like
yeah.
Caribbean.
Yeah, New York is really, Astoria is like, the Astoria, Queens is like the Greek capital of New York City. It's nothing but Greek restaurants and Greek families and
Pizza.
yeah.
Just up and high.
Yeah, that's really, really. New York, I was in Chinatown earlier today. I go in like once a month. I meet my buddy. We go get Peking duck. They hang the ducks in the window. When I tell people that the ducks are hanging in the window, who don't live in New York, they all get disgusted. They're like,
That would upset Californians, yeah, a lot. I don't think that fly like very many places in California.
That does not gross me out in any way, shape, or form.
The best. Peking duck is the best thing, man.
You'd have people like throwing paint at the window. If that was in California, if we banned the sale and resale of fur coats here. It's crazy.
No way, really? It's too hot anyway. It's probably too hot.
Yeah, it's probably too hot, but I want a furry coat. Don't make it so I can't get one.
But it's funny you say this.
That's a good thing to know. Like, you don't have the real political power in California.
But look at the brands, right? So Canada Goose removed fur from their hoods. A lot of the winter, like Montclair, they all took fur. I think Macaj is I know you guys don't get cold weather, but like cold weather fashion is a big deal here. And if you don't know who Canada Goose is, right?
I know what it is, yeah.
Yeah, and so, but they finally, after years and years, they finally banned the furs from the hood, and the jackets don't look that great. I kid you not, that sounds shitty.
The power of California PETA might have pulled it off, but I wonder who makes the best like synthetic fur. That's an interesting thing.
Even synthetic down, but I understand it gets cold here, man. Like, we actually had a couple of days in late December, early January where it was like 8 degrees in the city, and I don't know if the synthetic down is as.
I'm sure folks have engineered. That'll be like a rabbit hole that I'll not have GPT about.
I actually stopped reading the Epstein files for literally a month and a half. I was obsessed. I was literally obsessed every weekend. I'd take my laptop to the coffee shop because I didn't want it on my Wi-Fi. And I would just start going through the Epstein files. And there's some really gross stuff in those files, man.
It's scary as hell. That dude was a monster.
I'm going to tell you something, right? So there's been bets on the Upper East Side for over a year and a half that she was going to get cut loose, and that when she got cut loose, she was going to be in the wind. And I really, at first, I'm like, nah, I don't think it. I really do think they're going to cut her loose soon. And
Melania?
No, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, wow.
I think they're going to cut her loose, and people have been, people have been saying, no, they're going to cut her loose. She's going to hang out there. She's got too much. They're going to cut her loose. And I'm like, nah, they're never going to cut her loose. I think they're going to cut her loose. I really do believe they're going to cut her loose. And then that's just going to be the end of it. They're going to tell everybody that's it. It's over. Go back to your lives. And that's just going to be the end of it. Which is terrible, by the way. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, have fun reading about synthetic furs instead of like sketchy criminals.
Later.
chilling, Marshall. What about you?
Going to meet a buddy at a bar for a drink.
I gave up drinking in October, so I drank since then. What's your favorite drink, Marshall?
White Russians, the Jew divides, and mocktails.
I like a more simple drink.
Sorry, we were grabbing some stuff from my mom.
A lot of people don't like, or they like this drink, but I would consider kind of simple. But I'm a big fan of like a Moscow Mule. I love the ginger in it. Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Scott, do you like mocktails or mocktails catching on in the Northeast?
I'm sorry, you have to be a complete loser to drink a mocktail. I don't even drink alcohol anymore, right?
You're just like, I'd rather give it entirely instead of drink pussy drinks.
Yeah, like, actually, right?
You have no idea.
Especially the
You knew these were fighting words with a Californian. We have our $20 mocktails and we take them very serious.
I live in California.
Wait, you paid $20 for a mocktail? If it doesn't have
I've never had a lot of people do.
The worst is 0% alcohol beer. Who the fuck enjoys the taste of beer? I've never been a big beer drinker in my life. It's so gross.
Oh my god.
The people
I feel like it's going out of style.
it tastes. Depends on
what you drink.
Like I got a couple of white ones. Yeah, that has some like citrus flavor in it. You can get like whatever. They all taste like wet.
I mean, I like tequila. That's a good one for me.
When I drank, I mainly drank like Topo Chico or seltzer. My friend put me on. My friend, he's the one who told me about Topo Chico. I was also a big
Gotta get you on this mineral water cocktail account.
I was also a big fan of the soju, the Korean drink. Especially like peach flavored soju, they had grape flavored soju, strawberry flavored soju, kiwi flavored soju, so many. Marshall, do you drink soju?
Never tried it before.
Oh, you haven't? You should try it the next time you're at the liquor store, or if you're at like a Korean restaurant. It's kind of sweet. It's like a sweet alternative to vodka, lesser ABV also.
You know what I would just rather do? Well, smoke a bowl. I like smoking a bowl is preferential over drinking.
No, I would disagree. Drinking is so much. I smoke weed every fucking day, but drinking was so much funner.
But I think Marshall's right in terms of harm reduction and stuff like that. But don't go overboard with either.
No, I
Some control.
Everything is moderation in moderation.
If you drink alcohol excessively, you're gonna die. If you smoke too much weed excessively, you are gonna cognitively hurt yourself. But other than the cognitive impairment, you're not gonna die, right? And so, yeah, excessive marijuana has definite negative side effects, which is number one, cognitive impairment. But it won't kill you, right? Like excessive alcohol.
Yeah.
Marshall, I hear the keys are rumbling. Are you gonna jerk and drive?
Remember, don't drink and weed. You could ruin your life. You could get a DUI with you.
I'm just going to the bar.
And so if you plan on driving to the bar, how do you plan on getting back to your home?
Remember, always find a DD.
But one beer is not going to make me tipsy. It just doesn't.
I'm sure you're gonna only drink one. I know you, Marshall. I've seen you drunk before. You stop at one beer.
Okay, that's fair. I'll probably have two, but no more.
Are we talking?
Find a DD.
Are we
I
talking?
promise this buddy wouldn't be team at all intoxicated. He's going to take my keys.
There should be an app for finding a DD.
I'm the designated driver.
That's a good.
Yeah, these are like space aliens. Take a Uber. Like these space aliens. They haven't.
I have a story, Marshall. I'm sure you can relate. So this story might have hypothetically happened.
Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly.
Shouldn't have happened. So I'm at a bar, and I hypothetically and potentially allegedly have like 10 shots of vodka. I thereafter hypothetically start driving home. I thereafter hypothetically am pulled over by the cops for running a stop sign. This is during the height of COVID though. And so I see the cop exit his vehicle. I'm like, oh fuck, what do I do? I'm hypothetically about to get a DUI. Then I see my COVID mask in the car. Now this is during the height of COVID. I think it was like 2021. And so, it was full lockdowns, 6 feet rule, etc. And I hypothetically see the cop walking toward me. I'm like, fuck, what do I do? I see my COVID mask, I put it on. The cop does not ask me to take my COVID mask off. I hypothetically get off. That was also one of the few times I drank. Never hypothetically drink and drive.
I don't do it anymore, but I used to a lot.
Based.
Really not very responsible.
Someone that's been smoking drive.
It's the exact opposite of responsible. I had a family member who died that way, so it's not behavior I should express.
You know what's insane? That before the 1980s, drinking and driving was fully legal in America. I find that so.
Yeah, have you ever seen the hillbilly commercial with that guy? He goes, getting to where man can't work a 12 to 18-hour shift and then get in his truck and have a couple cold ones on the way home.
Yeah, like before 1980, was everyone just drunk driving? Like, I can only imagine how the streets must have been.
I'm not sure.
You know what I find so weird? That everyone did used to smoke indoors before like the 1990s, right? And you'll have people say, yeah, I've smoked like I know this one older guy who's like, yeah, I used to smoke cigarettes on the plane all the time. And I was like, what the fuck? You could smoke on planes back in the day? That is insane.
Yeah. And then they had a smoking because the smoke didn't go all over the plane anyway.
I would be so annoyed if I was in that plane, like 10 people smoking up. You're in a tiny cabin. I would be so pissed off.
So I was getting high and driving, and I didn't complete a stop at a stop sign, so a cop pulls me over, and then he says, "What's that?"
one time I smoked and I drove, and the cop pulls me over. And it was because back then I had a legal tint on my car. And so I had like tinted front windows. I bought it from the dealership. It was this SUV I bought. And the dealership sold it to me with illegal front tint windows. And so I get pulled over by the cops. I'm like, oh fuck, I just came back from my friends. My hands must smell like wheat. I have a cup of coffee next to me. I dunk my hands in like boiling hot coffee. And yeah, the cop didn't notice the smell because I just smelled like coffee, right? But it was so painful. I was like, oh my god.
Marshall, one time.
DWI story.
Nick is not nuts, by the way. He is not crazy. He's just a horrible human being.
Yeah.
He's not nuts.
So I had two interactions. One on my land. I was hunting and smoking weed, and some federal agents like moseyed on up to my fence, I guess because they smelled the pot. Like I walked up to him with a pipe in my ear because I was high like a dumbass, and it fell out. And the cop was like, "What's that?" I was like, "Oh, it's the thing I found." And the cop looks at me and goes, "You want to try that shit again?" Yeah, yeah, definitely like try that again. And so like I ended up talking to the cops, which was a bad thing, right? Because we got a ticket out of the deal. And you know that was about it.
They let you off, but they just didn't do anything.
Yeah. A pipe and a grinder in my car, and I like had not been smoking, but it smelled like weed. And the cop like pulled me over and confiscated my pipe and grinder. It was like, "You're lucky that you didn't have any weed." And the thing I thought about to this day was if there was weed loaded in. And the cop didn't look. And so I got away with it. But those incidents are few and far between, like 7 and 10 years ago. Don't do that stuff, man.
One time when I was in undergrad, we were smoking in my friend's car, like on campus, because we had like gone out to Malibu for the day, and we had come back, and we were like, before we head back to our dorms, let's smoke up, right? And so we were smoking in his car. This is before weed was legalized in California. So this is in 2015. And so they were smoking in the car, and for some reason, LAPD gang unit pulls up on us. Now, this is a pretty nice area we're in, right? This is it. I went to Pomona for undergrad. And so I'm very surprised. What the fuck is LAPD gang unit? And I guess he was just driving through the area, this like gang unit member. And, he saw us smoking in the car, so he pulls us over. I mean, not pulls us over, we were parked, but he knocks on the window. I had an anxiety attack almost when, imagine you're just smoking weed in the car you're hotboxing, right? And next thing you know, you hear a little knock on the window. It's the middle of the night. And it's a fucking cop shining his flashlight, right?
God, in Texas, that stuff gets you arrested. If they find you fucking smoking in your car, they're probably going to arrest you.
And all the cop told us was, hey, don't drive after this. And we were like, yes, sir, yes.
What do you think is with the uptick in political violence in America? I haven't heard your take on this. Nowhere near like the historic violence of the 60s or of the 1920s, but it it seems to have upticked in like in a really bad way.
I think.
What's your?
But how about this? The right wing, the Republicans want us to shut the fuck up. They say, hey, your rhetoric is what's causing this. Well, if my calling Trump a fascist or saying he's a threat to democracy is causing this, don't ask me to shut the fuck up. I'm telling the truth. Stop acting like fucking fascists. Stop being a threat to democracy, and then I'll stop saying. How about that?
Well, talking about Trump,
I mean, I don't like.
wait, did you
The intention is like to bring down the level, and we have to build with each other rather than tear. That means we got to take it.
Marshall, I have a question for you. I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
You're saying we need to build up. And I agree with what Billy said. And I don't know if you thought today, and this isn't a small matter, although it seems small. This year, if you want to renew your passport, it's going to have a giant picture of Trump.
Yeah, which I think is stupid.
I don't know. Yeah, let me just finish.
Yeah, which is just like incredibly stupid.
And so we have a person who is so narcissistic, so infatuated with it. He has created a cult of personality similar to an actual dictator. Similar to Mussolini, right? Mussolini had created a cult of personality around himself, so did Hitler. And I'm not saying Trump
Populism in the United States does that.
I'm not saying Trump is Hitler, but the fact he has created this cult of personality where now it's the Kennedy Trump Center, the National Park Pass. If you get an annual National Park Pass, it has a picture of Trump on it. The passport has a picture of Trump on it. This is this.
So imagine this. You wake up one day and you say to yourself, I can't stand this. I'm going to destroy anything with his name on it. You give everyone 30 days notice. Get his name off your hotel or whatever building it is, or I'm going to bring it down. That's my fantasy. Be a great short story.
Or did you hear about the recent corruption? There's so much corruption. I'm not talking about the meme coin. I'm not talking about the Trump nuclear energy company. I'm not talking about Trump and Dubai. I'm not talking about Jared Kushner and Dubai. Recently, there was a Syrian businessman who had $12 billion in contracts under sanctions. So the Syrian businessman, to get out of these sanctions, is creating a Trump-branded golf course in the Middle East, paying Trump hundreds of millions of dollars for the licensing fee. And also, he has included Jared Kushner in a $1 billion hotel deal on an island in Albania. So Jared Kushner is now part of a $1 billion deal. And this is just like such a brazen corruption. And people were complaining about Hunter Biden. But how do you ignore it?
If they put his name on the dollar bill, I'll be burning one every day.
I wonder what he'll put his name on next, because he already defiled the Kennedy Center, and he defiled the passport, and he defiled the National Park Pass. If you get like the $80 annual National Park Pass, it has a picture of Trump next to George Washington on it. It's so funny. It's so funny.
But being a toxic narcissist and having no compassion is not great. It's sick, but it isn't great. He's not nuts.
I don't think he's crazy. I do think he's a narcissist. And it's very dangerous to have a narcissist as a president, right? And it's just, I think people have become normalized to Trump's narcissism and corruption. And that I find dangerous, right? Because every single day, like I said about the Syrian businessman and the $12 billion contracts, every single day there's some new corruption scandal where Jared Kushner is making money, Don Jr. and Eric Jr. are making money. They're doing stuff on Poly Market. I think the New York Times said that the Trump family has gained $4 billion from corruption during this term. $4 billion, right? That's it.
Billions when they were president?
You gotta remember, Obama had that, what was it, a tan suit? And can we compare Trump to that corruption?
Obama made a damn good deal with the fucking Iranians to keep them, keep an eye on them. He had inspectors there and everything. And of course, Trump got rid of that too. Just like he got rid of the CDC and the virus pen. I mean, that's like he made science go away at Harvard and other places.
Yeah,
he must have killed 600,000 people when they got rid of USAID.
Well, Austin, we were just discussing the Trump passport. What do you think about it? But yeah, or the COVID conspiracy theories, right? Like, I think the Republican Party became irreparable in their brokenness once they fully encapsulated the COVID conspiracy into their politics. And the COVID conspiracy was so disgusting because COVID mainly targeted the most marginalized in our society, especially the elderly, those with health conditions already. And, they didn't give a fuck, right? They were like, oh, let them die. It's natural selection. We want to barbecue or, we want to go to the ball game or some shit like that.
Yeah, like Reverend Scott, are you here? I don't know, but it's weird, like the people that hate Charles Darwin and they love social Darwinism, that's a really concerning thing. Like Trump seems to be really into social Darwinism.
Yeah, and COVID, the Republican COVID response was equally that, right? Where Trump keeps on bringing up his IQ, like his genetic IQ. I don't know if you guys have noticed that this. He'll talk about how he was gifted with such a high IQ. And, okay, so that's a form of Darwinism, sure. But they disregard science whenever it goes against their narrative, right? Like we saw with COVID. Like we saw with the fact that Anthony Fauci has private security because he gets so many death threats to this day. Just crazy people are sending him and his family death threats all the time. And yeah, it's just so disgusting. But, does anyone have their passport up for renewal this year? Is anyone here going to be getting the Trump?
Mine's actually up for renewal. How do I avoid getting the Trump stamp on it?
You can't avoid it if you're going to get a
No. If you're, wow, this is a cosmic lesson, not to procrastinate. I really didn't.
I don't know if you get the National Park Pass. There's an annual National Park Pass you can get for $80. And that also has Trump's face on it nowadays. It used to only be George Washington on the face. Now it's where they have different designs sometimes also. Now it's Trump and George Washington on the Park Pass. And another thing is, I think he gutted the National Park Service by 80%, right? There were mass layoffs in the National Park Service. And so, yeah, it's like you're putting your face on the National Park Pass while you gutted 80% of National Park Rangers.
He's really unhinged. Wait, what's the Washington Passport Bureau? Bruce Maloney is an expert at this.
I do gotta give the Trump family some credit. They started a nuclear technology company, right? And it just so happened the nuclear technology company was founded the same time the Trump administration plans on giving a bunch of government contracts to that specific type of nuclear fusion company. And so, the Trump family are kind of geniuses, right? Starting a nuclear fusion company. I think they fused it with the social media company Truth Social. Or is it Truth Social they fused it with? They fused it with one of
They're
their...
thinking of adding an online casino to the website.
Yeah, but their online casino is already fully market, right? They make a lot of money now.
No, they want another one as part of Truth Social, of course.
Hello, good morning, evening, afternoon.
Yeah. How do I make sure I don't get the Trump stamp on my passport?
Yeah, so don't use the Washington passport office.
I don't live close to Washington, D.C. or Washington State. How do I make sure it doesn't get filed through there?
So as long as you renew it online or at your local passport office, because I know some people have to go in person to try to get it immediately, you can avoid it. It's that particular office that will be giving out those.
Thank you so much. So it's the expedited office that manages.
Excuse me, sorry.
It's like the expedited office that will have the Trump stamp on it.
Right. It's just any passport that you renew at that Washington passport office. Renew for that particular location. But still, it's wasting our tax dollars. I'm just sick of it.
I'm excited for the ballroom. I wonder how gauche and gaudy the ballroom will be. Because have you guys seen the presidential Walk of Fame?
Have you seen it marked to Trump?
$400 million is the budget for the ballroom.
And Trump's from the party of fiscal responsibility.
And did you guys hear the DOJ is going to arrest James Comey live on camera tomorrow? Or not, the DOJ isn't going to directly arrest him, but because they have an arrest warrant for him, right? They're going to make him do the perp walk. I'm pretty sure, and for threatening Trump's life, quote him. Hanson, please come up. Hanson. Hanson, as a Trump supporter, how do you justify a couple of things? How do you justify his face on the passport? As a Trump supporter, how do you justify his face on the National Park Pass? As a Trump supporter, how do you justify the $4 billion in corrupt deals he's done? That's netted his family $4 billion.
I don't know about the passport.
So it got announced today that for the 250th anniversary, some American passports are going to have Trump's face on them.
So instead of the eagle,
no, not the front of the passport. Inside the passport, there's going to be a Trump face.
okay, maybe like the first page cover, page or something
like that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't know about that. And then yes, the national park
pass or something.
Yeah, Trump also put his face on that pass. So how do you justify Trump's egomaniacal narcissism of putting his face on the passport and putting his face on the National Park Pass, and the Trump family, according to the New York Times, gaining around $4 billion in corrupt deals with people like the Emiratis, Saudis?
Where is the movie Hail Mary playing?
I can help with that.
Closest to Capitol.
Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I don't know about the 40 billion.
4 billion, not 40.
$4 billion. Yeah, I don't have to look at
So
it.
I can tell you about it. The $4 billion comes from. So another billion just got added because there was a Syrian businessman, and the Syrian businessman had 12 billion in contracts under sanction. And so to get the sanctions lifted, the Syrian businessman is building a Trump-themed golf course in the Middle East, where he's going to pay the Trump family hundreds of millions in royalty fees, licensing fees. And also the Syrian businessman made a $1 billion deal with Jared Kushner to essentially buy an island in Albania. The other parts of the billions come from Trump's meme coin, Trump's nuclear fusion technology company. The stock skyrocketed because they're going to get a bunch of government contracts. From hotel deals with the Emiratis.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, this is, you can Google it, Jacob.
Can you prove it? Court?
Yeah, just Google it.
I just Googled, anything, but can you prove?
Yeah.
We've spoken before.
Okay, so Jacob, can you let me finish, fuck's sake?
You hate Trump. Okay, go ahead.
Then the other corruption also comes from Saudi Arabia gave Jared Kushner $9 billion to manage in an asset management fund. And Jared Kushner is going to get a lot of fees paid from that. It's his personal slush fund.
Why would they do that? I mean, he's Jewish.
Can you let me finish? And then let Hanson reply, then you can go, Jacob. And so, Hanson, I've just listed out some of the corrupt deals. So go ahead. Reply to the 3 points.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it is true, that definitely he needs to be punished, right? That's still a New York Times article. And
no, there are many articles. You can go on, Claude, and ask Claude to link every corrupt deal Trump.
Yes, that is still an allegation, right?
These are real financial records. The reason Trump.
But how do you know? How do you know? I mean, the thing is,
they're all public financial.
Okay, so let's say public financial. Okay, so let's look at when he was. I mean, first of all, let me put it straight. If there's a corruption, we definitely need to go down the route. Just as we need to find out what what's his name? The California governor. What's his name? Newsom. Gary. Or what?
But it's scumbag Newsom. Yeah.
Scumbag Newsom. Yeah. I mean, just we need to go down the pipe. Shithole pipe of scumbag Newsom, and then find out what's happening with and his cronies about what's happening with the high-speed rail. How much was
I think that cost more than to go to bars.
Wait, Hanson, you're
okay. So let me finish.
It's like $200 billion for nothing.
400 billion? Did you say?
I don't know. It's ridiculous. Make up a number. Okay.
We don't have one mile.
What it was like $20 million a mile or something. I could be wrong, but
no, not a single mile laid down. Okay. So we need to do that. Definitely, I'm equal opportunity strictly going down the route now. But let's look at what happened to when they did put Trump on court, right? I mean, I have finite number of hours, I have finite time, and I did look into the allegations, whatever the suits, right? I mean, they have so many suits against Trump, and I just picked a few. I mean, like one, the most egregious one about the New York Deutsche Bank, my old boss, my old employer.
You've talked to this man so many times.
Yeah, well, okay,
shots. It made him president.
Yeah, sure. But let's look into their. If they do have something, they impeached him. What? How many times? Twice? Something? The first term
didn't matter.
Yeah. So they didn't succeed, and then they put him on trial so many times. And the one time that I looked into the court document, okay, the judge's own writing, and I looked at every page of it, and it just a shitload of bullshit. Okay, so
it's all political.
I mean,
it's political.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, if you know anything about the business transaction, is bid and ask. Okay, so you can have as high as possible, and you can have a high.
Because you're
going to ask. Can I finish?
Go ahead.
I let you ask the question, right? Do you want or not?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So a bid is you can set as high as possible and ask as low as possible. I mean, sorry, the other way around. You can ask as high as possible.
If people pay for it,
as low as
that's their problem.
Exactly. So the transaction happens when the ask and crosses the bid. It's that simple. There's no
like an
crime in asking for the price and no crime in bidding the price. All right. So this is complete bullshit. I mean, either this judge is a moron or he has no practical business experience or market experience whatsoever, and he's presiding over the economic case. That is complete bullshit. Okay, so if you happy, I mean, we can set up a room and go over the court document page by page. I give you a challenge. All right. So, and then you have this Stormy, whatever.
Yeah, the porn star or whatever.
Yeah, the porn star, and then we can do that as well. Okay. And so, if they have already thrown all the possible case against him, that they didn't get shit, and then the ones that they did get, it looks ridiculous and made up. All right, so it just exposes the judge's ignorance or the political motivation. The other way.
The liberals hate Trump.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, the other thing is, if the liberals, I mean, I have always advocated for small government, limited, smallest, minimal government, so that the government bureaucracies, you don't have as much power in the hands of the a few and the president or whatever. And now it was the liberals that concentrated the power, more and more power into the hands of government. Now you have it. Now you have
to accept it.
Yes,
no matter what.
They used to be happy.
Now if you don't accept them, they kill you or shoot you.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, when they have their man on the throne, and they can, so they're happy to accumulate as much power in their hand, they're happy. But you have to think about the consequences, right? I mean, if your opponent man on the throne, now you're not happy. I mean, just the highest degree of hypocrisy.
Well, they're immature people. That's what
Okay, so now I'm going to respond, and I'm going to respond with 2 points. Point number 1, there was a deflection in that I was talking about Trump, second term.
No, I'm not this. Right?
Wait, I let you finish. I let you finish, right?
Okay.
I let you finish, Hanson. Let me just finish.
All right, go ahead.
So, point number 1, I was talking about the corruption in Trump's second term. You brought up indictments and charges from his first term. The impeachments were from his first term.
I already addressed that.
Yeah, and we are talking about his second term. You did not address.
No, I already addressed that from the very. When you finish, I'll address that.
Okay. So first of all, we were specifically talking about the $4 billion in corruption, now $5 billion, that he has not been charged for, not been impeached for, because the DOJ and FBI are under his control right now.
God, I'm so sick of this crap. This anti-Trump. He's getting shot at. He's 3 times now.
Please, go back to Little Italy on Taylor Street in Chicago, okay? Go to Taylor Street in Chicago or some shit, Jacob.
What are you calling me? What are you calling me?
A walk. And secondly,
you know what? What are you supposed to fucking be? Are you proud of yourself? I remember your ass.
And secondly, Hanson, you did another deflection. Where you spent the
Why do you hate Trump so much?
Where you spent the first half of your argument deflecting to Gavin Newsom. And you were like, well,
this motherfucker's gay as a motherfucker.
I didn't deflect. I specifically said that, but you can finish and then I'll
and those were my 2 points. You were talking about his impeachment charges and you read that. But those were from his first term on 95 pages. Those were from his first term. I'm talking about second term. Nothing has been charged yet. It has only been documented so far because the DOJ and FBI are under his control. And secondly, you said...
Yeah, that's why they almost shot at him the other night.
We weren't talking about Gavin Newsom, though, right? That is a pure deflection to bring it.
Nobody cares about Gavin Newsom. He's some rich, privileged white boy.
Cool. Jacob, let's fine. Let me.
I have already
preemptively. Yeah, it's okay. I have preemptively covered with your supposed reputation, which is not. I preemptively said that. I didn't say that I didn't deflect. I said specifically, maybe you're deaf and dumb. I specifically said
don't use that language.
No, it's okay. I mean, because I did say that, and you didn't listen, or you didn't hear it. Okay, so if you didn't hear it, I said it. That means one of us either was a mute or died.
You gotta learn to shut your mouth, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
What? Are you fucking off? Shit! You need a broomstick up your ass.
Wait, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about this green man.
Don't mind him. He's from a communist country, from Cuba. They don't know how to talk well with others. That's why, they never got further in life than like second grade.
All right. Well, Scott Jones is back in the room and just hanging out. Howard, it's great to see you. What's going on? Is Trump nuts or not?
He's nuts, but he's definitely, a master communicator, and he knows how to frame the agenda and basically keep himself on the headline.
So, if that's the case, is what you say, Howard, wouldn't you advocate the tactics of how Trump negotiates with people if you were to teach a business class or something like that going forward? Or would you rely on the how should you say the salesmanship of Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota?
No, not necessarily. You're comparing apples to oranges. I think.
Well, no, there's one person that's like a talented person and another person that's a hack.
Well, it's fair to criticize the president, I don't think he did a good
Or
enough
like
job.
my governor, J.B. Pritzker, he weighs 400 pounds. He can't even get on most like flights. Then we charge him for 2 seats because he's that big.
At least he's going to get a fair stadium done and not going to Indiana.
Yep, he's letting them go because he's an idiot. So what policies about Democrats do you like the most? Like, what's the most intriguing?
No, I think again, the president could have done a better job gaining alignment on Iran with his allies. He didn't really build enough consensus, and he got
what allies do we need?
Politically, that's ultimately going to hurt him. But I think he's at a tipping point where his second term, he's now, as each day goes on, more and more a lame duck. And I truly believe, and I mentioned this earlier at the Critical Thinking Forum, which is on at 5 p.m. New York time, Monday through Friday, and on Spaces at midnight on Saturday and Sunday, that I believe Trump is interested in really 3 things right now. 1, his legacy. 2, making money. And 3, keeping himself perpetually out of jail. Those are the only 3 things he cares about.
So why really care about the first 2? Fine, that's fine. I disagree on the third.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Why would he go to jail, sir? Why would he go to jail?
He only cares about the polls as much as it is.
You said out of jail.
Legacy. So those are the 3 things that he is most interested in as it relates to, I believe, where he is in his second term right now.
Yeah, I think Howard's onto something. I mean, I think there are state charges floating around. I don't think there will be any federal charges that he will face, but I think there are state charges. Yeah, I think he's. And I don't know what this will look like, right, Howard? I don't know. So he is such a norm violator. We've just not had a president be this lawless.
Yeah, this guy is, he's almost 80 years old. I don't think he's going to see really any jail time. I think the biggest risk for jail time actually is going to ultimately be with all the business transactions, and I'm not just saying insider trading, but just all the transactions that involve Donald Jr., Eric Kushner.
You're gonna be sued if you keep. That's liable. That's liable. You're gonna be sued. That's libelous.
Have risk on hey, Jacob, if you keep speaking on me, I'm just going to continue to mute you. My point is ultimately that I think it's really the next generation for Mr. Trump. That's the biggest risk in terms of staying in jail.
No, Howard, I'm with you. I mean, I think I'm with you. I think that it's interesting too. I mean, so you and I both have conservative friends, and for years during the Biden administration, all I heard from my right-wing friends was Hunter Biden, right? What did Hunter Biden make, like $2 million? I mean, for Burisma, these kids are unbelievable. I mean, they're fleecing the country, and no one cares. That's what's crazy. No one cares.
I would agree with you, Scott. I guess I would just frame it as no one cares, perhaps at this moment. But I think ultimately, there's going to be cause and effect, and there will be consequences. It's just going to be deferred at the moment.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I think the thing that I find significant, and we did it, in the clubhouse room earlier today, that he's at 33%, right? So this is the first time I've seen in his administration that he's losing his base, right? I mean, in general, his poll numbers never get below like 38 to 40%. This was an AP poll, which I think is a pretty decent poll. He's at 33%, which means his base is running from him, which is super interesting to me. I think at this point, I think he's in free fall, and I don't know. And again, I mean, who cares? His legacy, on some level, he's a second term lame duck president, but I do think you're onto it. I think the money, the legacy, and the staying in a jail. Sure.
Yeah, I think Trump is going to ruin America. That's just my opinion, guys. I know you're going to hate me for it, but, I think it's going to destroy the United States.
What exactly do you mean? Like, how's it going to be destroyed?
And the way things are moving right now, Howard, it's not looking good. I mean, his actions is causing the American people to suffer. It's not looking too good right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's in a good situation, but
I don't know. I want to say something too, because I just want to be clear. Again, this is just one person's perspective, but this is Trump's second term, right? He's number 47 and number 45. Well, we did have president number 46, and I believe the cause of what's going on today, number 46, Joe Biden, he bears some of the responsibility of what's happening to America today, because we all
No, sir, it's the elites. No true American leader is a president. Trump is not president. Biden is not president. Obama is not president. They're shadow governments.
They still have a lot of influence how they manage their political capital.
Right, because the elites gave it to them. As long as fulfill the elite wishes.
That's fine. But I feel he did do everything possible during his term to make sure that we didn't repeat the same mistakes. And I feel it's worse than Groundhog Day, but that's essentially what's happened. So I feel you got to put some accountability back.
I just have a question. Why are you guys talking about Trump's nut?
Well, because, I mean, come on.
Are you, like, jealous or something?
We're totally jealous, but no, I think, Howard, you're right. I think Biden. So one of the things I think Biden did, and it was a gamble, was I think Biden was looking at a possible recession, and he thought, okay, what am I going to do to avoid it? And so I think he pumped hundreds of $1 billion into the economy, which raised prices, created an inflationary dynamic in the economy, but staved off the recession. I mean, he did stave it off. I don't know if that's what he should have done. And the other thing about Biden, I think, I think Biden was a Washington insider. And part of the Washington insider thing is the guy could just get things done and spend money. He knew committee structures. He had favors. He knew people. And I think, I think that in the interim, because of COVID, people were so disgruntled that they went with Biden. And, I think it's an interesting thing. He'll go down as a one-term president, but he was not ineffective as far as he knew how to spend money and mobilize the government.
He was Canadian?
Yeah, I mean, that's some of them were for gay, but...
Well, he said he spent money. Canadian.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's but Marina, so, hey, it's good to see you. You're Canadian and you love Trump. He is at 33, sorry, I apologize. You're he's at 33%. What do you make of that? I mean, it's the lowest his approval rating has been since he's been president. I mean, do you?
I don't think it matters what your approval ratings are, because I still like.
No, I'm not saying he's not likable. I'm just saying I think
Is he a narcissist? Yes. Does he say dumb things? Yes. Do I still like him? Yeah.
But do you think hitting his approval rating, like getting below 35%, is? I mean, do you think that's a weakness that he's losing his base? I mean, that's
what on average is what's the range of likability with that particular statistic? Like, what is the range of popularity? 70, who has been at what levels?
Yeah, I think Truman and Bush, since they've been doing the Gallup polls, Truman and Bush have both been in the 20s.
But what's the highest level that it's at?
Well into the most presidents. So most presidents at their inauguration are well north of 70%, right? And that's because Americans just like to root for the president, and so Trump has never been that high. I think his highest approval rating was this year. He got to 50% at the inauguration.
So then explain to me how it is that he has such a low percentage in this polling, yet he's still president. If he's so unpopular, how did he get elected?
Well, because Kamala was terrible.
Yeah, you guys picked a bad one with that one.
Yeah, I think Kamala was terrible. I think one of the mistakes Biden made, which was horrible, is he should have just said, I'm a one-term president, and we should have had a Democratic primary. If we had a primary, Kamala would have been destroyed in that primary. Because I don't think in 2020, she even made it to Iowa. I think she left the race before the Iowa caucuses. I think she was
a DEI hire.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm not gonna, but she was.
No, in fairness, she did have credentials, but you're right, Scott. It was, I think it may have been right after Iowa, but she was an early exit. And by the way, I just looked it up on Grok, the highest presidential approval rating on record. It won't surprise you when I tell you. It's 90%. It was George W. It was taken right after
9/11, right?
Is it possible just nobody is reaching that high level anyway? I'm certain Biden didn't reach that level.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think what it also indicates further, at least in the United States, it's really less about the Democratic or Republican Party. It's becoming more and more about the independents in the middle, those people who aren't affiliated with the party, and then decide who they're going to vote for when it comes to election.
Right. Well, there's a lot of people who are unassociated or unhappy with their current parties.
That segment continues to grow at record.
Yeah, and so they just waver depending on the candidate, which is where I would be. I'm neither Republican nor Democrat.
I learned today, and I don't know what it's like up in Canada, but I heard on the news today, ABC News or Daily Mirror, I watched it this evening. Record gas prices here in 4 years. Gas prices went back up. And it's not just gas prices for autos, but even growing at a higher rate is diesel fuel. And that's certainly further amplifying inflation because all those transportation costs are being absorbed in all the products that are riding around the truck.
Well, Canada has natural oils, and the Canadian government is highly left and has this sort of globalist agenda. So they're not really interested in finding Canadian oil.
What is the average price per liter right now?
$1.70 to $1.80 Canadian per liter.
Wait, what is that monopoly money, right? Because that's what Canadian money is, right?
Right. But what I'm saying is that we actually have the resources to bring down the cost of gas. It's just that, our current government has this sort of environmental globalist agenda, which is to destroy the reliance on gas and sort of destroy that whole industry. And so they're trying to encourage electric cars, but there's a cost to the hydro as well, right? And then how do you get that hydro, which would be through nuclear power, because solar is not something that we have in Canada. So, similarly to the energy crisis I think they had in Europe when Russia invaded the Ukraine, it caused issues with the sort of environmental policies of the governments, and especially in places like Germany, and UK, driving the cost of gasoline up. Now we have that similar issue here in Canada. So I'm not exactly certain as to the true reason for the surge in gasoline prices. Is what I'm trying to get at. Because a lot of it is policy driven.
And I'm with you, Rena. I think the answer to the energy crisis is nuclear power, and liberals are allergic to it. And it's interesting because you look at France and Sweden and all these countries that have basically no carbon footprint anymore. It's all because of nuclear.
Yeah, well, I'm just sort of saying that there's Canada has a lot of natural resources, but the current government policies won't allow the industry to refine them. I'm skeptical as to why they're so high. I don't know about the situation in the States, but I just think there's a lot more going on, and at least here a lot of it has to do with taxes as well. So there's no real reason for the cost of gas to be so high other than policy.
Interesting. So we're not really in a free market situation, is what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think it's just because there's all these competing global agendas, Yeah, it's just there's just a lot going on. So, but in terms of gas as well, one thing I think is problematic for the States is just your reliance on cars. Like in Europe, they have an amazing train situation. In Japan, they also have an amazing train situation. So, there's an issue of your public or your transportation availability.
Most of the country is not, there's just no public transit. I mean, I think, I'm in Philadelphia. It's pretty decent. Like we have subways and train buses and things like that. New York is amazing. DC is borderline. But in general, I think most. I mean, Howard, you're in Arizona. Like I've lived in Arizona. There's just that one train. It's a public transportation nightmare. I mean, you can't get around in Arizona. I had friends who lived right in downtown Phoenix, and if you lived in Philly or New York, at the central location they lived, you'd never have a car. It just would be. But they all had cars. I mean, it's crazy.
Yes, Ken, I would say though, DC, the metro system, actually a pretty good system. You can basically get around the whole West Virginia, DC, or into Maryland fairly easy.
Yeah, it's not terrible. I mean, I think I would say I would put DC third in the Northeast. Like I said, New York, then Philly, then DC. I mean, DC's not, it's not awful, but it's not, like Arena said, it's not like Canada or Europe. I mean,
I'm just saying that, you know, if you want people to be less reliant on their cars, you don't need to like pump up the price of gasoline through policy and taxes. You can just have other transportation options. But if those other transportation options are not available, then it's sort of irresponsible to not allow gasoline to be available at a reasonable price, because people do need to get from point A to point B, you know, and there are a number of natural resources available. And if you want people to rely on electric vehicles, then you're going to have nuclear power. You're going to have to supply the hydro. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not opposed to any of those options. I just think that for the betterment of society, we can't just tell people to use electric cars when hydro is also expensive.
Right, and the cost of the electric car is significantly more than a fuel car.
Also, environmentally, apparently the batteries are very damaging to the environment too. So, you know, who's in the right here? People need to get places. So, I don't know. I don't know about the States, but Canada is awful in terms of public transportation. So I'm not using Canada as a good example. I don't know how we got on the topic of gas. I'm sorry, we were talking about Trump. I think.
Well, we were talking about the difference of the cost of, you know, I guess my point I was trying to make was, our gas is at a record high. I believe that correlates to a lower favorability rating when the Gallup poll is doing surveys right now.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, like when the economy is not doing so well, obviously people blame those in power in government. That's how it works, isn't it?
You know, it's interesting. I was listening to a political podcast, and they were saying, it's a pretty good political podcast, and they were saying that, like, Americans make these decisions about 6 to 7 months ahead of an election. So, like Bush, when Clinton beat Bush, it was really clear that the economic downturn was what was killing him. He won a war on TV as approval rating. I mean, most Democrats sat out that election because they thought it was unbeatable. Then the economy, you know, did a tailspin. But what was interesting is that by election time, the economy rebounded. There was not a recession, and the economy was booming again. But people make these decisions about, this guy was arguing about 6, 7 months ahead of time. And so it didn't matter that by the election, Bush had righted the economy. People already just said, we're done. And Clinton, you know, won the election. And I mean, won a war on TV and right the economy. But there was a moment in time where people just said, no, we're done. And, you know, I don't know. And maybe that's, I don't know if we're that place with Trump. He's the lame duck. I mean, the next thing that matters is the midterms. So,
well, I mean, you know, I agree with some of what Trump has done. And I think without Trump, it would be worse right now, globally at least. So I do think he's done a good job for what he was needed for. And I don't think there are any alternatives in leadership. Like, who do you have on the Democratic side? Not that Trump can run again, but I think the Democratic Party is having some challenges in terms of how far left it's been moving. And a lot of the moderates in the Democratic Party are moving towards the Republican Party simply because of all the, you know, too far left progressive Mandami types. So that's pushing out the moderates from the Democratic Party. So, you know, Trump may not be popular, but I think the Democratic Party is less popular.
Marshall said this today, earlier, Rim, that the only thing that saves the Republican Party in this country is the Democrats. I mean, we are the worst. We're just the worst.
Well,
and I do think we have. I mean, we do have some talent. I mean, like I would say, look at Josh Shapiro. I mean, that guy. He's the governor of my state. Yeah. He's the governor of Pennsylvania. He's Jewish, which hurts him.
Right.
And he's on record as a Zionist, but
not to change stories, but did you see the NDP convention that was floating around online?
No.
Okay. I'll share you a clip, because if you think the Democratic Party is bad, you should see our left party. So you love it. Anyway, sorry.
No, I mean Shapiro is it was crazy. Like we had an incident a couple of years ago in Philly. So we had one of the biggest highways in the United States is I-95, right? And there was a fuel spill and a fire. It basically shut down 95, and Shapiro fixed it in 10 days. He just basically ignored all the regulations and just said, screw it. Got his transportation secretary. His transportation secretary happened to be in Philadelphia when it happened. He had this guy running around taking Teamsters off jobs and he fixed it in 10 days, which is unbelievable. He's incredible. I mean, and he gets Republican votes. I mean, he's a Jewish Democrat that got about 20% of the Republican vote last time. But he's probably our strongest candidate. And if he wasn't Jewish and was not on the record with the Zionism, which is crazy too, Rita. I mean, I think it's the anti-Semitism now. I mean, it's so in vogue right now. It's not just on the left. It's with this Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, you know who would be a really popular candidate for the Democratic Party right now?
Adolf Hitler.
Literally just gonna say that.
I mean, Rita. Mein Kampf. Rita, Mein Kampf is just a misunderstood rags to riches story. I've talked about them.
Okay, so I just posted the channel, the NDP convention, which is our far left party. So I just think you should understand the state of Canada right now.
Well, there we go.
You know what that means, right?
What? No, I mean, Rena, it's so nice to talk with you again. It's just fun.
I'm only here for a moment.
I know. No, so I don't know what to make. Oh, we get the great Ben Mendelsohn. Ben, how are you, buddy?
Looks like Ben excited at PTR.
I thought I'd be provocative.
So Ben, is Trump nuts? What do you think?
Oh yeah, he's more than nuts. He's pure evil. Nuts gives him too much credit.
But Ben, what I'm most interested in politically right now is his latest poll number in the AP poll was 33%, which that means he's losing his base, right? I mean, he usually does not drop below 38%. So that to me is really interesting. Like he's. I don't know if it's the war, I don't know if it's the gas prices, but that's a chunk of his base saying, we're done with you. So I don't know. I mean, polls are polls, and I don't know, what do you make of a poll number?
Well, my only problem is that no matter what the polls are or how unpopular he actually is, he's going to cheat. And that's the question. Can we control his cheating? Because if he's going to cheat, it doesn't matter what the polls are. And he's going to always try to make it seem as though, they're lying. he's going to say my polls are, I'm up by 70%. He just lies, and he lies loudly, and he lies consistently, and it's infuriating. So I don't know. I don't think it makes all that much sense because I think we need to be able to do something to prevent him from cheating. That's the bottom line.
How?
I don't know how to do that.
I don't have a good answer to that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I'm concerned about it. I agree with you, Marshall. It's like we've never been in this situation before. It's just they keep on ratcheting it up. So I don't know. Well, all I can do is show my resistance through my PTR and hope they don't come knocking on my door.
I mean, don't you think though? I mean, on one level, if I could reinvent the country, I would just go to a strict parliamentary system.
I like that.
Where majority just ruled, right? And I would get rid of I would get rid of the checks and balances, and I would just have.
Wait, you would get rid of the checks and balances?
Yes, I would.
So what happens in a parliamentary system? There are rules within a parliamentary system, but a lot of that stuff is done by coalition and force. It's as the founders feared the tyranny of the majority in the same way they feared the tyranny of the minority.
I would rather a system where. So I think in a parliamentary system, you would never get Donald Trump, right? Because in general, the person that rises as prime minister, they go from backbencher to establishment, so they're vetted, right? So
some of the worst despots were elected through parliamentary systems. So how can you say that? Historically, that's not true.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking in modern times. I mean, in Westminster parliamentary systems that Canada and the UK have, I don't think those have produced terrible prime minister.
Well, why don't we look at and my background, but Israel has a parliamentary system. And they have one of the worst governments.
This is true. Netanyahu is a problem.
Yeah, I think he's a despot.
I think it's
a problem
in chase of a solution. How do we get rid of the problems we have? Well, we get a parliamentary system which has its own set of other problems.
No,
right? We would just be trading one set of problems that you have under a democratic republic to the other set of problems you have under a parliamentary system. And maybe they're novel for a while, and maybe people follow, but the problem in a system, any system, I think, is the commitment to power. And we've gotten to a place, partisanly in the United States, where when it is my guy, it's tight. When it's your guy, it's bad. And on both sides of the aisle, and it's unhelpful toward general governance, right? When the Republicans say, oh my gosh, it's the Democrats, and they're all absolutely terrible, and they're all socialists, and oh my Lord, what are we going to do? Right? They're just wrong. They're diagnosing the Democratic Party in a way that doesn't describe the people in it. Whenever people say, oh my gosh, the Republican Party, they're all full of fascists, and they hate the country, and oh my gosh, they always love Donald Trump. That's also probably accurate, right? But we have, in the country, tended toward this kind of black and white partisan way, which, to me, doesn't work out when you meet voters.
No,
when you meet voters are, much different.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
No, please.
No, I just wanted to say, most voters are worried about the economy. They're worried about having a good life. They're generally not as inflamed as people on the internet or people in social media. They're often not nearly as inflamed as cable news makes it sound.
Those people are apathetic.
I think some of them are apathetic, but I think some of them, like, I had a guy for the first time in 10 years offer me a beer as I was like talking to him about politics. And he just wanted to chill for a minute. He was like, "You want my vote? You're going to hang out with me for 5 minutes." Like, all right, fine. And the guy's like, worried was like local taxes and like trying to fit in and do the right thing. And he was not super partisanly invested in that way. And that seems to be a bit detrimental to us, or the way in which we engage in it as a country seems to be detrimental. It seems to tear rather than build on both sides of the aisle.
Well, instead of going to a parliamentary type system, because I don't think realistically that could happen, I'd rather at least see us put term limits and also age limits. And House of Representatives, yeah, maybe we should extend it so it's not just a 2-year term, but so they're at least putting more focus on doing their job than fundraising and running for re-election all the time. Because power can't corrupt for sure. And
yeah, you got like a 6-month window once you get elected.
Yeah.
To get things done before you have to start calling for donors.
And it makes me think of the Sebastian Maniscalco quote. Basically, when it comes to the parties, he basically has a quote. It's like, same corporation, different divisions. And I think
he says that about Jews and Catholics. He's like, same corporation, different divisions.
And I think the rise of the independents is also a reflection of people just not like drinking the Kool-Aid of either.
Wow, good to see you. How are you?
No, I say no. I vote no.
Oh, good. You vote no. I was invited to speak. Thank you, Howard. No, I'm listening to what Marshall said, and I'm sorry. I think that people are not as ambivalent as you think they are. And I know you're out there. I know you're interviewing with people. And my contact is just by going to the the hands off and the no kings, and that's the whole purpose, is to talk to people. And you would be amazed at how many people had never had any interest in politics. Never had. They voted, but they had no real interest in politics. And they are wired up right now because of Trump. And these are people that would never have. I met people who said they voted for Trump 3 times or twice, whatever it was. People are affected. You talk about that. People talk about their pain, their economy, the economy, how it affects them. That gets them interested in politics. People are having a lot of pain right now. Some of them are doing fairly well, but they have children who aren't, or they have grandchildren. You have so many different things are affecting them right now. And so I tend to think that, I don't know, I think it's more than, it's not just people hate Trump. It's people are upset. And I've said this before, people vote their pain. And so I do think that's what's coming down.
I think that's a much more accurate phrasing of the problem.
Yeah,
people vote their pain.
I agree with that. For a while. I've been saying that for a while. And I was reading chat, and I know you took issue with somebody about the Trump, the photographs of Trump looking like Mussolini or being affected by Mussolini. That's not just one person. That's not just a person who was writing in chat. That's books right now. That's historians right now.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it.
And
if I were to range through through politicians' pictures, I could find pictures of politicians in the very same way. it's selective comparison.
No,
It's not.
We're only talking about the photos, Marshall. It's talking about how he's doing it, the manipulation of people, wanting the fake news, wanting your picture off. You want
I don't think comparisons to Mussolini or Hitler are accurate. I think they're hyperbolic, and they chase away the people who the folks making the comparison wish to grab. They wish to grab.
Why do we wish to grab them? I don't agree with that.
I'm going to put it in historical context. There's some similarities, but he's a 30, 40 years later version. Of course, it's going to be different.
That wasn't my point. It's not persuasive. It is a saying and a view that is held on a particular side, that if you wish to have a conversation with other people on the other side, you can't say that stuff or else they're not going to listen to you.
But Marshall,
in this environment, there is no persuading. I don't understand why. I think you're very naive to think that there's any persuasion going on either side. There isn't.
There has to be. That's what I do for a living.
I know.
I persuade people to vote.
But I can't imagine that you are persuading a MAGA person to vote for Democrat. I just don't believe it. I don't believe that will ever happen.
No more than I could interest a pervert.
It doesn't happen. Look, we have this aberration that's in the system, and it's called Donald Trump. And until that aberration leaves is removed or leaves the stage, until that happens, there will be no persuasion. The thing is, the people who are like leaving the MAGA and that are pissed off at him are not being persuaded.
As a Democratic chief of staff told me, who represents a member on the East, and has to do with their own party, the saving grace to the Republican Party is the Democratic Party. From a Democratic chief of staff's mouth.
People vote with their tribe. Believe me. I understand the idea of voting because of fear, but I don't think that's what. I think the educated, some of the more educated, politically inclined people do, but most of the people, the masses who are not what they call the low information voters. They don't vote that way. They vote with their tribe. They vote because they believe that Donald Trump is the Messiah, and that's not going to change. They're not going to be persuaded. You can't persuade somebody who believes that.
Except that's not actually how that works. I get where you're coming from, but if I'm running a campaign, those aren't the decisions I make. The decisions I make are like, where do I send people? Where do I hold events? Who's knocking on what door?
Yeah.
Is it in the right part of town? And that literally is persuasion. Right?
No, I just don't see it. I don't see anybody being persuaded.
Marshall, is it persuasion or mobilization? Because I think,
it's persuasion. There are two models. There's persuasion, and
I'm with Ben. I don't think you're getting. I think one of the mistakes Hillary made in 2016 was people were saying all over the swing states that she was going to lose, and her and Donna Brazile imagined the Trump scenario where she won the Electoral College and lost the popular vote. And so she was putting money into spiking turnout, right? So she would look like a popularly elected president. I think some of this I think you're probably right. Some of it is tactics. I'm with Ben. I don't think you persuade people in this environment. I think where elections turn is mobilization,
the
right?
People that matter do get persuaded. They're the independents. They're the people.
I think Ben's right. I I think these elections.
Hey, you can think Ben is right, but I have 10 years of doing this to tell you the exact opposite.
Marshall?
I do. I've been doing it for 2 years, and it's the exact opposite experience.
I've got 30 years on you, right? I've lived.
You do. You have 30 more years than I do. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And I think my experience. I hate to use the word trumps your.
I think Ben is right. I think it's more enthusiasm and turnout. I think elections today are won. I mean, it's very interesting. In 1950, how often you went to church or synagogue was no reliable predictor of whether you were going to vote for Eisenhower or not. Like it just was not. I mean, the country was just more movable then. I think Ben's right. I don't think the country's that movable, and I think people are polarized and tried. And I think it's more about.
I'm not saying that. Like when you design on a campaign a list for voters. I designed two universes. I designed the universe of GOTV, which is Get Out to Vote, which is exactly what you're talking about. But then I decided a persuadables universe where most of those people are independent or lean independent, like from the Democratic side, or lean independent from the Republican side, right? So there is a persuasion facet to the campaign where you're moving the movables. You have to get your base, yes, but you can't do a campaign without doing both your base support and the people you persuade. Like it's a critical part of both. It's a critical part of like getting voters out to vote, as you said. You have to be able to activate the voters who are a little bit different and who you'll meet in a different setting. Sometimes you meet them on the door, sometimes you meet them at events. But like if you have a universe which is persuadables, it's literally people who swing one way or the other. Where they vote, for the Democrats one election, but they vote for the Republicans the other election.
Well, I think you need to stipulate that we're talking about localized election, because I could agree with you more about state legislatures or local mayor, things like that, because it's closer to home and it's about personalities. It's not necessarily connected to Trump or national. As far as national elections go, I think there's no way. There's no persuasion. But I do agree with you. Down ballot, as you get closer to local, you may be able to persuade people because it's more.
I really agree with that. Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm 100%.
That's fine. Yeah.
Well, down ballot is because it affects you where you live. It affects your state. It affects your district. And that's why there are people that don't vote for presidents at all. There are people who write in stupid names and know that votes.
No, but there are plenty of people that make sense that, you think of judges. There's a bunch of names you don't know, but if you ring your doorbell and you have a conversation, you may be more apt to persuaded to vote for that person. Because
I will tell you. I'll tell you who's affected by that. Seniors. Yeah. Seniors love people that come to the door. They love the candidate coming to the door.
Yeah.
People have changed their mind. People change their mind about Trump. I've met people who changed their mind about Trump and decided to vote for him when they hadn't before. There are persuadable people. Are they the majority? No. But you don't win by swaying all the voters on the other side. You win by swaying by a small margin. So I think Marshall is right that if you don't think about the persuadables on the other side, the people who the last time around voted for the other side, then you can't win. It's not effective. You have your base, yes, they're not going to be convinced, okay? Maybe that's 80% of the people
on either side are the base, okay? But you don't need to win the election by 80% of the people on the other side. You need to win by 5% of the people on the other side.
Well, I suggest what's something that's happening different. That's different. The Democrats always split. The Democrats never stayed. That's a big problem that Democrats have, is that they weren't always unified. Republicans now aren't unified. Now you've got a different kind of problem. You have, and you talked about people that never.
Yeah, Mario, what do they say? What's the classic thing that Democrats want to fall in love and Republicans want to fall in line?
Yeah, that's true. And I'm trying to tell you the problem that we're going to have this time. The problem that the Democrats are going to have this time is they have to ignore the left. They have to get away from the far left and get closer to the middle. Be slightly to the left of the middle. Democrats cannot do it if they're going to be on the left. It's just not going to happen for them. And
that's that's been the keystone of advanced.
Hey, Austin.
I was just.
No. I don't think you knew this because she paused, but she wasn't done.
I was just checking in. That's been the keystone.
No.
That's been the keystone. Yep. Good. I was just chiming in. That was the keystone of advanced political science since the 1980s, looking for the median voter. Which
no. I was just saying she seemed to have paused, but she wasn't really pausing. So please, no, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we have a dilemma. As a Democrat, I recognize the dilemma, and the dilemma began on October 7th. You then had and I live in a state that has the largest Arab community, and so we've got all of these people who, well, first of all, they thought Donald Trump was on their side, and he's really not. He's on the side of Israel, so they're going to be pretty disappointed in the next election. But we have to stay. This is something I have felt all along, and it's something that I believe, that I've always believed, and that is you stay slightly right of center or slightly left of center. It's so polarized right now that the further you get to the right and the further you get to the left, you are too extreme. You are too extreme, and you're getting away from what is really bothering voters right now. It's not about a religion right now. It is, as I said, it's about economy, it's about pain, it's about fear also.
The lack of affordability is a really big deal. In my travels, I've done roughly about 1,000 doors, so probably talk to roughly 100 people, because people don't like to answer the doors. So anyway, and I've gotten the economy, things are not affordable. They'll still vote for my candidate because they think she's been doing a good job because she's regionalizing her election instead of nationalizing it. But I still get stuff's really expensive. And so it's the pain you're talking about is a very real thing I think the average American struggles with. And the Republican cause has not been good at answering the question. The Democrats seem to be at their best when they are arguing about affordability. At least that's just my personal particular opinion.
Well, I'm going to tell you something else. I think Republicans underestimate what the No Kings or the hands-off rallies were. I think they completely underestimate how organized those people are, and that's one vote. They're out there, and they're going to bring in more votes. That's the whole point. And when you get that many people, I don't think you've ever seen that before.
My friends who were doing that at our local No Kings protests, wound up with a fair number of people who wanted to volunteer for causes. I went twice, not the most recent time, because it was relatively small and I had something to do. It was in the middle of the day. But I ran into people I'd known since I was in middle school. But I don't know about other people's areas, but at least in my area, it's very democratic, despite the fact that I'm a Republican. So I went to school with a lot of Democrats who've become involved. And, They seemed really kind of charged, really energized. They outvoted the Republicans in Hidalgo County, so at least the local metric kind of shows that the energy is on the Democratic side of the aisle. It's not situated on the Republican side of the aisle.
Can I say one thing? I guess.
Of course, please.
As the only MAGA supporter on stage, I would just say that, fundamentally, Mr. T is under a lot of pressure right now. Mr. T is basically a pincer movement is happening, where you have the Tucker Couture things paid by Couture, and you have the Democrat establishment, which has been calling for his assassination, and now there have been 3 assassination attempts on him.
Wait. Excuse me. Pardon me, I don't mean to be rude. Did you just say who's calling for his assassination, Trump's assassination?
He said the Democrats. He said the Democrats.
Jeffrey said...
Give me a name of anybody who has called for assassination.
Jeffrey's
Hakeem Jeffries has called for his
assassination. Why do you lie? Because you know you're lying. You know you're lying. Chuck Schumer never called for assassination. You're lying. You're lying.
Intelligent to say it. This is an intelligent conversation. Why would you say something that's not even intelligent?
He didn't use the exact word assassination, but in so many...
No, he hasn't.
I'm heavy-handing moderating to that.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's not even spend too much time on that. Let's just keep moving.
But tell me, what I find interesting about Trump, right? I think what's interesting is right now, I think Bush and the neocons opened up a space for him, right? And he ran in 2016 as someone that was like, I'm not going to get into these stupid wars, and I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. That's not a very Republican position, right? He used to say those things, right? I mean, he used to populist, and now he's governing just as a Reaganite neocon, right? I mean, he's the war in Iran, I think, is a little crazy. And he's also, I think his signature accomplishment is the tax cuts, which will be, you can't undo tax cuts in this country, right? People just like low taxes. And so, but that's really, what's fascinating to me is that he's kind of a dumber version, I think, of Ronald Reagan.
And a master communicator.
Yeah, and a master communicator. He's Reagan with less IQ points and maybe better communication skills.
The thing is, Reagan did have a consistent philosophy. He did absorb the sort of the traditional conservative, viewpoints and platform. Donald Trump has no ideology at all. There's no ideology. And Ronald Reagan is not like that. So I
argued earlier in Jerry's room that I believe this whole thing with Jimmy Kimmel or about indicting Comey again, to me it's just diversion tactics to keep the focus and have people further talk about the Epstein files. But as I say, one other person on stage that we haven't allowed to speak, and that's Dr. Jordan. So, Dr. Jordan.
My main man, Doc.
Well, I'm at the gym, which is why I'm not on the treadmill. But, I agree with Ben that, I don't, this guy is so insecure that every move he makes is reflexive. And so I don't think it's that complicated. His psychopathology has influenced the culture and the society now. I didn't hear the conversation about Mussolini, but what was interesting in the book Strongmen, that kind of a social scientist like the author could go back in and look at the 5 big personality traits, or look at various parameters of sociopsycho consideration and basically find patterns of behavior. It's kind of like FBI profiling. You really aren't going to be diagnostic in your approach, but you're going to look at behavior patterns of people with these psychopathologies, and you'll see that when they govern any body of people, there are great similarities. Trump he doesn't know the rule book. He naturally kind of follows it, though, because that's what an insecure leader with their tetrad personality traits would do. Now, I'm not a clinician. Again, this is just an academic perspective, but I don't think it's that complicated. You can almost predict what he's going to do if you take away the noise, and part of his job is to make a lot of noise and bring chaos to the media's attention so that he can distract us. Anyways, I'm done because I'm talking a little too much here at the gym. But
I will just say the stuff, and Howard, I understand your interest in it, but the stuff that has won the Democrat special elections is not discussion about the Epstein files or the Iran war. It's been, hey, stuff's far too expensive, you're feeling some pain, we would better service that pain than the Republicans have. And the Democrats, and I think it was Virginia, had wins down to the county level, which that kind of stuff hadn't happened for them in a decade. The Democratic Party done about a decade, I think. Right? It is a really big advancement. So while the Epstein files are interesting, they certainly aren't the thing that are driving votes in that way.
And Marco, just to be clear, I'm not at all contending that is even an issue. I'm talking more about an observation and a belief I have in Trump's psychology. Now that he's getting towards the back nine of term 2.0, I believe he's just most interested in, one, his legacy, two, making money, and three, staying out of jail. And I think the Epstein file has the risk of impacting potentially one and two, and maybe who the hell knows all three. So I think in his mind, he wants to make sure I'm saying more about what's in Trump's motivation when he wakes up today.
Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense.
After what happened this weekend, and now the war's taking a little bit of, straight from news. It's kind of like lost a little bit of steam compared to last week, right? And gas prices are still high. Today, ABC News is reporting it's at a 4-year high. Diesel prices are high, etc. Yes, the stock market's doing well, but I think Trump looks for things to make sure the narrative doesn't go back.
Hola.
Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Did you want to comment on the topic?
No, I wanted to hear what you guys had to say.
Okay. Well, thank you. Hey, Abby.
Hey, I had to leave that other room. But I do think that Trump is nuts. I do think that Trump is nuts. I'm sorry if you guys are some Trumpers or something, but yeah, he's not doing well for the common folk, and i.e. common folk, me. So, but hey, what say you guys?
I don't think I'm common.
hey, Abby, do you see? So I was.
Do you think I'm common, Scott? You've met me. Am I common folk?
I think
You're not a common person.
You're absolutely uncommon. But Abby, do you think? I think Trump right now there's two things. I think he's done the tax cuts, and he's kind of become a neocon on foreign policy. I think he's in some sense the second coming of Ronald Reagan, right? I mean, which you can like Reagan or not like Reagan, right? But I think Trump has become a kind of Reagan-esque figure on the, and like Reagan, he's also blowing up deficits. But I mean, I think he's kind of stepping into a Ronald Reagan sort of image,
I think neocon is closer. People aren't seeing that. It's interesting because I see that too, more neocon.
Well, this is listen, Abby. Hold on one second, Chrissy. Let me just answer them.
No worries.
I have missed the last week and a half to almost 2 weeks of John Pod. So I was curious, Scott, if you've been listening and where their take is. I listened to the emergency one on Sunday, but that was it.
So when people talk about Reaganomics,
Yeah, I haven't listened to Pandora.
what is that?
Yeah.
We're talking about a podcast that we listened to that
No.
are neocons.
Okay, but this is the thing. People talk about Reaganomics, and like it was an economic type of deal underneath President Reagan. But I wasn't alive then, so I don't kind of.
Yeah, its actual name is called supply side economics. That's the economic theory that Reaganomics is based off of. Abby, am I wrong?
Yeah, let's trickle down. I mean,
It trickle down. It's a trickle down.
I was alive then, and was very happy
You were
with
alive?
economics.
Oh,
Yeah, I was alive then, babe. Definitely was alive. I guess what? I even voted.
Basically, the concept of providing private sector with tax cuts to get the private sector would make it better.
Abby, I'm going crazy modding tonight, but I can't handle these people. I think. Look, I think Trump is evolved into a supply sider, but this is the dark side of the Reaganism, right? Because I think what happens is the tax cuts blow up the deficits, right? They never translate into spending cuts. And Trump is in this mode too, right? I mean, like he's blowing up the deficits. And which I guess we'll never have a fiscal conservative in the White House again. I mean, I because it's just not popular, right? I mean, I think the Democrats give out.
Why do you think we'll never? I don't know if I think that.
Well, I think what happens is, I mean, maybe if we got Rand Paul in, it might happen. But in general, I think what happens is you have the Democrats come in and they spend like drunken sailors. The time that we get fiscal conservatism in my life has been when you have a Democratic president with a Republican Congress. And that generally is a recipe for fiscal conservatism, right? Clinton balanced the budget, I think, twice. Obama, they were deficits, but they were only like $600 billion.
Obama spent.
Obama spent like a fucking sailor too.
But the Republicans governed him in the sense of, I think he was spending less than $1 trillion a year, largely because the Republicans just didn't let him spend anything.
No, he wasn't spending less than $1 trillion a year. The base budget at the time was about $3.5 or $4 trillion.
Scott and everyone, economics is entering a phase where it's not quite as much of a soft science as it used to be in the 20th century. It's becoming a lot more scientific. So what exactly is a fiscal conservative? We have economic tools and we have precedents.
Fiscal conservative means you don't support a drunken sailor. That's what it means. It means like what you.
I was just going to say, let me finish my train of thought. We have precedents for countries that don't enter into a recession for 25 years. That's really unheard of in the past.
So Obama,
a new era of economics.
So Obama
exactly is fiscal conservatism.
When
economics is a science.
When Obama entered office, he was spending, and this was an inherited budget from Bush. He was spending $1.4 trillion. By the time he left office, the annual deficit fell to $665 billion. Roughly,
he cut the federal budget. It went to $1.1 trillion to how many trillion?
I mean, he cut the deficit in half.
I'm not saying he didn't, Scott, but if you cut the deficit in half, which is the number we spend over the budget every year, but he also increased federal spending to like $3 to $4 trillion. Well, that's a sizable mathematical notation.
It's a psychological voting trick where people make a false equivalency between their personal finances or private company finances and economic governance. But the game you want to win is having a lot of control over your currency, being able to increase the value or decrease the value at will as quickly as possible, to be as nimble at that as possible. That gives you true power.
That was always allowed, but that's not what Animal Farm was ever about. So I take issue with conservatives promoting this because they're lying.
The real game is as much control over your currency and global economic policy as possible.
That really wasn't my point. My point was, if you went from
getting a stronger country in the long run,
if you went
it's what strengthens us economically.
No, it's not necessarily if we're adding to the debt that way. If we're spending
to the debt, if we're currency devalues and exporters make more money.
Yes, Austin, and in every country in history, once you run out of money, you're pretty much fucked. There's not a civilization in history, and we're not special enough to be that civilization. Just saying. Like, we're not exceptional. We're not approaching
the nuclear fusion.
Marshall, this is not actually, such a robust thing to say. I mean, who runs out of money? Like, what governments have run out of money? They haven't. Lots of governments have run big deficits. And nevertheless, they've made it. Okay?
It's the game. It's not like a univariable.
Just chill out for a second, Austin. Just chill out.
No, Austin.
Look, I listened to you for a while, Austin. I listened to you for a while, okay? So it's just like, this is not some unidimensional thing where, like, well, you run out of money if your government goes into debt. This doesn't happen. Okay, it doesn't happen very reliably anyway, and a lot of the time what governments do is repudiate their debt, write down their debt, and things like that. And it does work, okay? The English did it multiple times. I'm not saying it's a good idea, okay, that it's preferable, but if you are just going to take the view posed here, it is a little cartoonish, okay? It's like businesses... debt, huge amounts of debt, okay? That can be part of a working financial strategy. And we do have to go beyond this thing of like, whoa, if we run out of money, or this is not how to look at this situation.
And to get
the government cannot run out of money.
To get into really advanced economics, you can redenomination a currency. That happened in the 20th century numerous times, and as the global reserve currency, we could just do it whenever we feel like it.
And that stuff has no impact on our economic standing. Doesn't make people think less of us, like we can't pay our bills.
But how do your ratings go when you start writing it down the debt?
Exactly.
You go from AAA rated to what level?
You go from AAA to AA to single A in a real quick hurry. Because as Washington said, if you can't be seen to pay your debts, then nobody will trade with you. Because you can't be seen to be honest with your own cash.
So you can work logarithmically and add a lot of zeros.
But again, this is a cartoon. They will trade with you. They will not trade you on such favorable terms as before, but they are going to trade with you. Okay?
Redenomination is an emergency lever. But it's something we haven't discussed.
Hey, Austin, hold on a second. Jason, what am I getting wrong? What am I failing to comprehend?
Because you're offering all these all or nothing, like, oh, no one will trade with you, you can't be seen to pay your debts. No, they will trade with you. They do, in fact, continue to trade with countries that redenominate and all this other kind of stuff. It does happen, okay? And is it great? No. But is it like a catastrophe that, it can never occur in a functioning country? No. It's not.
Turkey's doing very well these days.
Okay, so
it's just that all or nothing framing is what I'm objecting to. Okay.
Okay, I can be more nuanced. That is totally possible.
So they should report to me.
If you redenominate it just by one digit, I don't think that affect their international standing.
I'm gonna feign ignorance on that. Dr. Jordan, what do you want to say?
I was just going to say, beyond fiscal responsibility, going back to the earlier part of the conversation, I don't know, Abby, you may challenge me on this, but I think that, we forget to even empathize with the president, for better or worse, right? If you are groomed in the establishment and you have an institutionalized style of thinking, you enter into the office with a lot more support. When people are already challenging you, you become more insecure. Doesn't mean you make good or bad decisions, but you become, I think, more reflexive. I couldn't imagine trying to run the U.S., the country, with a different background, not necessarily the wrong background, but the different background. I mean, that's got to be immensely challenging. And so if we tend to empathize from that perspective, I think that we begin to understand some of the moves that he may make, right? And so I think we underestimate the power of the establishment and institutionalized conditioning, because there is no one who's preceded him who didn't have the benefit of just being part of
the swamp.
Well, you could call it the swamp, sure, absolutely. But imagine trying to swim upstream in the most powerful river on the planet, for example, for lack of a better analogy. I think it is immensely challenging. And when you come out of the private sector, and then you're facing the bureaucratic infrastructure, it compounds the problem. I'm not trying, you all know that I'm not a fan of him, but I try to empathize more and more with what it would be like to be in that position and why he may make some of the decisions that he does. Because it's got to be tough. It's got to be, you got to have a little compassion or a lot.
That is interesting that you say that. I mean, because, my exposure to him was in an industry that he actually didn't know anything about. And he came into, there were big players in the industry that had come in from other jurisdictions. And he went in with gangbusters, and ended up with 3 properties like Monopoly. So, that's what I witnessed him do.
When you have to when you have to be transparent, and this isn't to say that he was hiding anything, but when you have to be transparent.
So,
Marshall, you're off mic.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. When you're transparent, when you have to be transparent in public office, this isn't to say that this isn't to incriminate him or pass judgment. It's got to be that much harder, because you can move a lot more with more finesse when you don't have to show your hand all the time. I think it's a horrible bureaucracy is a horrible place to be. But I do know the people that were career bureaucrats. They had the benefit of starting off early and learning how to be very political in that way. And he didn't have the benefit of that, and perhaps to the benefit of his governing, though. He's made some decisions that, have been dramatic, and in some cases, I don't know if I should say many, in some cases they have surprised even his arch enemy.
And Dr. Jordan never had a board, right? I mean, the Trump corporation never had a board of directors, so he's not ever had to have that kind of pushback, which I think validates.
I agree with you on the board, but he has had institutional investors. He's had bondholders. He's had to answer to investors and banks, and it's not like he's never
definitely
had
banks. Yeah, definitely banks. Yeah, you're
but
right.
also to bondholders, and I definitely had to answer to gaming commissions. And I give him that. I've said that over and over to you guys. Like, there's some significant business people that could not get licensed, and he never had that issue with a very strict gaming board. So, as people go after him and trash him, the one area that like he doesn't fall down on is let's just say, like, obviously there wasn't organized crime, and he would never have gotten the licenses, but he has had to answer to institutions.
Well, to give a similar example and a very kind of micro landscape. When I used to have to explain to my dad, who was in commercial real estate, in development and brokerage, how I had to, the kinds of things I had to deal with and even county government. It didn't even occur to, and I'm not saying that this is analogous to Trump's experience, but this is what I can conjure up. It was shocking to him, the kinds of things that I had to deal with to navigate that system. So that's all that I can kind of pull from as an example, as something that exemplifies perhaps at a much bigger scale what he's dealt with. It's probably nauseating in many ways, and that's probably one of the things that you don't ever hear him talk about. Like, because why would he share that, right? Like how ridiculous some of the things he has to deal with, and how it presents to us as his entire constituency is, wow, he's making decisions without the aid of congressional oversight, and to him it's like, wow, what an impediment to progress. That's what I imagine goes through his head, and it would make sense to me. Do I like him? No, I haven't changed necessarily, and I don't love Donald Trump, but I increasingly try to empathize with his plight.
You know who he should have been describing? Woodrow Wilson.
Man, go ahead.
All right. No, I was just going to say Woodrow Wilson was much in the same way. He took a lot of prerogatives from the
and that was because he was an academic, right? And he saw it as he probably looked at the government bureaucracy very differently, just like Henry Kissinger did. But he worked the game.
I really wish Mel had been here to hear some of these things that you said. I think they were so balanced and humane, and that woman is so TDS, and she ran away once the reasonableness started.
I hope I wasn't scary with median vote here.
No, I think it was because I came in.
But Andy, let me ask you this: like, who in 2028, right? You're a pretty mainstream Republican. Who is your dream candidate? Like,
no question. I have a dream candidate. I definitely do.
Who is it? Is it Nikki?
No, it's Glenn Youngkin. I love Glenn Youngkin.
Yes.
He's my dream candidate. Like, absolutely. Everything about him, from, on a purely statuesque, Lincoln-esque kind of style, his auditory skills, his policies are spot on. He was a popular governor. He managed his state well. I mean, he just hits on all cylinders.
I'm just thinking we need smart Republicans to have their voices heard more. Like, I don't hear a lot from the GOP intelligence. And he was a one-term governor, right? Because
they only allow one-term governors there.
Which I think is so interesting.
Why he's not in the cabinet now or in some position? I mean, I'm surprised Trump hasn't found a place for him within the government unless he doesn't want it. And I don't know if he would throw his hat in the ring. But if you're asking me who would be the perfect candidate, or even in a VP spot, I mean, I hope he gets activated.
Do you think Rubio's brand is? I think Rubio is probably one of the best political animals in the Republican Party, but I think he's no Marco. I think he'd be so much better than Vance or DeSantis. How do you all? I feel a little bit. But I think this war is going to tarnish him. I think first off, we'll have Trump fatigue. I think And the fact that he was Secretary of State in an unpopular war, I think his brand is kind of, I mean, I think maybe 2032 he could reboot, but I think for 2028, I think Rubio is he's just damaged goods right now.
Scott, we had Vance campaigning for Orban, so it's like there's some egg on.
Yeah, Vance belonged nowhere near that shit. I don't know why the president sent him. It was dumb.
I would love, if I saw Rubio in a debate with Gavin Newsom, he'd rip him a new one.
Yes, he
Rubio would
would.
destroy in a debate Newsom. I mean, it couldn't even come close.
Well, I mean, what Kamala taught us, right, was that I think don't think it's nothing to win statewide office in California. I think it's an accomplishment. It does not make you a viable national candidate. And so I think people that think that anybody from California would be a formidable national candidate as a Democrat are clinically insane. because California is just so far different than the country. I like California. I love it out there. I think it's great. But I just don't think. I mean, Harris showed us like what that statewide brand as a Democrat. As a Republican, it's different. If you win statewide as a Republican in California, you've as a minority won the majority, right? And so I think like Reagan, Nixon. I mean, these people that can do that are singular impressive people. But I don't have any confidence or respect for a Democrat just because they won statewide in the most liberal state in the country. I don't think that's it's not an accomplishment, but it's not going to make you a presidential contender.
It's like being a congressman where you're only naming a post office. It's still an act of Congress, but all you bothered to do was change your name on a building.
But I think one of his biggest liabilities that hasn't been discussed in the discourse here is his wife. When you have someone who's eager to get into office, similar to Clinton, right? And the spouse already has their own agenda or his agenda, and they seem quite manipulative before the candidacy is often launched. I think it's going to be a huge problem.
It's the box that checks all the boxes. First rating. False positive and negative results may occur, not for those at high risk.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but how many Democrats are going to listen to you, Scott? Like, Democrats saw the polling with Kamala. They saw her performance in the primary, and they were like, let's go Brandon, as it were. And
I disagree. I think Kamala was thrust on us. I think Joe Biden should have not run for re-election, and had we had a primary, she would have either lost the primary or B, become a much stronger candidate. I think we all got in the tank for Kamala because that's what we had.
It was after the first debate where Biden made sound coherent.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fluke situation, I think. I mean, I don't know that.
Okay, but then people knew about Biden, and he ran again anyway. People knew, Democrats knew, and they were like, okay, so I still, like, where is the sense making happening in that party? Maybe you're right about is anybody going to listen to the truth?
Yeah, I think Biden in 2020, I think there was a lot of fluky stuff, right? So I think, first off, no incumbent could have won in 2020 because of COVID. I mean, it just was, people were miserable. It could have been Obama. It could have been Hillary. It wouldn't matter. The country would have lined up to get the incumbent out because they were miserable. The economic downturn, the lockdowns. So I think Biden, and the other thing Biden did right was he didn't campaign, right? He sat in his basement, which he's a terrible campaigner. He's a terrible candidate. And he just, he came along at the exact right time to be a one-term president. And so I don't think, that's where I'm at with Biden. I think he was the right guy to beat Trump because he was an older white guy. I think the country wanted a stable kind of personality, and it was a miraculous thing. You could run Biden 20 more times, and he would lose every time. It was the miracle situation where he won.
His place in the universe is a one-term candidate. And I really like Dr. Jordan's science perspective on behavior. I don't understand the egotism of why he didn't just live his life as a one-term president. What in the ego compelled him to feel like he had to run?
Great ambition, which encourages men of great office. The United States has taken ambition as a natural human inclination and used it to govern our political process. Those who are ambitious will fight with each other. We better have that ambition out in the open than closed, because at least if the ambition is in the open, you can see it, right? Americans have tended to, in their public candidates, not like too much ambition. Right, like it's good to be interested. It's good to be somebody who wants to achieve office, but depending on the time you're in, depends on how they did it. I mean, it used to be like writing speeches. It used to be like your friends would campaign for you, then you would campaign for you. So it ended up depending on what you did, but.
I don't think it's necessarily just that. I'm going to answer you. I think Biden has always had a chip on his shoulder about being, when he got into the Senate, he went into a club of much more pedigreed characters than he was. And he, based on the schools he went to, and just at the time when he went into the Senate, he had an office across the way from Ted Kennedy. He was surrounded by these mostly Ivy grads, and he wasn't. And he showed that, and he wore that for years as a senator, as just this chip on his shoulder. And I think he had something to prove. I think it goes back to that. He just it's a level of not being the pedigree that the rest of that club was. I mean, I always saw him that way.
Yeah, and he took pride in having this blue-collar mindset, I think, later in his career.
Pride as sort of, he took a pride, but it was also an insecurity. It covered the insecurity.
But I think what happened was when Trump began to amass interest from a blue-collar body politic, if you will, probably made him even more insecure, because he identified with the very group that Trump had shifted into and popularized candidacy around. And I think that made him even more confused. He had no identity. So, I don't know. That's my thing.
Notice he's got his school that is named after him, and this whole endowment is at Penn. And Trump went to Penn. Biden did not. And the schools that Biden went to, I mean, he just went to something up at Syracuse, which is where he went to law school. But all the big foundation and that whole big program is at Penn. I'm telling you that's really what's behind him. Is insecurity.
Wow, Wharton and Biden. Interesting.
Yeah.
And you know Biden personally, right?
I worked.
Yeah, you worked for Biden, right?
Wow.
And he was had that security. Yes, a nice guy, by the way. Really, really nice man.
And it's interesting, like it seems like at the core of his character was wanting to be president. I think we need presidents that want to be of service to our nation and the world, and are interested in being president, but are most interested in service.
Run for a few times, Austin. Like, what was the first time Biden threw his hat in the ring?
Precisely. Like I was saying, the core of his. It was 88. It was 88, right? Well, you like DeSantis might be that kind of character. He might run 5 times. I don't think DeSantis has what it takes to be president.
Look, Austin, I mean, you're just talking about a totally different way to find the president. The way we find the president is the person who wants to be the president, not the person who is of service and humble and keeps themselves out of the limelight. Right?
Well,
it doesn't make any sense
is
what
really
you're saying.
important. The best of the best politicians and the best governors. The best governors are very much of service to their population.
But it's just not the way. It's not our selection process.
No, Jason,
Gandhi is not going to get elected in our system.
We did, Jason. We did have Washington and Adams. I mean, those were probably, and maybe Jefferson. I mean, those were different.
They were a different school. They were a different breed. I mean, but really, you're just talking about a different concept of how we get a president. It's not a bad concept, okay?
But what Austin just said about being a good governor, I think it's interesting, and you have to really unpack that, because really the best presidents come from gubernatorial backgrounds where they managed, and they, the majority came from that, and they were in a management role. And some governors have more obligations and more that they're responsible for than other governors, like just how their state laws are. And I've made this argument before that probably the hardest job of all 50 states is the governor of New Jersey. Jersey governor oversees so much more than other governors do, and it's a much more encompassing job. And you just look at, where did a lot of our presidents that came from New York governors, California governors, right? Texas. We just think about what was the breeding ground
of these big states, you're saying, or big or complex.
Or complex, and the Jersey governor has to appoint all the judges. They're not elected. It's just he oversees more under his control. And again, it's a good prep. I'm not saying that Chris Christie would have been a great president. I think he would have been a great attorney general. It's kind of sad that they had a falling out. I think he would have done a good job, but the people that, I don't know all the different states and their laws and how much are under what's under his control or her control.
Yep, the governor of California, Texas, and New York, they're managing a sizable global economy that's larger than the economy of most nations. So they have a very important job. And another interesting and weird thing, I just remember from advanced placement U.S. history, Ohio is really important in presidential history. For some reason, Ohio has been an interesting source of candidates.
Producing candidates?
And a lot of people.
Why?
Well, it's one of the most populated. I don't even know how many electoral, but it's very populated, and it has been kind of it was almost a frontier state in many regards.
It's because it's high in the middle and round on both ends. That's what. We're talking about some interesting stuff here. I love this theme of how do we even get a good presidential candidate? Because I think about, people talk about Trump supporters, but, I spend a lot of time with a lot of people who support Trump, and people are like, oh, they're unpersuadable or whatever. many of us are very dissatisfied with things that Trump does. We just don't have a better alternative. That's really what it is.
Well,
he's like the least bad option. You know, I think about like, just look at the Democrats in Virginia. They took over Virginia, and what they do, they immediately start taking everyone's guns. Okay? This matters to Republicans. You know, I wouldn't hate Democrats so much if I didn't see stuff like that. But, you know, that state is being ruined, okay, in real time. And so many of my fellow Americans are going to have to flee that state, which is not America anymore, and go live somewhere else. And it's just shameful.
That she's destroying the Klan, and the Jews will not replace those folks marching from Charlottesville. I imagine that governor is destroying those folks.
Law Center anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
The summer Law Center, on this thing, just a couple.
Yeah. I hate to break it to you, Austin, but nobody's going to have guns there when the Democrats are through. It's not the bad people they're taking.
I'm glad they're playing.
It's good people.
Guns. And glad if those Charlottesville marchers have less guns.
Well, you don't understand what it means to be an American.
But Klans
you don't understand the founder's vision.
No,
you don't understand. You don't understand the founder's vision for security and balance of power in this country. It's not that
the founder's
people
vision
you disagree with. It's not that people you disagree with don't have power. It's that you do have it. But the Democrats' vision is that nobody has power.
Huh?
You know, one of the challenges is that we have 4 terms and 2-term limits. Imagine you extend it to a 6-year term. The maturation that you see in a president is pretty impressive. Sometimes it's astonishing. Sometimes it's terrifying. I almost think that just the mere 2-term, 4-year term cycle in itself lends itself to a certain type of personality growth or persona growth within the space of the presidency. And that in itself is challenging. I mean, imagine if you were an employer, you were taking a position, you knew you only had so much time to get a certain amount of things done. I'm not likening it further to the presidency, but there's something about that makes it challenging in its own right that dictates how you behave yourself. If you knew you had 15 years, maybe you wouldn't be as threatened. Maybe you wouldn't feel insecure. Maybe you would feel more. I don't know what it is, but I think that is something that we.
Yeah, I think there is something to that, and I wonder if you could lengthen the terms, but introduce an executive council so that there still is some change over some time scale. You know? So, like, if we had 7 presidents, like in Switzerland, you know, and I don't know, 3 of them come up for election every year, and, you know, or every 2 years or something, every 4, but they can stay in indefinitely, or they can stay in for 5 terms or something like that. Then you get a lot of changeover, but at the same time, people could build experience, and that could be more balanced. Could lower the stakes as well.
I mean, I've been so insecure in jobs where I have like a 3-month probation period or something like that. I mean, that in itself is enough to make the insecure employee act in certain ways, right? I mean, I just, again, I'm not going to empathize with a particular individual, but the office itself, to be under the scrutiny of government, of public office in this day and age with social media and TV, I mean, and broadcasting, I mean, it would just like, I wouldn't be able to leave. I wouldn't be able to leave the house because it's just, it's way too much for me. So, but some people can handle it. I'm quite frankly amazed at any of the presidents who've handled it. Even the Nepo babies who managed, you know, who had some exposure.
Funny, what do you think?
About Trump?
Yeah. You can respond to the title of what we've been talking about, either or both.
Well, glad to be here. Trump is a crazy man, but he's the right president. As America turns 250 years, he's the right president at this stage. I can imagine Kamala being president at this stage. I think look at what he's doing to. He has the right message for DC, bringing beauty back into the country, because for public service, it seems like politicians just don't care. It's like a bunch of homeless people everywhere. It's like it's the nation's capital, but it's treated like, I don't know. I just feel like bringing back culture, bringing back values is something that's very important. Bringing back beauty is something that's very important, and we should all look forward to. And he's doing a lot of things. On the economy, he's leading a lot of deregulation. That's good generally. But of course, there's a lot of pushback. That's to be expected. But he's the right president at this time, and the system is working. I mean, if he got everything he wanted, maybe he wouldn't be the right president. But I think he's challenging the system, and the system's responding as it should. And it gives me confidence in the American experiment, for sure. And he's stress testing the system properly. So he doesn't like it, but I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah, Stiller.
Yeah, that's what you guys were talking about, right? I mean, I kind of came in at the tail end.
Yeah, largely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm kind of curious. Honestly, I can't picture what's going to happen after him. I don't know. For some reason, I can't think that far. I can't think beyond Trump. And we'll see. That'll be interesting.
We'll get another president and it'll all be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's so, because after Trump ends, it's like the end of an era, because it's been Trump or Trump-esque since Obama left, right? It always has to, even though Biden came in, Trump has just always been this nervousness, like Obama triggered him. I feel like that bad. I wonder how this is going to snap back, and I wonder how the country's going to move forward. And the next president. I mean, we can't even imagine who the next president is going to be. Is it going to be Gavin? I can't imagine it being Gavin or something, because I can't stand when that guy talks. Honestly, I can't stand it. It feels like he's patronizing me when he's talking. But we'll see.
Yeah, I agree with you. We'll see. Abby, you researched that thing on John Roberts?
I saw it, and as I was, and then I tried to find other stuff on it, and it's a citizen's complaint. Like it just doesn't seem like it's pulling any weight.
So we don't need to be worried about it.
No, I first it popped up with a sensational headline, and I'm like, whoa, okay, this is huge. And then the more I read it, it's not a formal complaint from anyone. It's a citizen's complaint that was aware of his wife's salary, and there's no, they haven't made any correlation of any conflict. That would mean the firm would be conflicted out always. And I mean, it just didn't seem like it had any teeth to it at all. But the headline was sensational. Let me see if I can find it. I'll put it in the chat. I don't know if I read the same thing you read.
I'll trust your judgment on it. Because I didn't really look into it all that thoroughly.
You know what we're talking about?
No, they don't.
So there was a headline But again, and it wasn't even a regular news outlet, like it was a social media headline that said that Chief Justice Roberts has a complaint against him for conflict but it was that he's being disbarred, to disbar him, which raised the whole thing as to whether you have to be a lawyer to be on the court also, which was interesting. But I mean, he would be disbarred for this, which is just that was like retarded. That comment, you know. I mean, whether he should have recused himself because his wife works as a consultant to a law firm, and the law firm has appeared in front of the court. I try to find the article.
What do you think, Paul?
What's the question? I was doing something.
Well, one at the top is Trump nuts. But we were just talking about the government in general.
They're not sleeping. They're not.
And K-Flow, I don't know if we'll lose control of the border again. Depends on who's in charge.
I think he's doing a reasonable job. He has a problem now with the war. He's trying to get out of it, but Iran won't make it.
Iran has an army of 1 million people, which is crazy. Their army is actually bigger than ours.
Thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Bill.
I mean, that tells you something about how well provisioned each of those soldiers is, though. I mean, yes, their army is bigger than ours, but yeah, how well set up is that army? There's going to be many tiers of troops in an army like that.
No, I'm with you, Jason. I think it's probably a lot of Keystone Coppery, right? I think it's probably. I mean, I think that the Royal Guard is about 350,000 of that, and my understanding is they're better trained, but I think, you know, the 650,000 I think are probably just domestic terrorists, right? They're just people that are stationed in small towns and cities to put down protests. So. But I mean, they have guns, right? I mean, I think we would lose people, right? I mean, we would, you know, I think we would lose some soldiers. I don't know that we'd lose a lot.
It'd be really easy to knock them out with their Air Force and drones. Why hasn't the president been having fireside chats with us, telling about the number of military casualties we've been inflicting with Air Force? Like all throughout the war, there's been like very little communication, and I hope that's highly strategic, given the nature of Trump, the psyche of Trump. He's not a 4D chess player from the view I've seen compared to other folks that seem to be 4D chess players. I hope we got a lot of military casualties during our air attacks. Did we? Where the hell did they keep these million soldiers? Are they at barracks? Where the hell are they?
No, they're just out and about. But
is that their strategy? They're like guerrilla.
I listened to you, Austin. I listened to you.
Very good.
I think I listened to you, Austin. I listened to you, Austin. So, and Scott, I mean, I think you have a fair point that we would take casualties if we attack Iran and try to, we try to land over there. But I don't think we're going to do that. I just don't think the United States has any patience for that.
And I think our Air Force could obliterate them, yes.
That doesn't really translate into victory on the ground. I mean, the Air Force obliterated forces in Afghanistan. The Air Force obliterated forces in Vietnam. it doesn't translate directly, and you end up having to put people on the ground after you obliterate them. Okay, you obliterate them, you still have to put people on the ground. And there are other people there that you can't obliterate in the same way,
I think we need to move more into the 21st century and put robots on the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't see what's the holdup for Iranian rebels? There should be Iranian forces that can be armed and mobilized to take control of Iran. Or we should be able to find some partisan somewhere to do this. I am starting to think that maybe we should give Iran to the Kurds. The Iranians can just move to LA. They really like it there. So just let them move to LA and we'll let the Kurds take over Iran.
That might solve the California gubernatorial situation.
Kill troopers.
Can I just go back to that million man force?
Yeah, and Jason, were you serious that they're just interspersed amongst the population?
Yeah, because
how do we deal with it?
Wait, just on when you say a million, is that currently serving? Do they have like a reservist? Like, wait, where do you get the number?
There's like several militaries. I think Scott. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, like the normal fighting force is like 650,000, and then the Royal Guard, the elite, are like 350,000. Now, again, I mean, I'm sure these guys are Keystone Cops. I mean, I don't think that million-man army is what our million-man army is, right? And I think that, of course, they're not. They don't have the equipment or the training that our guys have, but it's not nothing, right? I mean, it's not. It's. But it's interesting. I researched Saddam Hussein had about 950,000 when we toppled him in Iraq too. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a paper tiger. I don't know.
You know what's weird? Israel has a population of 9 million people, and you know how big their army is?
I don't.
So it's funny because so they have reservists, and everyone does reserve duty. So they have about 175,000 to 200,000 active, and then probably 450,000 on reserve. So I'm just doing 90 million people in Iran. So you have, and you're saying 1 million of the 90 million. And then I'm saying there's 9 million in Israel, and you have more than half, so 600,000. Just trying to compare how many in our military total?
So our army, I don't know about our Navy and Marines, but
you have to have the Navy. I mean, how much in our armed services?
I think it's just over 1 million men under arms.
Yeah,
all
army,
armed services.
Yeah, the army is about 1 million people. That's what we have, but that's counting everybody. That's counting desk clerks, counting But our army is about 1 million people.
So wait, but what's our armed services? Now you could add in the Navy.
Yeah, total.
The Air Force.
Total military.
And do you add the Coast Guard into that, or no? That's not considered.
Yeah, that's not a helpful number. I mean, the Coast Guard, who cares about that? Because we wouldn't be total military U.S. Oh, we only have 1.34 million people. We're the third largest. We're the third largest military in the world.
Biggest is China. Who's the biggest?
China, I would guess, the biggest armed forces.
I mean, India's got a huge population, but
China has 2 million, followed by India. We're number 3. So China has 2 million, India has 1.45 million, and we're at 1.3 million. So we have, we're number 3. North Korea is number 4, and Russia is number 5.
Is it mandatory conscription? Which I mean, Switzerland, I know, has it. Israel has it. Who else has mandatory conscription?
Yeah, I don't know. China and India, I think, both do.
Doesn't the United States have mandatory conscription?
No.
I mean, in time of war, I remember.
In time of war, yes, you can be drafted.
War.
Yeah, we have a draft, but.
Oh yeah, draft. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. I mean, that's mandatory. If you're drafted, you can't say no.
Well, yeah,
but we don't have mandatory like national service like South Korea or China, where you're just
like you have to like go do training or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, in Israel, you have to when you're 18. You have to go in.
Yeah, same thing in Nigeria. It's called youth service. Everybody has to go through youth service.
Oh, they have it in Nigeria? I did not know.
Yeah, you have to do youth service and go train. You have to do like military camp training for about about 4 to 6 months, something like that. And then the other 6 months you have to like go into a community to teach or do some community service, like a year's worth of work. But it's not like serious like South Korea, where it's like literally life or death, and that's just because their neighbor has nuclear weapons.
I think Switzerland has it too, right?
Cyberpunk Jurassic, please come up if you have time.
Your wish is my command, Marshall. Wait, my wish is both your commands. Sweet.
Yeah, so I was just saying, like, I think when it comes to, like, the total available soldiers, both reserve and active, Vietnam is, I think, number 1 or 2 with 5.5 million.
Whoa, seriously? 5.5 million, wait, in total population? What's the population of Vietnam?
No, so it's total available personnel in Vietnam is approximately 5.5 or 5, depending on million. So they have way smaller active duty personnel, but their reserve forces are estimated to be about 5 million, which is cited as either the world's largest reserve force or the second.
How big is the population there?
We'll check.
I mean, essentially, all of Israel under a certain age are reserve, and pretty much, but they're only counting 450 there.
So
Vietnam has 103. I never thought it was that big.
There we go. So, to both of you, I changed the title around a little bit. Is he crazy or is he crazy like a fox?
Well, he doesn't have a human feeling in him other than greed and power, desire for power. So I don't know if he's crazy, but I think he definitely wants power more than he loves his kids or his wives.
How do you know that? Okay. Do you know his kids and his wife? Have you met them?
No, I haven't. But
So how do you know that he doesn't love
Okay,
them?
so you don't want me to talk? That's cool. Awesome.
No, I would love to hear you talk, but how do you know that he doesn't love them?
Based on his pattern of behavior.
And that you're around like him and his grandchildren, you see that?
What?
His pattern of behavior with his grandchildren.
Oh, I don't think I mentioned his grandchildren.
So you think he loves his grandchildren?
I don't think he's capable of love.
Think he doesn't do anything kind?
Can you point something out that is kind that he's done?
100% I can. Firsthand.
Tell me about it.
Mark Edis, John Belisle and Hyde, and I can't think of a Steve Hyde, were all three of his top executives working at his properties in Atlantic City. They got on a helicopter to go, after negotiating a deal for a fight, from New York down to Atlantic City, with the helicopter going over a route that was along the New Jersey, the Garden State Parkway. The helicopter crashed. All three executives died. Trump not only took care of all the funeral arrangements, but payments to the families, making sure the families were taken care of, named the auditorium after Mark, was there 150% for those families in the most kind, altruistic, giving, and sincere way. And that I know firsthand, because I knew the people that were killed and I knew the families. So there.
Does that?
I didn't read that in a newspaper. I experienced that.
Okay, I got you. So every time I speak, you're just going to speak louder. Cool.
No.
So does that make up for every terrible thing he's done?
No, you asked me specifically if I knew firsthand.
I appreciate that. My follow-up question is, does that make up for everything terrible that he's done?
No, first you should acknowledge Abby's generosity in playing along with the convention that you created before you move on into the challenge.
Did I not say that I appreciate her comment?
Do you appreciate my comment? Can you acknowledge that I actually answered you that there was something in fact?
Yeah, and I said I appreciate your comment.
Without my comment, do you appreciate what he did for those three families?
I don't. Oh, sure, great. He did one good thing for those families.
Not one good thing, many good things for those families. Incredibly kind, generous, altruistic for those families.
I think if I might bridge the gap for just a second, Romero is not a fan of the president.
Yeah.
So
he's to say the very least.
So you're not going to have
Abby, you're on trial now, and you have to answer for all.
You agree, Marshall, that there's no.
Did I say that Abby was on trial?
Not everyone is black and white and left and right. Like,
did I say that?
That's not right.
I didn't. Hold on. Well, now does that make up for everything that he's done?
Yes, that's part of the conversation. Yes, but does that mean that she is being prosecuted for that, or that I'm saying that she has to pay for it?
Romero, whatever your real name is, have you had encounters? Have you ever dealt with him or dealt with his companies or worked with him?
No,
to have all this
capable of reading. Capable of reading.
Right, but how do you know all of this about his character if you're just going on conjecture of what you read? How do you know what you read wasn't biased?
Okay, so everything bad written about him was someone just trying to get
I don't speak in generalities at all. You do, I don't. I'm asking how you come to your conclusions, and you're saying it's from stuff you've read. So you haven't had any firsthand or any.
So if I haven't had any firsthand experience, my opinion is invalid, and I shouldn't have that opinion.
No, I never said that.
Is that your comment?
No, absolutely didn't say that. I never made that judgment. I just asked you where your opinion came from.
Everything I've read of him.
So everything you read, and what do you read?
Newspapers, magazines.
What newspapers do you read?
Well, I've read the New York Times. I used to read the Atlantic.
Okay, so
I read the Bob Woodward book on him.
Let's see. So the New York Times, the Atlantic, and the Bob Woodward book. I happen to just summon an expert that came in the room. Alan, would you say that those are biased newspapers with respect to the Trump administration and with President Trump? Alan?
Oh, are you asking me?
I just an expert on the journalism just came in the room, so I was asking him. But go ahead, Marshall. What do you think?
All I was gonna say was we just have y'all both have to recognize where you're coming from. You're more in defense. He's more of a defect.
And I don't.
I'm just break down the facts. I'm happy to break down the facts.
Abby, I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying there's kind of an unacceptance of his point of view, which like you don't have to agree with it, obviously, but like allow him to have it. At least like what I
know. It's clear that Abby doesn't want to have a good faith.
No, I have a very good faith conversation. I listen to it every day, Romero. I listen to it every day. What I don't do is I don't talk in generalities. I don't say everything someone does or all that someone. I think that's a very disingenuous way. Well, thank you for being happy for me. I'm happy for me too. And I also read, but I've also had firsthand experience. So both. So my opinion on his character also comes from firsthand experience, as well as reading and knowing people that have worked with him. But
did you ever hang out with him and Jeffrey Epstein at the same time?
Like, what the fuck was that?
It's an honest question. If you've hung out with him, have you ever hung out with Jeffrey Epstein?
I worked for him.
You worked for Trump?
Yes.
Doesn't that bias you in some ways?
No.
Okay.
Not in the least bit.
Uh-huh.
Not in the least bit. I worked in an industry that he was involved in.
Which industry?
Why would you ask me about Jeffrey Epstein? Why would you ask a question like that? That's a very strange question.
Why wouldn't I ask
I don't know. Are you a pedophile yourselves?
Oh, that's a huge leap.
Sounds like you might be.
I'm going to cosplay as an American.
Go ahead, Cyber.
The former head of the FBI.
I don't need any other.
The former head of the FBI has been convicted.
Hold on a second.
Oh my God, Jeremy, go back to seashells. A bunch of numbers. Go ahead and ice me, bitches.
Yeah, Jeremy, go to
I was shooting the head like
hold on a second. I got
a gun license. The head of the former head of the FBI has been. You will have to move me down.
Okay.
The former head of the FBI was convicted or sentenced with threats to kill the president.
He was indicted.
A couple numbers.
Is that indicted? Cyber, it's an indictment. It's not a conviction.
As TV says, shoot him.
There's a big difference between indictment and conviction in the United States.
Only
on that one. But I think it's Marshall. This dude, like, why does he bring up Jeffrey Epstein? What does that have to do with what? No, yeah, because you. I thought you didn't have mine.
She's Jewish.
Come on.
Wow, guys, that's amazing. Pulling the Jew.
Yeah. So going back.
Is that it? Was that my
going back to what?
Okay, we're not.
Going back to what you read, it sounds like
what am I doing, Marshall?
It sounds like you read bias articles. You read the Atlantic, the New York Times. I didn't say those words. I said bias. I said bias.
So, all his behavior with his wives. That's cool.
All.
The having a wife, cheating on that wife with the next one. Right, cheating on that one.
You mean like Bill Clinton?
With the next one.
Like what Bill Clinton did with Paula Jones?
You mean like 70% of people today who are divorced after 5 years on
average can go fuck themselves too.
Romero, do you mean 70% of Americans who are divorced after, on average, 5 years? And then end up
listen to the.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're talking about?
It's
usually due to infidelity, and it's usually caused. The majority of divorces are led by women.
And we wouldn't even know, Rich, because most of us are in no-fault states where it's not even a
Are you sexist?
Is it cool that he was sleeping with a porn star?
Infidelity.
I don't know.
Because women aren't happy.
Do you think she was better looking than Bill?
He's crazy, bro.
Is it cool that Bill Clinton
can go fuck himself too?
Is it cool that Bill Clinton did
no,
to
absolutely
Paula
not.
Jones? To Paula Jones?
See how you're changing the topic? See how you're changing the topic?
Hold on. What I will say is Romero is not going to defend bad behavior. We don't agree with his particular point of view, but he's like, I've known the guy for a while. He's not going to defend bad behavior.
I apply my morals evenly. I apply the rules.
Are you married, Romero? Are you married, Romero?
Of course he's
not. Hold on. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is he's trying to come to this conversation
as a genuine interlocutor who has a really kind of visceral, different point of view.
Well, damn, Brad. Marshall, suck them off with the back.
Which is fine as long as we engage in a way that is permissive of good discussion.
Marshall, you have a little bit of white goo here.
Marshall,
I'm not saying you're not doing that.
Marshall, you have a little bit of white goo on your cheek.
He made a comment in a very general way.
Yeah, and actually, you have amazing friends.
Wait, he started this conversation off with a comment that Trump has never done anything good.
Oh no!
And I gave a first-hand account, not something I read in the newspaper, of an act that he did.
So
it was
newspapers
a
are wrong.
lunch-like, kind, very altruistic. So as a result of that, he then continued to speak in generalities. So my point is,
Abby, in Romero's defense, he did pardon that one black guy that was a drug dealer who ended up like a year later and chopping somebody up and storing his deceased body parts in his Marshall.
No.
You are the company who keep Marshall.
Hold on, Romero. I'm talking to Marshall. He didn't fucking store dead body parts.
Yes, he did. I watched the fucking thing on it. So he was the same guy that was on Joe Rogan's podcast? Yes, there was a black guy from Joe Rogan's podcast. He was incarcerated over narcotics, over drugs. And then he went on...
I'm sorry.
You are the company you keep, Marshall. We'll see you later.
See you later, bro.
going back to where were we in this conversation? Hey, Alan.
So we were at a point where you were asking Alan his judgment on a press statement.
Yeah, but the person
is where I want to.
But this point is also is people have opinions. Sometimes, if you can qualify where the opinion comes from and where their sources are, and I think it's interesting because, and we talk about this on what people read and what people listen to and what algorithms. I mean, Gary talks about this often in his rooms, that your algorithm takes you to one point of view, and it's very hard for people.
Oh yeah, who kicked me? I guess Marshall.
You asked me a question, Abby.
Well, you missed the cue, Alan. I needed you on cue.
Well,
Abby, did you ever hear about that guy?
Listening, but doing something.
I never heard that guy in a room before, and
hearing the cacophony of voices, I said, well, I don't want to get in the middle of that, so I stayed silent.
It's okay. I cued you, but it didn't matter. I mean, I asked the guy what his sources were, where he gets his opinion, that Trump is so completely the devil incarnate. And he listed two periodicals and a book. And I cued you because I wanted your comment on the two periodicals that he reads and the book. But
and I heard that, and I think you handled it very well. Gee, now that's how you get out of responsibility, folks.
Thank you, Oracle, as I am Grasshopper.
But yeah, no, seriously, you did handle it, and it's like I just spoke to someone today who said, yeah, I'm moving to Portugal because where there's an actual democracy.
Alan,
what am I going to do? Argue with the guy?
Alan, did you ever hear about the guy? Did you ever hear about that guy that was pardoned, Alan, on Joe Rogan?
That was what?
So there was, what's her name? Kim Kardashian was working with some organization to get African Americans pardoned for like narcotics. The guy had like a life in prison or something for like marijuana.
Oh yeah, I've heard
and then he goes on Rogan's podcast and he talks about how he'd been studying jurisprudence and like learning the law and shit, like trying to appeal everything and trying to get out of prison. And then finally Trump pardons him.
And then like a year later, he killed like his neighbor or something over like a dispute. I think it was over drugs or something. But he killed his neighbor, and then he dismembered him and put him in the refrigerator. I was like, I don't think it's a good idea that we should be burning these guys. We should probably just leave them in prison. And lo and behold, he fucking chopped somebody up. Yeah, they found a severed head in his freezer. And then they were like, oh, I guess he didn't learn anything from prison.
Sounds like an episode of Reno 911.
Yeah.
So wait, I'm listening. So was this an Innocence Project candidate?
Yeah, so the guy was he was about 5'10", 5'11", stocky built African-American guy. And but he was on the Rogan podcast with this guy who was working to like get people out of prison. And he, like, I think it was like in the 1990s or something, he got charged. It was like the 3-strike rule or something. And he had like a firearm. And he was involved in like marijuana distribution or something. And he got like life in prison or something like that. It was crazy. And then but they ended up pardoning him with like Kim Kardashian's help and this other guy. And then he goes with the other guy onto Rogan's podcast and talk about how happy he is to be out of prison and this, that, and the third. And then the reports come out that they found a dismembered body in his refrigerator and freezer, and he killed his neighbor or something over a dispute, and then dismembered him and put him in the refrigerator and freezer.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah. Just look it up. It's crazy. Like, Marshall's trying to say he didn't dismember or he didn't cut him up. I was like, yeah, he did. They found the guy's severed head in his freezer.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, father's here. They'll argue with you. Yeah.
Bullshit. No, I wasn't going to discuss that. Trump today actually sounded pretty presidential-like, I guess, with the king there and everything else. And all I got to say is, for those people that, don't want a king, I mean, what the fuck?
Bro, that was hard to follow.
It always is.
Yeah. So Romero and Marshall ran out the room together to go talk privately, I guess.
I guess so. I've never dialogued with him.
Marshall was trying to carry water for that dude hard. I was like, damn. Well, it's crazy. He was carrying more water for that guy than he was George Bush.
But that's like when you start hearing the derangement syndrome when they speak like that.
Yep.
You just can't talk in a normal conversation. Like, go into the criticism, but not that way.
It was like, oh, Jewish lady attorney, I'm going to bring up Epstein.
You know what? I started talking to some people that have TDS, and yeah, Abby's absolutely right. I mean, these people just have no. It's like they can't even talk in normal sentences. I mein, it's totally crazy. And then they go on their rampage, and holy shit, they just fucking go off for, sometimes hours, and it's just like how could somebody have so much hatred in them for one person? It's so fucking crazy.
Yeah, I never understood that with Ann Hero, how much she hates Trump. She'd just be seething and angry over don't.
I mean, did you hear? So when I said that I experienced something firsthand watching him take care of these families, the guy's comment back to me is, "You hung with him and Epstein." Like, that was his reaction. He that's where the derangement goes. It's illogical. Anyway.
Because I love how they love using Epstein, like they assume that we're all going to defend him as Jews and be like, Epstein was a good guy. Like, no, nobody's saying that.
When you try and use logical arguments for an emotional reaction, you are not going to make any headway. It's that simple.
No, Tommy, you should go to www.temp-number.com. That's my website. There's over 100,000 accounts. It's not 90.
Yeah, one thing about a TDS person is like talking to an atheist. Like you can't talk to them. I mean, there's no arguing. There's no, because every time you try to argue, they're like, oh, and then you're just like, what the fuck?
Good point. Yeah.
How was Gary's room today, Scott? I missed it.
The same old.
Scott?
It was good. Yeah, it wasn't bad.
So what I said, Scott.
What's that?
Same old.
No, yesterday was a little more fireworks.
Yeah, I was in there for about, 10 minutes, and it's
What was the topic?
Wait, Abby, is it true they put out a arrest warrant for Comey? I just seen a notification.
Yeah, he was indicted.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, I don't disagree with you. I'm still trying to understand how they're going to pursue that one.
Yeah, that's just Trump going nuts, and that's just he's just having an off day.
Also, I don't watch the news anymore. It's just the same shit over and over again. Well, I'll go like a couple days and then get caught up real quick.
Rich, I think I'm better when you have a cartoon character than like some dude's.
Oh, it's not my picture. It's some rando.
No, I hope it's not your picture.
No, it's not my picture. Look at this guy's face. No, I let other people build out the accounts, and then when they get enough followers, then I just remove it from the website, and then it becomes mine. I've got one with over 800 now. The guy put like 500 people on his friends list. He worked really hard for that.
So, Dr. Jordan, we were talking about before. I was looking this up about presidents and just trying to figure out which ones came from Ohio, like you were saying. I mean, and so New York had the most, these governors, and Virginia also had, like early on in our republic, they were from Virginia.
Is that better, Abby?
Yeah, that's better.
The Chinese lose their mind.
Well, I just know I've been to Taft's house. I know some of the Taft family, and I've been to the Garfield, and I've been to one more. Is Harrison from Ohio? Where is he from?
Hayes is from Ohio. Rutherford Hayes. And McKinley was Ohio. That's what I'm seeing. But that doesn't mean maybe they have their, they were born there, but they weren't, I'm talking about the governors.
Oh, I see.
So I was wrong on this. I thought the majority were governors, but I'm looking at a chart and it's saying 17 were governors, 27 were not.
pompous and arrogant a guy he is, Jesus, I could see why Trump doesn't like him.
It really seems pompous.
I like Andrew McCabe. I mean, I like his commentary. It's hard for me to believe that he worked for Comey because Comey seems like such an ass. Who worked for Comey? Andrew McCabe, I think. Is it Andrew McCabe?
Yeah.
He was the deputy director.
But isn't he being investigated or something about him?
Yes, he is. What's your position? There's been some great debate on whether or not the DOJ should have brought the charges against Comey. What's your position, Abby?
I don't think they should have. I mean, I was talking about it in a room earlier. I was looking at it from the level of Brandenburg and whether, like, the speech was incitement or rose to the level of anything criminal. And I don't see it. But, I mean, maybe there's something in the fact pattern that we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your legal perspective from that. What I was getting earlier today was, it's bad timing and, just the Democrats were doing this. We shouldn't be doing it because then we're just as bad as them. I mean, Caps, forgive my sarcastic tone in relaying what the positions were, but those were the reasons why people thought it wasn't a good idea, which I disagreed with. The other one was, it takes away from, I'm using that same tone, that it takes away from the assassination attempt. I think Trump is a genius when it comes to manipulating social media, and that none of us have been elected to the presidency twice. So that I will defer to him when it comes to the judgment of whether or not tweeting about this and tweeting about Comey and or having the DOJ bring charges against Comey is or is not a good idea.
It is a distraction.
Say that again.
It is a distraction. Give them that. But
yes,
I just don't see it. And based on how you can be convicted of incitement.
No, I got that. I understand that, and I would tend to agree with you that they do have a uphill battle to the extent that the Supreme Court generally gives politicians a wide latitude in their speech because they recognize politics.
We just lost. Scott, are you awake?
I'm awake. What about what Jimmy Kimmel said about Melania Trump?
I thought it was in really poor taste. I think Kimmel is the least funny late night person. I think he's kind of a hack. I mean, I think he's, I've never been a Kimmel fan.
I agree. Yeah, but so does Seth Meyers hate him. Like a bunch of them hate him.
Like, I think Colbert is
a pretty talented guy. I mean, I know he hates Trump, but like and I think Fallon is talented in a different way. I mean, I think Colbert is a really sophisticated guy intellectually and talented. Fallon is just an entertainer. I think Kimmel is just a hack.
And none of them interviewed the way Carson did. Or Letterman.
Carson was a different breed.
But, like they used to really interview them when they would come on the shows. Doesn't feel like they do that anymore.
But Jimmy Kimmel, I believe, is promoting violence and people trying to kill Trump. Leftists. No king.
I think his joke was really in bad taste, but whether he's promoting it, or are you saying like advocating for it?
I'm saying that people listen to him and they get the wrong idea, and they're gonna want to kill him just like the other guy and others and the other two.
So the question is, do they get radicalized from listening to him?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people that make that argument.
These people, they have nothing to do but complain, and then they feel happy about getting on the bandwagon and promote violence.
So I heard, I was listening to the Hacks on Tap podcast, which I think is one of the best political podcasts out there. And they had a guest on, I forget the guy's name, but he was a Clinton era. It wasn't Begalia, it was another Clinton era guy. And his take on the country, which I thought was insightful, it says, look, if you look at the polls, there's about 40% of the country that's ride or die with Trump, right? They're just with Trump. There's about 45% that hate Trump, right? That just get up and they just, he's the worst. And then there's this 15% he would say has a transactional relationship. Like, they don't love Trump, but they like him on Iran, they like him on China, they like him on this or that. And so I think that's probably the case. I think Trump's political leverage is that 15%. I mean, he's able to please those people. And I think,
I think it's only 15%. I think it's bigger than 15%, actually, Scott. Like, based on how many can call themselves undecided or independents in the last cycle, we were up to 30% independents in our vote. So I think it might be more than 15, but I think it's a good point that he lives on that in between.
Yeah, I think in general finds him distasteful as a person, but thinks he generally makes the policy moves that are correct. And I think, look, he said something the other day. It was really funny. And I know he was talking about Clinton. He said, I talked to another president, and this former president said, I wish I had didn't. And he was definitely talking about Clinton, right? And I do think Trump, he's impulsive, he's rammy, he's kind of, but like the Iran thing was something that like most presidents would have loved to have done, and he just did it.
Abby, what's he like? You mentioned you've interacted with him in business.
What do I like? What I don't like?
What's he like? What's he like?
So, again, I will tell you that it was a long time ago that I worked there. The last real interaction I had on a one-to-one I had to introduce him when he was in the original primary, and there was 17 candidates, and I on a board, and we sponsored having each one of them present for, I don't know, each one was like 10 minutes of a presentation, and I literally at the time thought I got the short ends of the stick because I got assigned him. Like someone else got Rubio, someone got Jeb Bush, and so my last like one-on-one, well, I take it back, I actually saw him again when he did the caucuses in Nevada, but really like talking to him would have been that year, which was 2015. But my working for him was way before that. So you have to give some leeway to the fact that people change and people, you know, mature and morph into other beings, so to speak. But back then, I would say impetulant, very, definitely in an industry this is what I was saying before, it wasn't his industry, and he came in with gangbusters and took over some properties. Like the first property, he was in a partnership with Harris, and they got in a fight, they had to break up, and he ended up with the property. And then the same thing with the Castle, which was another one that was a Hilton property. And then the third one, he got in a huge fight. Do you know who Merv Griffin is? Does that name ring a bell to you, Austin?
Not super good.
So he was a talk show host years and years ago, and then he ended up buying television shows, and he owned Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, and I forget which other ones, but he was like, became a extremely wealthy billionaire from game shows but he started out as a talk show host. Anyway, he got involved in the casino industry and had bought out Resorts International, which was the first property there. And they had a project called the Taj Mahal. It was a big project. At that time, it was the biggest property to be developed, and Trump wanted it. Like he didn't want anyone else to have it. So he went in for the kill. They got into huge litigation fights, and he ended up with that property. So like all three were takeovers, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, as I'm telling you, I hadn't even thought about that.
I wonder how much of his political persona is a persona. Like from accounts of like his early years, it sounds like he might have been kind of an introverted guy, and with an odd amount of ambition. But how much of this? It's interesting. I watched the Musk Trump interview after the the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt. I listened to it in its entirety, and it's like I like Dr. Carl Jung quite a lot. It's just like Trump is really, really playing up an archetype. He's like, I'm Trump. I could do the controversial things. I'm known for doing controversial things. So I wonder how self-reflective he is, and I wonder how different he is from his political persona.
That's interesting.
Kind of merged.
I mean, and how much he's, as I said, has morphed or changed from the position of being in this position, from when he was the art of the deal, and he was, this ruthless businessman.
The assassination attempts.
And has that humbled him? Is what you right? Has that humbled him? Is kind of what you're asking.
Oh, no, not exactly. I just wonder, like, I'd recommend watching the full interview between him and Musk. It was fascinating. He was like, I'm the politician that does controversial things. Like, he's like acting like a larger than, I don't know, I see like a lot of reality television. Like, he's larger than life in real life.
If I may, I think that, and having worked in the entertainment business, I think what most people miss, and people outside of, and for average everyday people, what they don't understand is the fact that
both in the entertainment business and in the business world, people who are very successful get enormous amounts of attention and are constantly barraged. I'm not surrounded. It's not a yes man type of, but they're barraged by people who clearly want something from them and who are clearly idolize them. That's the word I'm looking for. And that idolization is not unwarranted. The last time I saw it, do you remember the MIT team that went and used card counting teams?
The movie 21.
I met that guy once. And what was most notable to me was not necessarily him or his behavior, but everybody else's behavior. The way they wanted to talk to him, the way they had deals, the way they were making propositions to them, etc.
And in his developmental psychology, he was really an A-lister with The Apprentice. It was like primetime television, the biggest reality
with the MIT guy?
I'm talking about Trump. It's interesting to think about how he's been in the limelight a bit, but then towards his late 40s, early 50s, he became a major A-lister.
Yeah, and he was in that position long before he ever wrote Art of the Deal. He was in that position. I mean, being before the public knew him, in the business circles, people knew who he was, and you can be sure he had both men and women using sexual and non-sexual and sexual methods trying to gain access to him. And so I think that more than anything else defines him, because he's now president. What's the job of everybody in his staff? To carry out the directives of the president of the United States. And I don't think he got that in his first term. I think he got it in the second term with the staff that he chose. And, there was much more infighting. There were people who had their own motivations. And now, and this is no accident, you hear people, Kash Patel and the acting DOJ, under Trump's leadership, we have blah, 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 blah. President Trump has directed us. This is a great win for President Trump. They got the message. But this whole thing about, not to discount what you said, Austin, about...
I'm not trying to cast aspersions. I'm just...
And I'm not taking it that way either.
I do consider him my class agent for sure. And one of our worst presidents, but I'll give him probably an A or A- on the Abraham Accords. That was a great discussion. Especially if Saudi joins the Abraham Accords, that's a world-changing thing that I lauded for. That's how he would make a good mark on history.
Yeah.
And if the president, I'd give him a C- D on almost everything, and an A- on the Abraham.
Austin, let me say something to you on that. The fact that the UAE went in, and the UAE went in hard. I mean, their relationship is like an incredible joint venture life with the Israelis. But after that happened, although the Saudis didn't go in, all of a sudden the Israelis are using Saudi airspace, and you have the Prime Minister of Israel fly over Saudi airspace to go into meetings in the UAE. None of that would have happened had the Accords. I mean, so a lot more actually changed in the region than just the countries signing on.
When I expect Saudi will join. Do you all expect that? It's going to be an interesting announcement, and it's going to ride people through a loop, because These days I'm a liberal moderate. I was probably further left when I was younger. I don't think I ever considered myself leftist. But the leftist group, whatever the hell this is, it's a major cultural trend of great concern, along with like what's happening with far right and alt right, grapers or whatever, went as crazy shit we hear on Clubhouse sometimes. But the leftist stuff is concerning. That Romero dude considers himself a leftist.
Yeah, and
likes to play up his leftist persona.
And Austin, I want to say, what you said about Trump, I've been hearing it since Bush Sr., since Reagan, Bush Jr. The left always hates the way that the conservative presidents behave. They're not doing it the right way. They're uncultured. They're idiots. They're brutes. But in the end, Ronald Reagan was a brute, and yet somehow he managed to end the Soviet Union. And
Nixon tying diplomacy with China was a great accomplishment.
Say that again?
Nixon creating positive diplomacy with China left its mark in history. And I think even though Trump's a chaos agent for the most part, if he builds the Abraham Accords with Saudi, that's a huge positive mark.
Yeah, but see, Austin, I leaned towards the left up until 2019. So I went through 2016 to 2017 to 2021 thinking Trump is this agent of chaos, just like you. And then in 2021, Biden became president. Trump was gone, and the chaos did not end. And I realized the agents of chaos are the Democrats. I mean, Trump says we are going to lock down the border. And the response of the left is, oh my God, he hates immigrants. This is inhuman. Outrage, 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 outrage. Look at all this chaos he's creating. What if the left said, President Trump is our president. This is what he wants to do. Let's give the president the benefit of the doubt, and let's work with him to find a solution that everyone can be happy.
I think a way to secure a border, though.
No, just speak softly. No, please answer that question first before you provide your solution. And you don't have to agree with me, but my position is there would be a lot more harmony, that voters in this country would see both sides as doing their job, and there would be less political discontent. Yes, sir. Agree or don't agree, or whatever.
No, I was getting to my point. I think the way to secure the border is to speak softly and carry a big stick. I think we need drones.
Yo, Abby, you got a second?
Yeah. Quiet.
Since these two are just talking like just nonsense. Hey, I was gonna say nonsense. I know. I was gonna say down in the chat, if you click on those two links, I don't know if you wear a lot of perfumes and stuff, but there was two that I was gonna recommend that I seen today. One is the first one is a cocoa perfume, but it smells like, it smells like freaking brownie mix, like a brownie cake batter mixture, type thing. Like you're making chocolate fudge brownies. And then the second one, if you spray it, it actually smells like vanilla cake batter mix.
Abby doesn't need any help with perfume.
So good.
Thank you, Dr. Shorten.
I love colognes and perfumes.
I do too, but I'm already kind of set on what I like. Can I just go back to what?
Abby, do you wear Chanel or no?
I worn the Gardenia, which is one of those fragrances.
Chanel is a Nazi. That's what
just I wear their clothes.
Just an interesting thing, like, is Trump deliberative and reflective, and does he suffer?
So that again, that's an interesting question. So back then I would say he was like an impetulant 14-year-old, but went in like a bull in a china closet but got these deals and then also fell from grace. I mean, a lot of the properties went down, but so also did the town. I mean, there were lots of reasons for things tanking and what was happening with the economy, etc. But if you ever listened to Bill Maher when he went and had dinner with him, did you read about that?
Yeah.
That was a really interesting insight into him. Again, it's someone who went in kind of as an adversary or someone with pretty strong opinions against him.
Bill Maher said this was not a crazy person that I had dinner with.
Right, right.
That's good.
Austin, it's interesting if you can, it's probably pretty easy to pull it off.
You know what's so great, Abby, what he did? He had his staff collect every insult Trump had ever said about him and put it on a piece of paper and had Trump sign it. Which is just great.
It's hilarious.
No, I think Bill Maher actually, I'm a huge Bill Maher fan.
Me
I think
too.
Bill Maher runs the most honest, one of the most honest shows in the country.
We're in such a weird place where people criticize him for having a line of discussion with Trump. Like, people need to speak with each other and speak with people with significant.
No, I'm with Bill Maher. I've had this guy. It's very interesting. My podcast. I had a guy on who was on the board of Turning Point, and he was the board president of Turning Point. And it was a couple days after Charlie Kirk was killed, and they reached out to me to come on my podcast. And I said, of course I'll do it. And some of my liberal friends were like, you're insane. Why would you talk to this guy? I said, look, I have a microphone. And I think I'm a fairly reasonable intellectual guy. And this guy wants to have a talk. I have a microphone and I have a podcast. I can talk with him. And we've done 2 shows together. He's had me on his podcast. He's a really interesting guy. But yeah, I think you talk to the whole country if you can. I mean, I think you talk to everybody. And that's what I respect about Bill Maher. You know what's interesting too? Bill Maher had Tom Holman on. It was right around the time with that whole $50,000 in cash on that bag and everything. But he says to Holman, he said, you know what I respect about you guys, you conservatives? You come on the show. He said, they always ask me, why doesn't Kamala come? Why doesn't this person come? And he says, we ask them, they don't come. He says, Republicans come, the conservatives come, and they'll talk with me. The liberals won't. And I think some of the people on the left are just afraid to engage with Bill Maher because he's really candid and really honest. And I give the Republicans credit because they, they'll go on and dialogue with the guy.
I mean, he gets incredible guests. Really, it feels like everyone goes on that show, meaning all sides, and they dialogue also with each other. It may be one thing that the left and right can agree upon is agree on his show. Just generally, if you talk to people, even on Clubhouse, it's the fact that he takes the middle ground, but he calls himself a declared Democrat.
Oh yeah. He's definitely a liberal. I mean, he's definitely. Well, he's a common sense guy. I think
tons of Democrats are like him.
What he calls the Democrats out on, and I think he's absolutely right, is my party is insane on some of the cultural stuff.
Yeah,
it's why it's interesting. I'm
very, very odd. Like,
I'm a Fetterman
in San Francisco don't need to be universalized to the planet.
Yeah, like I'm a Fetterman guy. Like I really like John Fetterman. I think he's really interesting, and I think I think that like if my party wants to ever be a national party again, we need about 20 more Fettermans.
My dad's a diehard Trump supporter, and he's a Fetterman supporter.
Yeah, Fetterman's great. I mean, I think Fetterman is.
You think he's going to run, or they're going to primary the hell out of him? But
no, I don't think the guy could mount a national campaign. I mean,
no, but do you think he's going to run again in PA?
Oh yeah. I think he'll run. I think he could win. I mean, I think
he's got to get through the primary.
My girlfriend and I, we just broke up, but she's sorry. Oh, it's okay. She's a nutty liberal on this stuff, and she's just. This is the problem, I think, with people on the left, is some people on the left would rather lose and be principled. Like, okay,
a lot of people. And I won't use. I think it was a good use of the word left, because that's not necessarily like the liberal wing of the left.
Right.
But there's so many people on the left that just don't hear that much about winning.
I think
it's interesting.
And I think what's interesting is, I mean, the way our system is set up. I think that the Democrats are going to be, I think, in permanent minority status. I think the only thing we'll be able to win consistently is the House.
I don't know. I think things are pretty unpredictable throughout the future.
I think we're going to be a kind of permanent minority party. I think we'll consistently win the House. I think the Electoral College screws us, and the Senate screws us, right? I mean, it's where, I mean, the founders set up a system that's interesting, right? And I think if you look at most of the country, it's very interesting. Hillary Clinton in 2016 won 16% of the counties, or something like crazy. I mean, Trump won in most of the country, but the 16% of the counties she won had 70% of the GDP. So I mean, it's just a prescription for civil war. I mean, I think that I mean, the Democrats, we have these coastal. I mean, Abby knows. I mean, Abby and I are Philly people. I mean, it's
civil war is like, what are you saying when you say war? Like, I don't think that's happening again.
I mean, maybe.
The Civil War is a specific thing in political.
But you can't
like civil unrest just means
but you can't have.
It's a heavy word to use.
You can't have this kind of inequitable distribution of resources. You just can't. I mean, you can't.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too much. I mean, I mean, people will not tolerate it. It's one of the reasons why Trump has won, I think, because most of the country feels, I think, alienated. It's interesting if the left is honest, right? And again, I say this as someone on the left, and who's a Christian. Tell me the last time you
saw an evangelical Christian portrayed well in the media.
It just doesn't happen. During C-SPAN today, there was a nice caller.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't happen, right? I mean, and so I think on some level, you know, my leftist friends get so mad when I say this, but like, when I say, look, here's what Trump does well. If you're being bullied, I mean, I remember I was bullied as a kid, and this guy, Michael Spina, stood up for me for some reason. I don't know why. And we became friends. I mean, he just took up for me. And, you know, we were friends, you know, we were lifelong friends after that. It was so powerful for me as a kid that was kind of bullied and pushed around to have someone stick up for me. And I think when my friends on the left say, how can these evangelical Christians support Trump? He's against everything they believe in. I'm like, you don't understand the power of having somebody stand up to you when you're bullied. And the evangelicals are bullied in the culture. I mean, they're just, you know, they've been marginalized, and they're not a marginal number. They just are bullied by the elite left. And Trump, you know, he kind of likes them, and he stood up for them. And that's, you know, to that, I mean, I attribute a lot of the loyalty to Trump as some of that. The fact that, like, he's basically stood up for the evangelicals and for the traditionalists. And I think that there's an undying loyalty there. Although
there's an interesting thing with that. Like, I feel bad when I use evangelical to be synonymous with Christian nationalist or fundamentalist or literalist. I like Joel Osteen from Houston. I can't imagine how fucked up America would be without him. Like, he's a moderate and pretty encouraging. What would the evangelical world be like if he was gone all of a sudden? And there was an assassination attempt against him from like some leftist.
He is the modern day Norman Vincent Peale, right? You know, Norman Vincent Peale was the minister of Trump's church, right? At Marble Collegiate, and Norman Vincent Peale wrote a book called The Power of Positive Thinking. American clergy, I mean, there's something, Americans like positivity, right? I mean, I
can't imagine what the evangelical world would be like if he was gone, because I don't know, he's like a moderating force. Like, he has Democratic politicians in the front of his audience. He's a voice of moderation, oddly. He's not like a.
No, he's not. He's not in
a prayer towel. Blah 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 blah.
No, he's not.
He's not as sketchy as he gets portrayed as.
No, he's not.
He's a motivational speaker of the greatest skill.
Yeah, and not theologically substantive, but positive, right? I mean, on some level, you know, atheists watch him, Jews watch him. I mean, he's not a guy that's gonna, you know, shove Jesus down your throat or something like that. He's a moderate, positive, motivational speaker.
And imagine what would happen to the evangelical movement if he was gone and there was like a Hellfire Baptist brand guy that took over.
Yeah, like the Falwells, and which we've had. I mean, right? I mean, on some level, you know.
So I feel bad. Wise folks have pointed out, like someone I know who had like 3 Ivy League divinity degrees, pointed out, like, I feel bad when I use evangelical synonymously with Christian nationalists, because they're 2 very different concepts.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think evangelical, what it used to mean, and Alistair McGrath wrote a book about this, and it's still a decent book on this. I think what evangelicals are is Christians that believe that the Bible is in some sense infallible, right? They really think that the Bible is true cover to cover. They also believe everyone needs a relationship with Jesus. So this is where I probably would not be an evangelical, right? Like my dear friend
Inerrancy and sola scriptura are a huge part of it. So semantically, it's kind of odd because one of the mainline churches, like the mainline Lutherans, are the evangelical Lutheran Church. And
that's just in the name.
It's a funny semantic thing because the Missouri Synod is their like very, very sola scriptura forceful. Very, I don't know how to say it.
I am deeply Christian, right? My whole imagination is Christian. But, Abby and I, hang out now and again, and I would not want to convert Abby.
It doesn't make sense. Any supersessionist theology is bullshit.
I also think the golden cow. And Abby, I think this is a compliment to you. I also think the way your faith and your politics work, I find it delightful. Like when we talk, we have these delightful conversations, and I wouldn't change you for the world. And I think what evangelicals have is this change impulse, right? They want to convert everybody. They want to. It's part of their brand of Christianity, right? It's where you see
what's a better word than evangelical? Like fundamentalist, literalist,
proselytizing,
inerrant.
Yeah. They're proselytizers. There's something about.
I just think semantically, befriended Lutherans. It's kind of funny that the off the rails wing, the moderate and left wing is called the evangelicals, and they're
if you look at the history of this in America, right? So there's the fundamentalist moderate controversy, right? And Sparrow and Inherit the Wind and all that stuff around evolution. And then what happens? The Scopes joint trial, right? And then what happens? The evangelicals so the fundamentalists were separatists, right? They largely thought the end of the world is coming and Jesus is going to come back. The evangelicals, represented by people like Billy Graham, thought we can influence the culture, and that we'll be, and that we will we'll stick to all the biblical doctrines and be very conservative. But what we'll do is we will infiltrate the culture and win the world for Christ. And Billy Graham was the architect.
Heal America with family values.
Yes. Yeah.
Old time American values.
Yeah, and so I think this is where I probably part company with the evangelicals. I think in some ways I'm a pretty conservative Christian. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm a traditionalist. Like I like the Christian traditional liturgy. I like but I don't have any interest in converting anybody. My imagination.
It's weird. It's weird. It's like a few lines of scripture, but people act like it's the entire New Testament. Like there's very little that talks about converting people. It talks about teaching the Gospels, but doesn't talk about converting people that much. It's not the core message. But to these folks, it is. And to save America with family values. I was just going to say, long before we got to these threads of thought, remember in the Biden era where we were asked what our pronouns were all the time?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I first experienced that in the city of Berkeley, California. That makes sense there. That makes sense in the Castro in San Francisco. it doesn't make sense globally. Like, these are niche kind of things.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I'm with you. I mean, I don't
ask people their pronouns. I will, like, if I'm in the Castro, I'm heterosexual, but if I'm in the Castro, it's normal to ask people what their pronouns are. That's just the way the Castro works, but that's a small part of the world. And that's not, like, that's not an advancement of the lexicon to say, like, they, their, and stuff like that. Like, just use a dash between he, her. Like, I've started to like grammar more and more as I've gotten older. Like, just use the dash with the he, her. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, not the dash, whatever, the backslash dash, the tilted dash.
So, Abby, do you think Fetterman can withstand a primary or no? Maybe Abby's asleep. I mean, Abby knows Pennsylvania politics way better than I do.
Where'd it go?
You all right?
I lost the screen. Hold on.
Okay.
Where is it?
Who is that Mickey Mouse, like, Winnie the Pooh character?
That's the Philly fanatic.
That's the Philly fanatic.
Oh,
I have to follow. No, he's actually the first real mascot, like significant mascot for a sports team. It was created by the Muppets, and he's like a real character.
That's cool. I was talking about the guy on stage that was dressed like a Winnie the Pooh thing.
Do I have something in mind?
But Abby, you would vote for Fetterman, right?
Oh, I would give him money. I would vote for him. I'd support him 100%. I love McCormick, the other senator. I mean, he's just sensational. But yeah, but Pennsylvania's got to get rid of some of their members of Congress. They have some bad ones. Really bad. What were you asking me about Pennsylvania?
I was just saying, I mean, do you think Fetterman, like, do you think he can, so first off, he's getting it primaried. I think he can survive the primary. I mean, I think, like, you would give him money. I mean, I think he could be well funded, and I think he could stave off the primary. And I think if he wins the primary, he'll get reelected.
If he wins the primary, he can get the general because the Republicans will vote for him. And a lot of Republicans, I don't know in Pennsylvania if you can switch parties and switch back.
You can't. You have to. I hate the way we do this. You have to be pre-registered.
Because people will switch parties to vote for him.
You know what's the other interesting thing, Abby? My ex and I had this fight, like, about when he voted for the guy that replaced Kristi Noem, right? Mm-hmm. And she was furious that he voted to confirm. And I said, look, I think in general, presidents should get who they want. And if the person's not qualified, you know, like Henrietta Mears, right? When Bush put up Henrietta Mears for Supreme Court, clearly a mistake. She was not qualified. But in general, I think if the president nominates somebody that's remotely qualified, the Senate's job is to advise and consent and confirm them. I think most confirmation hearings should be 90-10. Doesn't matter the party, right? But I think in general, people, I would have, if I was a senator, I might have voted against two people. Hesgath, because I don't think he was qualified, and Kennedy. But no, I would have voted for Kennedy as EPA director or something. But I just think he just was not. But those were two people. It would not have been ideological. It would just been. I don't think those people were at the caliber of the job.
think in general, a president should get who they want. If the person's, if their nominees are at all reasonable, the Senate's job. And so, like, my girlfriend was like, I can't believe Fetterman voted. I said, it's exactly what it should have done. Senators should not be, they should confirm most of the president's nominees unless they're insane.
I don't know what I think of the new chairman of the Fed. I think he has some major issues.
I know nothing.
Is there a rule he has to be born in the States?
What's that?
Is there a rule that he has to be born in the States?
For the Senate chair? No.
Mm-hmm.
The only office you have to be born in the States for is the presidency.
Interesting. And that's a very good thing. I don't think Mangone should be president, and he's not from America.
Well, largely, I don't know if it's a good thing or not a good thing, but what the founders feared was that when they wrote the Constitution, they feared that, like, England would send somebody over here as a sort of Manchurian candidate. And so that's why they made the nationalization rule. You had to be born here to be president. That's why they did that. That may be, I don't know if it's old-fashioned or not. I mean, the argument against it would be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I would have voted for Schwarzenegger for president. I love that guy. I think he's a smart center-right, great administrator. I mean, I think Schwarzenegger could have been president, but he was just ineligible. Yeah, I think it's an idiosyncratic rule. But it's what
I think it's sensible. It's a bit odd, but I think there's wisdom in it.
No, I think there's no substitute for the lived experience, if I may use that term, of someone who was born and bred and whose entire life is centered on the country, on this country, and the fact that you can say you're from, I'm from Australia, but I think I understand America. There are a million points of data that we all as American citizens have that someone from another country doesn't have. And the same is true. If I go to France, and I've been to France, I can appreciate it, but I can never truly understand it. We can get there, and I am one who espouses this idea that we all have, as humans, we have a great capacity for empathy and understanding and compassion. But I think it's more than just, the founding fathers were afraid of someone from England coming and trying to take over. That may have been the impetus, but I think within that,
that was definitely the impetus. I mean, but you're saying, Alan, I respect it. You're saying there's wisdom
beyond it.
It's an odd rule, but it's a well thought out rule, and it wasn't just that. It was the idea of someone born in America. It's interesting.
But what's interesting is we've not done that with any other office, which is you can be a Supreme Court justice, you can be Speaker of the House, you can be Senate Majority Leader. None of that requires you to be born here. Only the presidency, which is interesting. I mean, it's idiosyncratic, and
I agree. Scott, as an aside, you just mentioned about 30 minutes ago. I don't want to make this personal. You broke up with your girlfriend?
I did.
Sorry, you went through that.
Was that the same scenario that you were talking about this past Sunday?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Okay, all I have to say is good, and I won't say anything more about it, but you left the room and I had some choice words about all of that, but good.
Yeah, I can't believe I did it.
Yeah.
Abby, do you know what I'm talking about, or no?
Alan, what was that romance book based on the Myers-Briggs that you said?
Love Types by Alex.
Thank you so much. Love Types? Types? LOV. Okay, I want to get a copy. And we're going to get Reverend Scott a copy as well.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I can't believe I did it.
Yeah, in the end, the simple thing was you were being played. That's all.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I mean, we can discuss it another time, but yeah, I can't say anything more. But good.
No, it was. I'm glad to be done with it. I mean, I think.
You're en route to finding your soulmate, and Reverend Scott, maybe we could start a book club discussing this book, because the way Alan described it sounds really, really cool.
Yeah, I can't believe I did it.
I love Myers.
Scott, don't.
You got to read the book.
Don't beat yourself up about it. We've all been there.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
It's like, no, I don't want to see another one go down like that.
What was the swinging 70s like? Were there a lot of weird divorces? What was the whole...
You're asking me?
I don't know. You said you were in showbiz and stuff.
Yeah, but
what was that world like?
It was great. Look. I was still in high school in the 70s. So, in middle school and high school. No, I was at the tail end of all of that. And when people start giving me grief about my age, my comeback is, and this is true, it was before AIDS. So if you were going out with a girl, or even if you weren't, if it was a one-night stand, it was, are you on the pill? Yeah, great. And you got to experience the full sensations of the sexual act without any rubberized barriers to that experience. Now, you still have to be careful of things like gonorrhea and syphilis and things like that. But the idea that you could have sex with someone and that it might kill you did not exist. And having lived through that, and having lived through and I don't know how old other people are on this stage, but every time you had sex, it was, and even if, remember, there was no cure for a couple of years. And even nowadays, the cure is got a huge amounts of risk. When you watch the ads about, the drugs for HIV, the list of side effects goes on for 3 minutes. That's what it was like. You did it, and you did, as long as she was on the pill, you were good to go. And we don't live in that world anymore. Period.
Yep. Epidemics and pandemics are real.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people not thinking about it.
Oh, I know. So, anyways,
Geez, Scott, what was that going to? You said something. First of all, by the way you speak in Uncle Steve's room, one would never know that you're a Christian.
Why do you say that?
But that's an interesting thing. Like, Christians aren't necessarily these evangelical family values.
No, I know.
Stereotype to this. They're not all Ned from The Simpsons or whatever.
No, and I'm not.
Ned Flanders.
No, and I'm not one of those either. But but hey, I get it. If you're a mod in that room, that room has a certain theme, and that's okay. But I'm just surprised. But
what surprises you? What surprises you? That's interesting.
Because I have in all the times I've been in that room, I've never heard you say, "I'm a Christian."
Let's ask the atheist with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad.
Yeah. So,
no.
The Reverend.
I think in some ways I'm actually kind of a conservative Christian. I mean, I'm.
Yeah. Let me say this. With everything you've said in that room, let me put it this way. It surprises me, but it doesn't invalidate anything you've said, and it certainly doesn't make you less of a Christian just because you've examined all of these things and you have a particular opinion about it, nor the fact that you might challenge other Christians as to what their beliefs are, or what the Bible says, or what Scripture says, etc., etc.
Yeah, no, I think on some level I'm a pretty orthodox Christian. I mean, I think I'm a traditionalist, and it's why I get along with traditionalist Jews and traditional. I'm a right of center Christian.
Yeah, I get it.
Who believes in the authority of the Bible. Also, my politics are left of center. So, I mean, I think my understanding of the gospel has brought me to a place where I think part of the social implications of the gospel would be things like universal health care. But I also respect, I think I could be wrong on that. Right? I mean, I think I have libertarian.
I don't know. The love for itself, and the way it really would seem that we're the caretakers of our brothers.
Well, Austin, it is interesting because I just saw a video today in which it discusses all the times in the Bible when Jesus commanded Christians not to help your fellow neighbor. And I've gone to...
Show me that. Show me that.
John,
I'm interested in reading it.
John 6:26. When Jesus turned water into wine and fed the masses. After it was done, a group of people came and said, feed us, come and feed us. And I forget exactly what he says. You can go and interpret it for yourself. But
I want to read that.
Yeah, because what Jesus said. Yeah, because what Jesus said.
I was going to say, I'm interested in reading.
Yeah. But let me just.
I'm pretty well read on this type of stuff.
Yeah.
I think when you read the whole thing, love thy neighbor as thyself, in a very specific, in a universal context and a specific context, it's really one of the crescendos of what you read.
Yeah.
To love and care.
Yes.
About the damn drug.
Okay. Now, Austin.
The sheeps and the goats.
Okay. Now, Austin. Define loving thy neighbor. And whose vision of loving thy neighbor is correct? The left or
different so much, but the way it's described in the Gospels is there was someone robbed, I guess, someone greatly damaged, like kind of like left on the side of the road. You're familiar with it.
Yeah. The Good Samaritan.
Okay, so there was someone like mugged terribly. On the side of a desert thoroughfare of travelers or whatever, and a holy person walks past, or another random person walks past, and a person from a nation that wasn't really trusted passed by and was willing to put the person up in an inn for a while and make sure that the person was back on their feet again.
Yeah. Now, imagine that person faked it. Oh, I was mugged. No, because that's it. Or imagine, better yet, okay, that he gets mugged.
It was a prisoner or something?
No. Imagine the person gets mugged. So you're sitting there helping them, and you're talking to them. Well, yeah, I was wearing my gold bling, and I had my diamond rings on, and I was walking down the street, and I got mugged. So you, as the Good Samaritan, says, well, gee, next time, don't wear those rings and the gold on your chest, because this is kind of a shady part of town. Okay.
It's interesting.
Okay. And then 2 weeks later, they get mugged again. And then you admonish them. And then 2 weeks after that, they get mugged again. And they're continuing with their with that same behavior and ignoring what you say. Do you continue to help that person? And are you actually loving them? At that point, are you actually loving your neighbor? Or are maybe they're taking advantage of you? Maybe they're doing a Jussie Smollett? Or maybe they figure, well, if I get mugged, I get a free meal from this guy. Or who knows what their motivations are. That is, I think you can go to, and I'm just guessing, but I think you can see the logic I'm trying to use here. And I think you can go to that John 6:26. Read the whole thing. I haven't. I just watched the first two examples today. I could be wrong, but I think there's an element there, because that's something I've spoken about. This idea of compassion and empathy and love. Yes, Jesus said, love your neighbor. But what does loving thy neighbor actually mean? And how do you actually show that? And how do you turn that into action? And the definition of the left, which they use as a cudgel, that if you don't call someone by their preferred pronouns, you're not being a Christian. They don't say those words exactly, but we've heard that argument. Maybe the example I use is if a teenage girl is anorexic, you don't tell her, yeah, you're fat, here's some diet pills. You don't indulge the sickness. And to do that is not love, it's hate, it's not compassion, it's sadism. Anyways, I've talked long enough.
No, these are interesting when I've explored these before. But in the particular context, it's someone mugged on the side of the road, and it was like, put the person up, cover all the expenses until they're well again, be on your way, do the same. And when it's in its original language, avat hinam, just like the energy of the words, and like the spelling of the words, avat hinam, it's powerful. It has an energy to it.
What is
and
specific?
love thy neighbor. And in the scriptures, it would have been in Greek. I'm not great at Greek conjugations, but it's agape. It's like unself love. It's an unconditional love of care. I imagine the Reverend Scott has read on the concept agape a lot more than I have, but it's interesting. It's like a type of love of care, like.
Yeah, it's different than philias, and it's different than eros, right? I mean, eros is erotic love, philias is friendship love, agape is unconditional love, and that's the most powerful.
There's an important Christian theology of the joyful giver. It's like giving is a joy. It's like the removal of the self-thought. It's the care. In Hebrew, hesed.
Well, you know what? It's late. I need to go, but let me leave you with this.
Ancient language discussions.
Yeah. Thank you. John 6:26 NIV. Jesus tells the crowd. Okay, that isn't the original, but I'm going to read it. I'm sure there's a better version. Very truly, that was probably, verily, I tell you, you are looking for me not because you saw the signs I performed, but because you ate the loaves and had your fill. He exposes their shallow motivation. They followed him for physical, material benefits, free food, rather than understanding the significance of his miracles. The context is the crowd had just experienced the feeding of the 5,000 and chased Jesus across the Sea of Galilee looking for another miracle meal. They missed the purpose of it.
Very interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and he says, he challenges them to examine their motives for following him, prioritizing spiritual nourishment over material comfort.
And a lot of the central theme is if you read the logic of the Gospels, it's about swords and plowshares. It's a very good logical proof of Isaiah. It's a weird, it's like a ping pong game with Isaiah. I love spirituality and stuff. Weird.
Yeah. Well, anyways, on that note, ta-ta.
Adios.
Cheerio.
But it's interesting, yeah. The scriptures, it's interesting, the themes against materialism. You can't serve Mammon and serve the holy concurrently. It's one or the other. You can't have two masters.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. I mean, I think that's at the heart of the biblical tradition.
It's interesting, the chaplain and one of the deans at Trinity College in Ireland has studied at the graduate level for a bit. It's interesting. You mentioned the women in the Bible are an interesting perspective on materiality and business, the generosity of the fine oils that were gifted to Christ.
Yeah.
So it's not entirely a book of asceticism. I'd imagine in India there are books.
No, it's not
a deeper journey into asceticism. But there is something. Don't prioritize profit over people. People go wild before profit. And if you're serving profit over people, you're in hell.
Yeah. I think I might go to sleep, Austin.
Yeah, it's good to chat. And
I'll leave the room open. I'm gonna mod you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I think
I think I had some sunglasses in the room a while ago. We could chat another time. But don't feel guilty. Yeah,
I feel so stupid for sleeping with her again, but
you have grace, and just make sure you don't get STDs. That's an important thing. I think that's the holy thing. I don't think Eros is evil, but avoid STDs and avoid immorality.
All right, buddy. I'm gonna go.
Love in the spirit of love is important. And don't feel guilty.
I'm gonna leave the room open though.
Good. Hey, it's good to see you, Marshall. And sorry about the bits of the miscommunication. And dude, I'm not a drinker, but I'm always like at a cantina to get tacos. And my journey tonight was like out of this world. I had like one of the best tacos I had in my entire life. Dude, tacos are better than beer.
No, I've been drinking all day.
See, tacos are better than beer. Let's go get tacos.
Hey, what are you doing?
I wish I had more tacos. I had two of the best tacos I've had in my life.
Is that Marshall?
Yes, I'm back.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Hey, dude.
What's going on, pal?
No, not much.
Dude,
Just smoking?
Yes, I am.
Getting a little weed in you?
Yes, I am.
Next week has the mystical energy around that. Just FYI. But I was going to say I'm not a gossip, but who the hell is Pepe?
He's a racist.
Dude, really scary. Is he like...
He's not fucking scary. He's just weird. He's weird. He's obsessed with race.
He's like
somebody who in real life looks more like an Hispanic than white guy and like interacts his regular life less incendiary than he is online. So the shit he says online is probably far different than knowing him, far different than the shit he says in his regular life.
Because when I listen to him, I think he's like a troll. Like he's showing up. Is his name actually Pepe?
No, of course not. He named himself after Pepe the Frog.
Of course he did.
Exactly, which says he's on the right. Right? So, he named himself after that, and that's who he is, and he likes to say dumb, stupid, racist shit. But, he intersperses that with, actually having, bouts of critical thinking. So, it depends on what time you get in and, what you're talking about. Sometimes, when I talk to Pepe, I get these things about the border, and I'm like, come on, bro. You know this is the way it is.
Wake the fuck up.
No, I don't ever say that. I'm just you know this is the way it is. It's probably a little different in Arizona, but you know this is the way it is. And he's like, all right, it's fine. But you get the guy on fucking black people or Jews, he has terrible shit to say, which is why you shouldn't listen to him.
He has these really popular rooms.
Because he bothers to not be racist all the time. That's the thing. He turns into a fucking KKK member when people piss him off and when he decides he wants to troll.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you listen to. And
is that what a Groyper Nick Fuentes guy is like?
That's what a Groyper who probably doesn't believe most of the shit they say is like. I don't think he believes most of the shit he says because he's a fucking brown dude who lives in Arizona. So you can't how are you gonna be a white supremacist if you're a brown dude? That is just doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
I think from other shit I've heard, like where he was on other apps, like how his behavior was on other apps, he was not the same dude as he is here. He was like far more polite.
Oh wow!
Like wasn't a racist. Like almost said nothing racist. Which like I wish they would say nothing racist. But like you can't wish for everything. So like he would say,
you're a good guy.
No, I'm just somebody who knows this person.
You're a good guy.
I'm just somebody who knows this person and is like, I have asked them personally and they have obliged that when I am in rooms, they will not be bigoted.
Yeah, you're a good guy. You're like a real life Atticus Finch.
I don't know about all that. It was just more like, in my presence, could you do your very best? Like, could you put your very best attention into not doing this in front of me? Like, I don't fucking like it. If you hold that opinion, that's fine, and I can't change it. But, like, don't fucking do it in front of me.
That's a good aura. That's a good vibe. Like, people that bring out the best in people. That's something we need to think about in future presidents. Because
I don't know if that's bringing out the best of people or if that's more saying it's live and let live. Like, you want to be a dipshit, that's fine. You can be a fucking dipshit. Just, like, do that on my
No, it's bringing out the...
Like, that's kind of what that is. Like, you want to be a dipshit, just don't be a dipshit around me. I really don't care.
It's a vibe. I mean, I'm in California, so, like, you show up.
I don't know if it's a vibe so much as like I don't think I'll ever change the person. Like I doubt whether there will ever be I doubt whether there will ever be a conversation. No. I doubt there will ever be a conversation that I have with Pepe, and like Pepe will lay off the slurs. Like he may like try to do it not in front of me, and he still occasionally does. But, like, I asked him personally, like, don't fucking do that shit in front of me. If you know I'm here, like, fucking don't do it. Because I find it wholly and completely offensive. Like, I fucking leave the room when he does that shit. Hey, Adam.
Hey, Marshall.
How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Just winding down. Long day.
What'd you do today?
I worked a lot.
What'd you work on?
All sorts of things. Gaming grants. Just some highway works, bridge engineering. Some income assistance stuff. Yeah, a bunch of things. How about you?
I slept late. Block walked for a little bit. And I'm now smoking a bowl.
Nice. I'm smoking a joint right now. Fucking A. Right on.
BC Bud.
The Dude Bites. I've been laying off the stuff, but I've been dabbling back into it. Smoking some of that Trudeau weed.
I was one of the voters of legalization in California. I'm not a fan of weed, but it should for sure be legal.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a fan of psychedelic rock, so yeah, it should be legal.
Exactly. Yeah.
What would the world be like without psychedelic rock? What would the world be like without a painting like this Lisa painting I have in my PTR?
I know my life would be completely different if I hadn't been steeped in the glory that is the Jimi Hendrix experience.
I love Jimi
Child.
My dad got to see Jimi Hendrix in person.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
When he torched the guitar.
Whoa.
Monterey Pop Festival?
I don't know. He swears he didn't do drugs, but I don't believe him.
Yeah, I mean, Hendrix was there for, he was a Flash, right? Like, he was there and then gone.
Yeah, it's sad that happened to a few of the best and brightest of the 60s. Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah. Hendrix was 4 years.
Sheesh. And it wasn't weed that killed him. It was...
No, weed doesn't kill anybody unless you get lung cancer.
Yeah, his death is pretty suspect.
It was scary, yeah. It was an alcohol overdose.
Yeah, his lungs were caked in red wine.
Yeah.
And he mixed, it was a mix of alcohol and sleeping pills, but looked like he was waterboarded with red wine.
Jeez, scary.
He had a very sour, recently ex-manager with associations with the gangster elements.
Whoa. Why did Jim Morrison pass away?
They don't know, but I mean, he could have gone in the breeze, in the water. He may have passed over around Easter there and made his way to Italy or some remote island somewhere. Oh, you mean how did he die?
Yeah. The lyrics to break on through to the other stuff.
I was like, where did he go? Yeah, they don't know.
Are you in Canada?
They think he died in Paris, they believe. He was drunk.
Oh, yeah.
He was drunk a lot. He was having, like, he might have just drank, had a bad night, drank too much, something. I don't know. I'm in Canada, yes.
That's cool.
I guess so. I don't know why.
I think your country's on the up and up. I apologize for the bull in the China club fucking with your economy. Me and Marshall were so happy when they when Republicans voted against the tariffs on Canada. Like, literally, our neighboring nation. Like, let's be nice to our neighboring nation.
Some of the Republicans did, right? Not all of them.
A bunch of them stopped some obscene tariff that made no sense whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wow, remembering the core values of the party. Like, that's interesting.
I don't think it was that so much as they just opposed this idea of leveraging taxes on our northern neighbor.
Or it was they represented specific economies that were uniquely exposed to Canadian consumers.
That, out of all the things that has been said, is the most practical idea.
I think Canada is going to be on the up and up. Like, small population, lots of brain gain during the AI era, and tons of natural resources, including wood.
It's easy to be on the up and up when you have a lost decade. It's
What was the lost decade? I don't know.
2016 to 2026.
They don't teach Americans much about Canada. It's weird. Like, I feel like most Americans know more about Mexico than Canada, but that might be because I'm in California.
No, it's probably the case for most folks in the States. I don't know, maybe in the Northeast they kind of have a little bit more sensitivities to the...
Like if you're in a border
like
state,
the War of
I wonder
18.
if there's more. Oh yeah, wow, yeah.
Border states for sure, yeah. Like Maine or Michigan.
Or Texas.
No, Texas is more like aware of Mexico than Canada. People.
You would be surprised. We do a lot of shipping of raw goods up towards Canada.
And there's oil synergy, right? How are the shale? What's up with shale oil? It must be worth a lot right now because oil is really expensive. Like the tar sands.
We're getting windfalls like crazy right now. Actually, I've been saying it since the beginning that the two countries that are as unfortunate as it is benefiting from the war with Iran is Russia and Canada.
I'm glad. Yeah. Seems like Canada is like, it seems to be a kind culture.
No, I mean, sure.
Everything's relative.
Yeah, we need to evolve differently or something. You know, it's cold, even if you know, things. But
it's a very different history. There was no Revolutionary War in Canada ever.
The War of Independence. It's interesting. So we would characterize it. We'd call it something different than the United States would. No, there were some wars like the French, right, that had to be rectified for crown rule, and the race to the west was interesting. Where I'm out in British Columbia, it's basically, 1871 it becomes a province, but before 48 there's like basically nothing here except fur trapping in the interior. And then all the gold. There's the gold rush. There's California gold rush, 49, and then the late 50s in BC. So there was squabbles over the territories between kind of north of Seattle. There's all these islands, right? And
yeah, there's that weird island that's like in a geographically nifty place.
Yeah, there's like I think it's the San Juan Islands. And it's Washington State, but it's close to Vancouver Island. It's wedged right up there. And there was a border dispute like late into the 19th century. And it was like over a pig, like an American.
Of course there was.
A farmer who owned a pig got killed unjustifiably by Crown troops, I think, or something like that, or Crown agents, and then it set off this whole thing. There was like it became a bargaining chip and like figuring out like later things like the Panhandle, the Klondike Gold Rush, where the Trump family made their fortune first. There's a Trump Tower in northern Canada, in the Yukon.
What?
Awesome. Yeah.
What kind of tower?
A 2-story. Donald Trump's grandfather or great grandfather
built the tower.
Yeah, he built a 2-story building of the Klondike Gold Rush, like I think the late 1890s, and it was a hotel brothel.
Interesting.
And that's where the family first made. He made a bunch of money doing that.
Is it still standing? Is it still?
Yeah, it's still there.
Amazing. It's interesting. I was thinking like another weird gap in understanding is in school we were never taught about Kaliningrad, and it's such a weird geography.
Yeah.
It's a weird place. It was really nice when like Russia was a participant in the free world. It's interesting though, like I listened to some like serious analysis after the war with Ukraine, and it wasn't like the perspective was this isn't a second Cold War. It's just for some people the dying generation. Putin's the last gasp of the Cold War. It's scary that his successor could be worse. Like There's that like really scary looking blonde dude who was in the KGB with him, who's spoken of as a potential successor. He seems scary as hell. He looks like a James Bond villain more than Putin.
Yeah, Russia, Soviet leadership. There's always scary. There's consistently been kind of scary.
Yeah, they've had a lot of bad leaders. There's great popes and great classical music and great ballerinas, but they're not so great at like politicians and emperors and kings and queens and whatever. What the hell was the title of the leader of the USSR?
General. Who's the general secretary of the
Soviet Union? Whatever, yeah.
There's Gorbachev, right? And then there's a cluster of like old fogies that kept on dying, like guys that like head up the bureaucracy.
It's like nice when they're in harmony with the rest of the world. Like really, like it was so crazy. Like right before the war started, like Russia is the best emerging market, and threw it all away to kill all the Ukrainians.
Is it just me, or you might be kind of bugging out? Maybe it's me. You're sounding like the aliens look in your PTR.
I only have one bar of LTE right now.
Are you being abducted?
Yeah.
Van Orson Welles did him dirty in the 30s, eh? At that War of the Worlds broadcast on the radio. Man. Some wild shit. It's like putting spells on people.
Yep.
Well, I guess I'm gonna build the ballroom now.
Do you guys have one?
The ballroom? Probably. I don't know.
What's the Prime Minister's residence? Like the Ottawa.
Oh, that one's a quagmire. It's an old building. It needs a lot of work.
That's kind of nice.
Rito Hall.
That might be better than spending $400 million on the ballroom.
I'm sure they'll find a way to spend $400 million on a new residence or something.
But they have a name? What's it called?
I think it's called Redo Hall.
Interesting.
Hall.
And Downing Street's pretty cool. Like the number 10. Cool.
There's been some assassination attempts through that property. Actually, when Trudeau and family weren't home, but there was like a gunman who's like, he came from Winnipeg, and this
Trudeau the first.
He had a gun. He like ran through the grounds, like it's like wooded and stuff. And he's like just like going in there, and they got him. They didn't kill him, but
this wasn't Trudeau the younger. This was Trudeau the older.
Justin.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Yeah, and in the late '90s, Jean Chrétien was sleeping with his wife. Right, Jean Chrétien is probably like 60, 65 years. And it was his wife. There was an intruder came into into the bedroom or something, and then the wife got him like out of there. Chrétien's wife like was able to like kick the guy out.
Nice.
So I don't know if that's an assassination attempt or not. He might have had a knife. I can't remember the details. It was a long time ago. I was young.
I can't believe Pelosi's mansion, and it wasn't a gift from the government. But I can't believe Pelosi's mansion in SF had such lax security. Weird.
Yeah,
Everyone's got it down.
yeah, by a male from British Columbia. He's from the Sunshine Coast, north of Vancouver. Yeah.
What would it be?
I don't know. He was deranged. I think it was some sort of just like deranged, probably drug fueled pathology of violence. Yeah.
Do you ever go to Whistler?
I've been to Whistler.
I haven't been there yet. Sounds amazing.
Yeah, there's the skiing's good in British Columbia. There's better places to go than Whistler.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's good.
Nice. But where are the better places than Whistler? That seems interesting.
Revelstoke, for example, has the greatest vertical in North America. At least yeah, maybe three. Maybe there's something new, but for the last.
Is it steep?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of we call it the Southern Rockies, but they'd be like north of your Northern Rockies.
Interesting. Huh. That's cool. Have you been to Banff? I like that Instagram has made Banff like super viral.
I haven't been to Banff. No.
Seems cool. Like it's very iconic every time I see it on Instagram.
Yeah, it's good. There's spectacular wilderness for sure. It's
a blessing to live in North America. I'm glad to be here. Hope it keeps thriving. I think it will.
Yeah, one of the big early sort of, it's not even a Trump dynamic, it's, well, maybe it is, I don't know. Biden rejected the pipeline.
Oh, yeah,
so there's going to be this, right, there's going to come from Alberta.
The Keystone.
The Keystone. Or is it Trans-Canada?
Oh, I don't know.
Something like a Keystone. And even Trudeau was pushing for it.
Whoa.
Yeah, Trudeau was all in, and then he's like, "Okay, we're gonna do this other one. We put one to Vancouver, twinned the existing line, and so increased and now that's actually just that line coming in. We can sell a bunch of oil at a premium to Pacific Rim, Indian Rim, kind of, yeah. So trying to diversify some of our exports.
I wonder which like name brand gas stations get a lot of the fossil fuel from Canada. I like supporting Canada as an economy. I need to start buying like real Canadian maple syrup.
Yeah, there's the stockpiles, right? There's a index, right? There's like an actual strategic reserve of maple syrup in Quebec.
It's good. Maple syrup is underrated, even though it's generally appreciated. Apparently, it has like some health benefit.
A small detail in Terminator 2 is that early on when they're in the future and it's apocalyptic fighting the robots, some of the rations were maple syrup, like Canadian maple syrup rations.
Marshall, are you more of a pancake guy or a waffle guy or a French toast guy?
Waffles first, pancakes second.
Nice. I've started to really like Belgian waffles, like Liège waffles. A Liège waffle?
Belgium.
Maple syrup is much better than whatever that stuff's called. Like pearl sugar or whatever it is. Like, yeah, there should be more maple syrup in Belgium. The deep thoughts of the econ major.
Canada's like caught in this resource colony cycle, trying to get to critical mass of population for it to have secondary manufacturing and more specialization. There are areas where that's happening, but there's also just a lot of like raw resource exports, raw logs. Full raw logs being sent overseas because it's cheaper to mill in China than it is this side. Yeah.
Is there a lot of cool stuff like Craftsman furniture and stuff like that?
Yeah, there's some really impressive timber frame manufacturers in the south.
It's interesting. I think Canada's been very good at AI in general. It'll help the economy for the future.
But they gotta the debt and deficit stuff isn't very good. It's not. I mean, everyone's kind of in the same cycle. You see it all over the place, but still, it's not prudent. You shouldn't be spending so much financing the debt. It's ruinous, compounding.
The oil prices are really good though. The weaker Canadian dollar makes really easy to export a lot of oil.
Yeah, exports prefer it. Yeah, there's not an all in, but a pretty aggressive pro mining and I don't know. I'd rather. I think Trump is. I don't think Trump. Whoever succeeds Trump is not going to beat Trump. So I think with time, maybe space, some of these whatever it is he's doing will dissipate. I don't think his successor will die on the hill of Kentucky getting absolutely furious about the bourbon that's not being drank up north.
Yeah.
And we like that bourbon. I miss it. That young citizen journalist, is that what we'll call him, who did an expose on Minnesota and the child care rackets, and then went out to California. He went up to Vancouver and he was like just going around asking people like who would talk to him on the streets. It was pretty funny.
Did he show up to Canada and start exposing corruption as well?
Well, the clip I saw was just him kind of walking around, like talking around to people who would like talk to him, and he got actually an interesting cross section of people. The one lady who was in the cosplay, she was, she's like, just remember, like we know where the White House is. Like we'll do it again kind of thing.
Wow. Strange.
Very short.
Minnesota seems like a nice place. And Victoria is like an older city than Vancouver, yeah.
Yes, yeah, the capital. Yeah, Victoria is Fort Victoria. I don't know, might even have been late 1840s. Yeah, Victoria's it's a much more like European kind of vibe.
It's cool. I'd like to visit. I haven't visited much of the West. I was in Vancouver for a very short visit. We went to a gigantic park somewhere. It's cool.
Nice. Yeah, I'd like to travel more in the States. I haven't been to too many places at all. I haven't spent very much time in the United States.
New Orleans is crazy cool. It's dangerous though.
It's what?
Dangerous. Like it's as dangerous as a Latin America city.
Okay. Is there a lot of precipitation in California right now?
Better than not a lot, but
You were beamed up for a moment.
was my microphone beamed up again?
Yeah, you went up into orbit for a moment with the aliens. You were taken away from us.
The ancient aliens?
Yeah, I think the Colorado River watershed is one of those critical factors. There's a lot riding on that.
The high quality waters are really great then in this century, next century.
Or just availability.
Yep. I wish we were investing more in desalinization and stuff. Do you think Trump's crazy like a fox?
Probably.
He's quite a dude. He's an old dude.
Oh, the saga is epic. Truly epic.
Did they air his big reality TV show in Canada?
The Apprentice?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got all that shit. We're definitely
the same level of reality TV that America got.
Well, box office, results, domestic includes Canada, the Canadian market.
Nuts.
Yeah. No, it's pretty integrated, like a lot of things. There's KTLA, WGN.
LA's cool. You gotta know the cool neighborhoods to get to.
What's that?
LA's cool. You just gotta know where the cool neighborhoods are and figure out transportation
It's not a very walkable city.
Yeah, my point of reference is like speed, I think. Just gonna keep the bus above 50. He was great. What's his name? The bad guy. Pop quiz hotshot. Blanket. Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper and speed.
Interesting.
Yeah, his like psychotic performances, like Blue Velvet.
I haven't seen that one. I think I've either seen Speed or some segments of it. I don't have maybe I didn't see it. Don't have deep remembrance of that movie. The 90s had a lot of epic movies, a lot of blockbuster comedies.
Yes, good times.
Jim Carrey's a dude. He's cool.
No, the 90s had just even action. Yeah, the action and stuff. I Con Air. Okay, I think Con Air is one of the greats. It's like the pinnacle of that sort of like 90s cheese, awesome action. And everyone's in it. Tremendous. You know, the thing's absurd. Diabetes doesn't even make sense in that universe.
I'm getting kind of tired. Just kind of.
Yeah.
So this is a good room. I think it should stay open.
Do most people think Trump is crazy like Fox?
I don't know.
Okay. There isn't consensus. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree that he's pretty crazy, but I think Abby and Scott mentioned that he was on when he met with Bill Maher, the late night TV show host. He's a sensible guy, and he said Trump's not that crazy after having dinner with him. That's a good sign.
Yeah, but isn't it kind of crazy that Bill Maher is having dinner with Donald Trump and Kid Rock?
I think it's good.
The White House.
I think it's good to have honest communication. I think Bill Maher and both of them, so I think it's good to have adults in the room when people are hanging out with Kid Rock.
There's something exquisite. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's the end of the world with this, but there is something incredible. It's inspiring. It's awe-inspiring. How Trump is able to like have weaved this reality. It's tremendous.
It feels very surreal, yeah. And Kid Rock is back to headlines. The universe is some kind of a dimension.
Well, radio, good night.
Good night.
Hey, Scott, Abby, how are you guys doing? Are you guys awake?
Look at all these stacking ass ugly crap. These niggas look like Adam 24. Backyard broke. White people broke. That's why they hate Donald Trump, because he didn't give the white people a mule and 1,000 acres. White people say, Trump, we want something.
I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat yourself?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Is this room awake or asleep? I'll take that as being asleep. If anybody would like to come up and have a chat, keeping this room alive. Yoav, come on up. Mexita, come on up. And come on up. Kat, Sean, Will, let's have a chat. Cuckoo. Okay, I'll just hang the 5 here until somebody comes up for some decent conversation. So keep me posted. Yeah.
What's going on?
Yo, Scott, you on off. I mean, look, is Trump crazy like a fox? I mean, a fox is crazy. I think they're cunning. I wouldn't call them crazy, I'd call them cunning. Clever little things. I mean, quite a bit of intelligence. Very cheeky. Do things out the norm. Get themselves into trouble. But then know how to get themselves out of trouble pretty quickly. So I'd say they're as cunning as a fox. Trump is as cunning as a fox. He's not crazy like a fox. I think that's the wrong word. What do you reckon? Anybody agree with me?
Yeah, no, I think he's pretty cunning. I think he's pretty sophisticated. And so well. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, crazy. Like, yeah, maybe some crazy things here and there, but I think it's part of the strategy, isn't it, really? I mean, it's changing worldviews, changing opinions, getting people to see what's right, or getting people to see right from wrong by using tactics that make them, that take you out of your comfort zone, that once done, make people realize, actually, hold on a second, we were wrong, and he was right. I mean, where can we use a good example? I guess we can use a good example of when he constantly goes on the airwaves attacking the regime, and yet constantly confirms that the regime is doing everything in terms of what they wanted to do, which was like kind of like build their nuclear arsenal, carry on with their crazed ideology, and want to fulfill the ideas of expanding their caliphate. I mean, he's proving it. Because have they really come to the table to want to negotiate to actually do a deal? No. Is there anybody to be able to do a deal with? No. Well, are they serious about keeping the Iranians safe and secure? No. Yeah. You could also argue on the other side that maybe what he's doing is kind of like, you know, tickling the bear a bit. But maybe that's what he's there to do. Because if we carried on going the way we were going previously, I think the world would have found itself in a much worse position than what it is today. Anyway, that's my 2 pence.
me what's your name?
Ryan.
No, your name, bro.
What do you mean, what's my name? Try and say my name.
No, I can pronounce your name.
Try.
Yeah, I don't want to try.
Please, try. You can do it.
Yeah. So, no, I don't want to try because I pronounce your name first. Okay, Latch. Latch is great.
Latch. You've called me Latch before.
Okay, how are you, Latch?
I'm okay, thank you, Ryan.
What does Latch mean in your language? What a strange name for it.
It doesn't. Ryan. I can say the same about Ryan. What does it mean in your language?
Okay, so once you answer my question, so then I will definitely tell you the meaning of my name, bro.
It doesn't have any meaning. My name doesn't have any meaning.
So it doesn't have any meaning. So how the hell you selected it for yourself, or your parents selected it for you?
You got a problem with it?
No, I have no problem. I just, this is the first time that I heard someone telling me that, he has a name and it doesn't have any meaning.
No meaning. There's no meaning to my name. It's just. If you look it up, you can use Google. You'll find it.
No, I Google to search for other people's names.
Sure you do.
No, I won't.
Of course you do.
No, I won't. No. Okay. So where are you from, bro? Anyway.
I'm from the Outer Hebrideans.
Where?
The Outer Hebrideans. I'm an Outer Hebridean. I'm an original. I'm an original Hebrew from Outer Hebridean. What about you? Where are you from?
Hebrew. So which country is this? Which continent?
Israel, man. Israel.
Israel. Yeah. You're Hebrew, Israel. Oh, that's great. I'm from Afghanistan.
Wonderful. Excellent. Lovely. What's Afghanistan like? Nice? Beautiful mountain range. Beautiful.
Yes. Everything is all right in Afghanistan. Okay, yeah. So, I'm a little bit, curious. If you don't mind, can I ask some question about?
Sure. As long as they're not personal, but you can ask me questions. Sure.
No, not personal. So, in Hebrew, in Israel, how many tribes are there? Actually, there are 12. What I heard that there is 12 tribes. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
There's still 12. There's still 12 or some other tribes.
Well, there were 12 sons who came from Jacob, and there was a tribe. There were tribes that came from that, So if you head to sort of like I don't know, because it's quite complex. You need to look into it. 12 tribes of Israel. It's there. You can check it out. I mean, what do you want to know? Like,
I just want to try to know. So this 12 sons. Who was the father? Yaqub. Yaqub alayhi salam. Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salam. So yeah. So do you believe he was a prophet?
Jacob. No. Well, I mean, effectively, he was a holy man. He came from the first Judaic. He descends from the first effective Jew, Abraham. Abraham.
Yeah.
He's a descendant. Jacob was the son of Isaac, and Isaac came from Abraham.
Yeah.
You know that?
No, Ishaq is the son of Ismail, and Ismail alayhi salam is the son of Ibrahim alayhi salam, and Yaqub alayhi salam is the son of Ishaq.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, Jacob was a grandson of Abraham.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. No, the grandson actually.
No, grandson.
No, actually, who was? No, I think you misunderstood. So, who was the son of Ibrahim alayhi salam?
Sorry, what was that you were saying? Alayhi salam? What is that? What does alayhi salam mean?
Alayhi salam mean, they are all the prophets, and we believe in them that they are the prophets. So that's why alayhi salam means how can I tell you? Peace of one means.
Ah, peace and blessings upon him. Okay. That's gonna like when I say when I say Donald Trump, I say peace and blessings upon Donald Trump. The same thing. Yeah. Peace be upon him, Donald Trump.
Why do you say that, bro?
Because he's the prophet. He's going to be in 1,000 years' time. He'll be looked at as the prophet of today. Peace and blessings upon him.
That's what you believe. Okay, so do you believe that Ibrahim was the prophet?
Abraham? Abraham, you mean?
Abraham, yeah. Abraham.
Yeah. Abraham Avinu?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So, okay, that's right. So, are you Jewish? Am I right?
Well, of course, I'm a Hebrew. I'm an original.
That's right, brother. So, so there are still these 12 tribes or just 12 sons. So all the Israel country are divided into 12 tribes.
That's right. Yeah. Do you know who they are?
Yeah. So.
What are their names?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know their names?
No,
I'll go through them with you. I'll tell you so you know. So there's Reuben.
Yeah.
There's Gad. There's Manasseh. There's Issachar. You know Issachar?
No. I just know you.
There's Zebulun. There's Naphtali. There's Asher. There's Ephraim. You must have heard of Ephraim, huh? There's Dan.
Where's Joseph?
There's Dan. There's Judah.
No,
Judah. You know Judah Maccabi?
No.
You know, there's Simeon. And Reuben. Did I say Reuben? You know, that's my favorite sandwich is a Reuben sandwich. Have you ever had a Reuben sandwich?
No, where is Joseph?
It's beautiful. I'll tell you what a Reuben sandwich is. A Reuben sandwich is like pastrami, like a really, really lovely, beautifully cooked pastrami, right?
Oh, brother.
With mustard and pickles, right? Mustard and pickles. In between, you can either have it in between a bagel, or you can have it in between two pieces of rye. Beautifully, freshly baked rye.
Where is Joseph?
And that's a Reuben sandwich, and it is unbelievable. Like it's like if you ever wanted a sandwich to taste like a prophet, that would be the one, the Reuben.
No, where is Joseph?
Sorry, what do you mean?
You know,
I forgot to mention Benjamin and Joseph. Well, Joseph was divided into two sort of tribes, you know, because there were two areas of land. Joseph, yeah. Did I not mention Yosef? Did I not mention Yosef?
No, you didn't mention. Okay, actually.
My apologies.
Yeah, which tribe is actually, more, how can I tell you, more vulnerable or more, they're pretending that they are, kind of superior than others. So I think that would be Yosef tribe.
The which tribe?
Yosef tribe.
Yosef tribe?
Yeah, Yosef tribe.
What are you talking about? I'm not familiar with your with what you're saying. Who you trying to think they were better than others?
No, there are 12 tribes. There are actually 12 tribes. Yeah.
12 tribes. That's right. 12. Do you want me to run through them again with you? I'll go through them with you again if you want. No problem.
No.
Yeah. So there's Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Benjamin, Joseph. But Joseph was kind of like Ephraim and Manasseh. That's where there were two effective offshoots of Joseph.
So which tribe is so much superior, or for example, that they have a high value in your country?
Well, look, all the blessings on all the tribes are all sacred to each other, So there's no this one's better than that one's better than this one. They all have different requirements. There were 10 lost tribes as well. Do you know the 10 lost tribes?
No. Yeah. No.
So there were 10 lost tribes, and we're still waiting for them to come back. Do you know what I mean? They were like exiled from the kingdom of Israel. Okay, after they were conquered by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Okay.
But you guys, so do you know the story of Yusuf alayhi salam?
Sorry, this is the Islam that gets me every time. What was the story?
Yusuf.
Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat.
You do know the story of how he what has about.
Do you know the story of Joseph? Do you want the story? Are you talking about the Technicolor Dreamcoat story?
Yeah, also the dream, and also that what has about it did to him.
Yeah, look, of course, absolutely. There's a whole story about it. It's famous. You must watch the movie Joseph and His Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. It's really good. It will tell you the whole story about Joseph.
Actually, we don't like it. We don't want to, try to watch the movies that's made on the private because they are very, very old people, and this all the movie thing is just useless. No, we really don't want to watch this stuff.
What, the story of Joseph and his coat of many colors? This is the story you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah. So actually, we don't watch.
Do you? Okay, forget watching the movie. Don't worry. We'll tell the story. So.
Another question. How do you know about Christians? Do you know the Christian tribe there get it?
No, I know nothing about it. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing. Nux.
So how your scholar claims that the Christians in Israel are actually, they're tight and they're one of your lost tribe.
Look, they were lost. What can I say? They got to come back.
Yeah. So some of your scholars believe that the Christians are also one of you.
Who?
Some of your scholars believe that the Christian tribe, which currently lives in Afghanistan, that they are one of your lost tribes.
Yeah. They're one of the lost tribes. Yeah.
So do you still believe that?
Well, I believe in Beni Israel, of course, absolutely.
No, do you believe the Christian is one of your tribe?
Yeah, they could have been one of the tribes, absolutely.
Yeah. No. So why do you believe it?
Why? Well, I believe it to some degree, but they don't identify with what they should be identifying with, which is Judaism.
Yeah. So you people are really, kind of people. So actually, most of the prophets are come in your tribe in Israel. Most of the prophets in Islam. We believe all the prophets that from Adam alayhi salam to our prophets. We believe all of them. So most of the prophets just come in your.
Listen, dude. Look. The prophets aren't around anymore, so I can't really ask them at the end of the day. So I don't like if they were around to have a conversation with and we could get the truth of it. I could see it. But there's history. History's in the books. It's in the Bible. It's in the books. It's all there. Like the Old Testament was written for a reason. And effectively, that's how it came about. I can't go anything over and beyond that because that's what I believe in and that's what was given to us at the time. We can't kind of like make changes, and come to us with changes and say, oh well, actually that was incorrect. We're going to make a change and we're going to present you with something new now. I'm like, hold on a second, but what about the stuff in the past? I'm like, I've got to stick with that.
My point is this hair line. What is your name? Latch. Yeah. So my point is here. If we believe on your prophet, so why don't you believe on our prophet? What's your problem with Islam?
Because we don't change the way we think. We don't change the way what we believe. Like what we believe is what we believe, and nobody's going to try and make us change the way we're going to believe. You've got to respect that, and that's over and above in most religions. It basically says, "I shall respect another religion or what other people believe." You see, you can't. You're trying to ask me to sort of change my belief.
Who says this? That Aisha was.
Hold on one second. Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So what were you saying? You were saying something. What were you saying?
Okay. So what I'm telling you is, why don't you change your mind? So there are prophets.
Why must I change my mind? Why?
Well, that's just me. There were the prophets before Musa, and there are also prophets after Musa. So also you can find in your holy book in Torah that there will be some other prophets that Isa came, and after Isa, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
That's all. So what's your problem? We believe in all the prophets. We just don't believe in Isa, alayhi salam, and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that might be not fair.
Look, at the end of the day, I'm not quite sure. So I have to be honest with you with regards to what you're asking. I'm a little bit confused. I don't understand your question. If you're saying that you follow one set of ideas and you're asking me to take that into consideration, sure, I'll take it into consideration. I'll look at it, but it will be up to me whether I believe it or not. And at this,
Why don't you? Why do you hate Islam? Why you?
I don't hate Islam. I've got nothing against Islam. Look, I have respect. Sorry, I have respect. What do you mean? Because I'm Jewish. Why must I be Muslim if I'm Jewish?
So why you're not Muslim, brother?
Because I'm Jewish. Why are you not Jewish? Why are you not Jewish?
Because if I was at the time of Muslim,
why are you not Jewish? Why are you not Jewish?
Let me answer the question. If I was at the time of Musa alayhi salam, so I was definitely Jewish. But if after that, so there was Isa.
Why did you change? Why did you change then? Or what made you change your mind?
Yeah, because Isa alayhi salam did,
Who?
Isa.
Yeah, and did what? What did that do for you?
So the people had to follow Isa, and after Isa,
why? Who said they had to follow Isa?
Because he was the prophet.
But who said they had to follow? There were plenty of people who didn't follow Isa.
So that's so that's why we're telling them why they don't follow Isa.
But there were plenty of people who did not follow Isa for the reasons that you're not giving me a good enough reason to want to follow Isa. You're just saying because he was a prophet, you must follow Isa.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the prophet.
But who said he was the prophet? Who said effectively he was the one to be followed? Who said that?
Yeah.
Did God say that? Did God say that?
Of course.
Where did he say that?
He has, for the unbelief.
Wait. But where was it divine? Where was it divine?
That's the question, bro. So for the unbelievers, so he had, so he had something very. How can I tell you, mu'jiza? Do you know what mu'jiza is?
I haven't got a clue.
So
he had something special about him?
No, actually, I really don't know what it's called here in English. But I'm just trying. When unbeliever came to him that and told to Isa that are really the prophet of Allah. So he replied, yes, I am. So the people say, so show me.
So yeah.
So he wakes up, the dead people to the people, and still they don't believe that. So they don't believe in him, and some other did that.
Yeah, but where's the proof of that? Where's the evidence? Because why did some people not? Why did some people not believe him? Even though he showed that he had these extraordinary miracles, what did he do?
So that's why we have the devil in the shaitan.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys do right now, because so you guys also have the problem with at first you guys have problem with your project with the Musa, and after you got your problem with the Isa, and now still here you have problem with the with the Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that's all. So you guys just complicate this Islam. Islam is just one Islam.
You guys can follow what you want. We're not stopping you. Yeah, we are not stopping you at all.
No, so if you're not stopping us, so Islam is only one Islam. So at the time of Musa Islam, so there was one Islam. So after the Isa, so all these prophets are coming here in one religion. So why you people just but make another religion, but Jewish? Why? So on the earth there will be only one religion.
No. We don't just we're not proselytizing. We don't proselytize the religion. You guys do. We don't. Out there looking for people to become Jewish. If you only become Jewish if you want to become Jewish. We don't go out there and try and convert people. It's not in our nature. Not in our ideology. It's not in our belief.
For example, if I ask a question, so why you're not Muslims? What would be your answer?
Because I'm Jewish. That's my answer. I think it's a good enough answer.
No.
Listen, Isa was Jewish, no?
No, Isa was not. Isa was Muslim.
Hold on a second. Isa was a rabbi. You're talking about Jesus, yeah? Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus was a rabbi. Now you're telling me he's Muslim? Oy, oy, oy. Oy, 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 oy. Oy, oy, oy.
He was a Muslim. Most of us Muslims. All of them were Muslims. And you guys, when you just absolutely, you know what was a very weak point about you guys. So at the first, when the Prophet, when Musa alayhi salam came to your to your people, you didn't accept, and he guided you for years. And after some of the people followed him.
Okay, so I'm confused. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Matt. I can hear you.
So it sounds like you're having a conversation to somebody else. So.
Okay, you can ask a question. You're confused.
No, I'm not confused. I'm confused about the fact that Isa, who was very well known to be like a Jewish rabbi, effectively a Jewish scholar, and you guys believe that he was Muslim.
No, bro, I'm not talking about the state. I'm talking about the prophet, Jesus.
Yeah, we're talking about Jesus. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, the one that Christians say is the Son of God.
Yeah.
Yeah, they call him the Son of God, and you guys call him a prophet. So it's also a little bit confusing. So which one is it, prophet or Son of God?
No, he's a prophet.
Okay, he's a prophet. Are all prophets sons of God?
No.
Okay, so there you go. So there's a conflict there. So on one hand, you've got one. We just believe he was a human being. He was another man. You know?
Yeah. He was. The prophet is a human being, bro.
Okay, but the Christians say he was the Son of God.
So that's what Christians say, but we don't.
Okay. So I'm telling you what Christians say. I'm telling you what you say. You say he was a prophet. No, we say he was just another man. You know?
I'm trying to know that why you guys why you're not Muslim. Because you're Jewish, so that's not gonna answer. If you're telling me,
well, it's a perfectly reasonable answer. If you want that answer, you can either take it or you can leave it. Your choice. You can take it or you can leave it. You decide. You either take my answer or you just forget it and move on. Okay, he's Jewish. We respect him. He's Jewish. Thank you very much. So that's why I'm an original Hebrew. Yeah, I'm the original. And look, Isa was Jewish. It was good enough for him. It's good enough for me. So there you go. All right. Thank you. Let's move on because you're not going to agree with me. You're never going to agree with me, and that'll be that. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm happy to go to Jahannam, knowing full well that effectively I believe in what I believe. And when Hashem takes me in Jahannam and says to me, you know what, fine, you believed, you were doing what we asked you to do. Me as Hashem, I asked you to do X, Y, Z. You did it. Thank you very much. You followed the scripture. You're a good Jew. You can come to.
Okay. And I have no issue with this, bro. I have no issue with this.
I know.
You know, as long as you're
happy to go to Jahannam, so why should I tell you to come to Islam? So leave it alone. Okay, you're happy with your Jew. I'm just trying to make a
you think I'm going to go to Jahannam. You think I'm going to go to Jahannam, not me.
Absolutely, I think you're
right with that. I know. Because in your mind, everybody who goes to Jahannam is going to basically go in the way that they believe that they're going to go. So in your mind, I'm going to Jahannam. In my mind, I'm going straight to Jannah. In your mind, I'm going to Jahannam. So it's fine. That's what you believe.
No, so in your mind, so where will we go? To Jahannam or to Jannah?
No, I know where I'm going. I'm going straight to Jannah. I've got a one-way ticket to Jannah.
What about others?
You believe that I'm going to Jahannam.
What about the others that they're not Jewish? So will they go to Jannah with you guys, or they will?
No, everybody's got a place on this earth, and if they do what they're supposed to do as the person that they are, then effectively they'll end up in Jannah. If they don't, and they're bad people, and they go against the will and the want of Hashem, then they will go to Jahannam.
No, but so do you believe in Jahannam? For example, in your religion, do you believe in Jahannam?
Not in the same way you believe in it. Not in the same way you believe in it.
So what so do you guys think that the people that they're not Jewish, will they go to Jahannam, or they will stay there on earth?
Well, let's define the difference between the two. Do you know the difference?
Between what?
Do you know the difference between Jahannam?
In Jannah?
No, the Jahannams, the different Jahannams.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, so what is your Jahannam?
No, I'm just trying to, we believe that the people who are Muslim, they will go to Jannah, and the people who are non-Muslim, so they will go to Jahannam. That's all, So let's come to the point. So in your religion, so the people who are Jewish, they will go to Jannah, and the people who are not Jewish, they will go to Jahannam, or what?
Well, look. The thing is that we have a different view of Jahannam to what you have a view of Jahannam at the end of the day. So if I'm a bad person and I go to Jahannam, I'm going to be there for a certain period of time, and depending on what the issues were, then effectively I'll be there for that period of time, and that will be it. You think differently. You believe that if somebody doesn't believe in your faith, they'll go to Jahannam forever.
No, actually, the people who are not Jewish, they are good men, and they're not Jewish. What will happen to them?
Whatever happens to them, that's at the will of Hashem. The will of Hashem will decide that.
So will they go to Jahannam or to Jannah?
What do you mean?
No, the people.
I just told you. And
I didn't get you.
I can't help it if you didn't get.
So could you repeat it again for me? Please. Would you repeat it again for me?
No. I need a few things. You're going to look it up.
So you're talking to me. At least you can respect me.
I respect you, but look, it's enough of these questions now. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, listen. If you're a good boy, you're gonna go to Jannah. If you're a bad boy, you're gonna go to Jahannam. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Simple, easy. Okay. Okay. Very good. We'll keep it at that. Very good. Thank you. Let's move on. Okay. Next question. You said you had a few questions. Next question.
Teach me your religion. I'm just trying to know your religion.
No. I can't teach you anything. You've got your own religion. I'm not going to teach you. I don't want to invite you to my religion. You stick to your religion. We go from there. Yes. Thank you.
Guys.
If you're interested in learning about my religion and you want to become part of my religion, you need to show and prove it to you. At the moment, you're just asking me crazy questions about Jahannam and Jannah and this and that, and blah blah blah. What happens to non-Jews? What happens to Jews? Yada yada yada. Not interested. Good luck.
Okay, you're right. Okay, next question.
Yeah, we go. Next question. Go on.
Yeah, guys, what have you just done to Gaza?
I knew we were going to get to this.
Not only because we're Muslim.
Okay, so what did you want us to do to Gaza?
So why, if you're a good man and you believe in Jannah,
and Jahannam. So why are you still going to do it to the people, to innocent people?
Innocent people. Yeah, no, it's terrible that innocent people. I hate the idea of innocent people being murdered, killed. In any war, I think it's terrible. Terrible.
And do you know how many children just died there in this war?
I haven't got a clue. How many?
Do you know?
No. How many? Can you give me the number?
Thousand? Thousands and thousands of children there.
How many thousands? Do you have a number?
Yes, if there is just one children, so don't you?
No, you said thousands and thousands. So do you have a number of how many thousands?
No. So you're just telling me that the right number. If there is just one children, so aren't you afraid of going to Jahannam?
Just tell me how many numbers of children, if you don't mind.
One children. In the whole world, this was just.
Oh, so only one? Only one child? Only one child?
No, just one children.
You can say two. You can say two children, or you can say one child.
No, one child, sir. Okay.
Or one child.
Yeah.
Philip, a child. But you said to me thousands and thousands. So how many thousands? Because that's awful. How many thousands?
So, what you found that there is no thousands. So you guys were well known than me. So you guys killed thousands and thousands of children there.
I didn't kill anybody. I didn't kill anybody. Just so you know, I didn't kill anybody. So when you say you guys, just be careful with what you say, because I didn't kill anybody.
You're Jewish and Israel and this.
They may have killed certain people because they were fighting in a war, but to say you guys, you just kind of like blanketly say, because you're Jewish, you killed thousands and thousands. That's not true. Not true.
If you're from Israel and your Israel government is doing these things, so you're also responsible for that.
No, not necessarily, because the context of what you're talking about doesn't actually bode well in that situation. I would say there's a big difference between that and not.
If you don't like what your government is doing right now, so at least you have to be in contradiction with them. So have you stand against them, against the crime, against this genocide?
Yeah, so as you were saying, you understand now that it's, you can't blanketly put it on every single person.
Yeah, Mitch, I'm just, so can we talk later? I'm just going to, to ask you, and you can add me back, so we will be here back, and definitely talk about this issue, okay?
We're talking about it, yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. Happy.
But I know someone telling me I have to go, bro.
Oh, you gotta go? Okay.
And I just added you, you can add it back, so we'll be talking there. Okay? So there are a lot of people just looking, okay? You just leave right now. And have a good day. If you only hesitating back, okay, then it's alright. It's alright. It's alright.